Chapter 151 Increase in Strength. When Chu Feng heard this, he seemed to have understood something. He suddenly swung his saber. He slashed at number 2 without hesitation. He used all his strength. Senior number 2, be careful. Number 2 smiled faintly, knowing what Chu Feng meant. He also slashed out. The blondie pursed his lips and moved away like the wind. They're fighting again. These saber practitioners have abnormal brains. They fight every day when they have nothing to do. Are they not tired? No one bothered with him. Chu Feng unleashed his saber techniques to his heart's content. This time, it was a test of his 3 days of comprehension. There was no need to worry about injuring number 2. He swung his saber wantonnly, weapons clashed. He was extremely happy. Streams of saber aura that were either irresistible or continuous like waves swept through the surroundings. The ground beneath his feet trembled. At that moment, Chu Feng felt a slight difference. The feeling of something missing from before disappeared inexplicably. And every slash of his seemed to have a life of its own. The saber he slashed out was truly connected to his mind. He did not even need to think about which move to use and which weakness to attack his opponent. Instinctively, he did it. This was the power of the saber soul. The more Chu Feng fought, the more excited he became. The saber soul seemed to be roaring as well. A faint dragon head appeared on Chu Feng's blade. After sleeping for countless years, today, it finally saw the light again. It had a familiar feeling. The dragon soul instinctively felt happy. It worked even harder to cooperate with Chu Feng. Number 2 couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a saber soul that followed him willingly. It can even get used to someone else so quickly. It's urging him to use it. For ordinary martial artists, even if they were lucky enough to obtain a saber soul, the subsequent adaptation would also be a huge hurdle. Without sufficient compatibility, the battle would definitely not go smoothly. One would not be able to unleash one's strength perfectly. At that moment, the saber soul would even become a burden. Thus, Chu Feng's current state was something that many people yearn for even in their dreams. This battle lasted for an hour. Exhausted to the point of collapse, Chu Feng stopped fighting. Although he was tired, Chu Feng was extremely excited. His strength had more than doubled since he had entered the abyss 3 days ago. That day at the National Stadium, he had relied on some luck to crush Elder Mo, and if number 10 were revived from the dead at this moment, Chu Feng estimated that he could kill him with a single slash. 8th stage spirit transformation? Or 9th stage. This was Chu Feng's current strength. In other aspects, perhaps there was still a gap between him and a true peak spirit transformation cultivator, but in terms of offensive and explosive power, he was definitely not weak. He had only cultivated for 3 days. Considering the acceleration of time, it had not even been half a day in the outside world. Seeing Chu Feng grinning foolishly, a rare look of satisfaction appeared in number 2's eyes. He did not care about Chu Feng's strength. However, Chu Feng's talent in the way of the blade was truly astonishing, especially when Chu Feng was comprehending the blade. His sincere heart made even number 2 treasure him. Therefore, when he was teaching, he did not hold back at all. He wanted to see a true expert of the saber being born in his hands. How satisfying would that be? All right, stop laughing foolishly. Number 2 spoke slowly again. Your cultivation here has temporarily come to an end. You've improved quite a bit, but you can't be complacent. You're still far from defeating this phantom of mine, understand? Understood. Chu Feng was not discouraged at all. There was still a long way to go. He heard number 2 continue. It's your opportunity to obtain the Dragon Soul's recognition. You must not waste it. In the future, when you have time, send your divine will deep into the cleaved edge saber and comprehend the power emitted by the saber soul. It will be of great help to your future comprehension of saber aura. Chu Feng nodded. Saber force. He remembered that the 6th stage of the art of the 9-wave saber was about the saber force. It was time to make some preparations. In addition, if there's a chance in the future, change the Dragon Soul's nest. Your standard 9 Dragon Saber is still a little weak. It might not be comfortable staying here, and it will affect its strength to a certain extent. Understood. Chu Feng listened carefully. These were all experiences of number 2. Number 2 smiled in satisfaction. Suddenly, he pointed at his brother, who was bored in playing with ants on the ground. All right, he's your next instructor. Follow him. Chu Feng's eyes widened. He asked unconsciously, him? Chu Feng felt that in terms of strength, this fellow should be ranked last. The blondie stood up unhappily and patted the folds of his clothes before snorting. Kid, don't look down on me. The first thing second brother taught you was to increase your strength. When you're strong, you can kill enemies and protect yourself. But what if the enemy is too strong? Naturally, you have to escape. And what I teach you will be the ability to save your life. Also, don't think that your life won't be in danger just because you cultivate with us. Let me tell you, your future cultivation might become more and more dangerous. Learn well from me. At the very least, you can save your life. The blondie shook his head, but his words made sense. Chu Feng had thought that these people had arranged special training for him casually. He did not expect that there was a deeper meaning to it. Before Chu Feng could say anything, the blondie continued, "If you don't have anything to prepare, we'll leave later." "Where are we going?" Chu Feng finally could ask. The blondie said casually, "We'll borrow a path from the undead realm and make a trip to the 8th level of the abyss." Hearing those words, Chu Feng gasped. "What? Going to the undead realm and the 8th level of the abyss? Why? Is there a problem?" "No. I thought that before my cultivation reached the standard, I wouldn't be allowed to go out." The blondie pursed his lips in disdain. "I've already told you. Elder Luo is old. He's senile. He's been too comfortable. There are some things he hasn't explained to you clearly. You can definitely get out, but you have to follow us. Also, you must try not to let the outsiders know of our existence. It's not time for us to reveal ourselves yet." "Got it?" Chu Feng nodded. He suddenly realized a very important question: if I go out, then the flow of time. "Don't worry, we've arranged everything that you can consider. Simply put, wherever you are, Elder Luo will set up a time barrier for you." Chu Feng gasped. This kind of power was beyond his imagination. "Then, why are we going to the 8th level of the abyss?" The blondie said casually, "I lost the bet with you last time and wanted to give you a treasure. I'll use this opportunity to get one for you. I'm not someone who goes back on my word." Chu Feng's eyes lit up. It would be a waste if he did not take the treasures that had come knocking on his door. He could not help but ask, "What treasure?" This question stumped the blondie. He replied uncertainly, "I remember that it was a pair of boots. I really can't remember the specifics. But don't worry, the sacred item that the ghost demon race has protected for generations is definitely a treasure." Chu Feng fell. He couldn't help but roar. "So it's not yours? You said you wanted to give it to me?" The blondie immediately corrected him righteously. "What are you saying, kid? I just left it there. I will take it when I need it. How can you say it's not mine? Is there any justice in this world?" Chapter 152 Undead Realm. Listening to the yellow-haired bandit's logic, the corners of Chu Feng's mouth twitched. He looked like he was both crying and laughing. He looked at the blondie and said, "Senior number 10. Your idea is really unconventional." Hearing Chu Feng's praise, the blondie didn't care if it was true or not. As long as it sounded like a compliment, he said happily, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye for you when the time comes. You go and steal. Bah! You can just go and get it. However, you have to be careful. Those ghost demons are not weak. According to you guys, the one leading them might be an S rank, or even stronger. My projection might not be able to defeat it." Chu Feng was completely stunned. The smile on his face froze. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone so shameless. "So I have to steal the gift that you're to give me. Please be a human." Seeing Chu Feng's murderous gaze, the blondie suddenly remembered that his second brother had asked him to get closer to Chu Feng. He muttered in his heart, "Did I mess this up? This kid doesn't seem very happy. This shouldn't be happening. Didn't I keep my promise?" Besides, the inherited treasure in the Ghost Demon Hall was really extraordinary. It was said that it was a component of a super divine weapon. He had forgotten what it was, but that was not important. The main point was that he was already so generous. So why didn't this kid appreciate it? After some thought, the blondie decided to explain. Chu Feng, don't be anxious. Let's talk as we walk. We'll go to the undead realm first, then sneak around to steal the treasure. Don't worry, with me around, there's no danger." Chu Feng took a deep breath. He finally understood why this fellow was so disliked among his siblings. They wanted to reforge him for no reason. If it had been him, having lived with such a trash for countless years, he probably would have long been unable to restrain himself from secretly killing the guy. It had not been easy for him to survive until now. His life-saving ability was really not for show. He couldn't be bothered to talk to the blondie, he followed quietly all the way. The two of them left the Saber realm and appeared in the Blood Sea, then they plunged into a pitch-black halo not far away, the Undead realm. Chu Feng had been here several times in his previous life. However, he did not dare to stay too long. There were simply too many powerful undead creatures here. There was an endless army of skeletons. A slow-moving but thick-skinned zombie army, strange vampires, bone dragons that were good at flying, and terrifying knights. In his previous life, Chu Feng had often thought that if he could summon an endless army of undead, he would not be afraid of the abyss. Didn't you have many experts in the abyss? Were there more powerful creatures than in the undead realm? Not only were they numerous, but they were also not afraid of death. He could even win a war of attrition. Unfortunately, this was simply unrealistic for humans. Not just humans, all the races knew that the undead realm was a good place. Unfortunately, even if everyone knew the contract summoning technique, they could not contract too many because of the limited strength of the divine will. There were also other restrictions, therefore, he could only think about it. Chu Feng and number 10 sped along. The blondie seemed to be very familiar with the undead realm. Along the way, he talked non-stop. Chu Feng felt as if his head was about to explode. Just as he was about to tell the blondie to shut up, suddenly, he heard the blondie mutter, "By the way, I seem to have some impression. The artifact of the ghost demon race seems to be related to these undead." That's right. It seems that it's because of that holy artifact that the ghost demon race chose to station their entire race in the 8th level of the abyss. Because that place was originally a junction with the undead realm. Only then did Chu Feng become interested. Just as he was about to ask something, suddenly, the blondie hurriedly said, "All right, get ready, we're here." We're here? Chu Feng looked at the barren land before him. What was he going to reach? The blondie seemed to be sensing something. Suddenly, his two hands grabbed at the air. There was a tearing sound. It was as if a hole had been torn in space, pitch black and deep. You quick. My projection isn't strong enough. This spatial passageway won't last long. If I'm slow, I'll be devoured by the spatial rift. Chu Feng was so frightened that he did not even dare to ask further. He immediately unleashed the blazing wings of the sky. He transformed into a stream of light and charged into the spatial passageway. Only then did he hear loud laughter behind him. The blondie walked over slowly. His relaxed expression did not look like he could not hold on. "Kid, this is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Never trust what others say. Even if you think that I have no reason to harm you, you must always maintain a clear mind. Only then can you find a chance of survival in a hopeless situation." Chu Feng admitted that what the blondie said made sense. However, upon seeing his proud expression, he couldn't help but want to kick him, but thinking about how he could not defeat him now, he could only suppress it in his heart. Just wait for it. The two of them continued to fly forward through the spatial passageway. The space ahead fluctuated. The aura of the abyss was transmitted through the spatial rift. Clearly, they had arrived. Chu Feng flew ahead. He suddenly felt a fatal sense of danger. His hair stood on end. After transforming into the heavenly Tao once, he was especially sensitive to the fluctuations of various rules. Up ahead, he sensed a powerful fluctuation of law, but it seemed like some treasure was deliberately suppressing it. He could not sense it clearly. However, the sense of danger grew stronger. Seeing that the blondie beside him did not seem to have any reaction, he reminded him, "Senior, there seems to be danger ahead. Could it be that they have discovered us and are lying in ambush at the entrance of the tunnel?" Unexpectedly, the blondie patted his chest confidently. "It's impossible for them to find the spatial channel I opened. Otherwise, wouldn't it be easier to kill us by shaking the space? Don't worry, don't worry." The blondie had said so. What else could Chu Feng say? He could only deliberately slow down and follow behind the blondie. In any case, if there's danger, you should bear it first. I'm afraid of death. The next moment, the blondie in front of him muttered something and waved his right hand. The space in front of him was pulled open like a curtain. A light appeared ahead. The two of them rushed out in the blink of an eye. But when the two of them got used to the environment, he raised his eyes and sized up the jade green and magnificent hall. There was also the ghost demon race, which was in combat readiness, as well as the ghost demon king, who was emitting endless pressure and had a sinister gaze. Chu Feng gasped. He stared at the blondie with bitter eyes. "Senior. What did I say? You're unreliable." He had opened a spatial passageway and entered their hall. This was not stealing, but sending him his head. "Yes. They couldn't find the location of your spatial passageway, but they were stupid. If they sensed that there was a problem with this space, couldn't they wait?" This was not difficult for an S-rank expert. This ghost demon king was definitely an S-rank lifeform. Chu Feng's face looked green. who dares to intrude into the territory of our ghost demon race? Die. The ghost demon king didn't waste any time. He came forward to kill the two of them. Seeing that, Chu Feng couldn't help but glance at the blondie. Senior number 10, I'll also tell you that you can always trust your teammate, even if your teammate isn't as strong as you. Ah, good kid. You actually made a counterpoint. The blondie was not angry. Instead, he chuckled. This was his temper. He could joke around, even when facing the aggressive ghost demon king. He appeared very casual. Then, he grabbed Chu Feng and said indifferently, "This isn't bad. I'll take this opportunity to show you a thrilling time of life and death." S rank? Haha, watch carefully. Roar, he let out a strange cry. The blondie's figure turned illusory. As for Chu Feng, who was being carried away by the blondie, he suddenly felt as if everything in front of him was no longer real. Chapter 153, A Different Cultivation Path. As the blondie finished speaking, Chu Feng felt his vision blur. The next moment, he seemed to have fallen into absolute darkness. He could not see or hear. It was as if he had become blind and deaf. He could only rely on his divine will to sense his movements. Chu Feng only knew that he was moving at high speed. It was much faster than him using the blazing wings of the sky. In particular, his ability to maneuver in a small area was many times higher than his own. It was as if he was playing with them. He led all the ghost demons in a circle. Even the S-rank ghost demon king could not keep up. To the blondie, it was like a game. One had to know that this was only the power of this guy's projection. It was definitely not beyond the A rank. This was what shocked Chu Feng. He was well aware of the huge gap between A ranks and S ranks. Furthermore, Chu Feng discovered that at that moment, the blondie's condition was a little strange. It seemed like it was not just speed. They seemed to be wrapped in something, or they had been chasing something. This was why Chu Feng was unable to see or hear anything, and this might also be the key to the blondie's extraordinary speed. As Chu Feng was feeling puzzled, suddenly, he felt as if his hearing and vision had recovered. He looked around. It was already desolate. This is the abyss? Have we escaped? The blondie stretched lazily. That's right. I originally wanted to take you for fun, but that ghost demon king is too useless. He's too slow and boring, so I simply came out. Chu Feng did not care about that, just now. Why couldn't I feel anything? I felt like I was completely wrapped in darkness. There seemed to be light in front of me, but I couldn't catch it. The blondie raised an eyebrow and grinned. You're actually still able to detect these things at my speed. Not bad. Before Chu Feng could continue asking, the blondie raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, as if he was testing him. Kid, what kind of expert do you think will be faster? Chu Feng pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, experts who comprehend the laws of wind and lightning are faster. There are also those who possess top-grade flying treasures. That's right. These experts are indeed faster than ordinary people, but they can't be much faster. For warriors of the same rank, everyone's speed is actually about the same. If you could comprehend it, I could also comprehend it. Therefore, just relying on speed alone could not form a crushing advantage. Do you know why? Before Chu Feng could reply, the yellow-haired man muttered with a rare serious expression, because they are only imitating. But they don't know. We are all made of flesh and blood. No matter how much we imitate, we can't transform into the natural power of wind and lightning. At most, they can only make use of this power. Most warriors have actually taken this path. It's the same for Big Brother and Second Brother. They also cultivated some speed laws to allow themselves to be faster, and in my opinion, in terms of speed, those who choose to imitate are all trash. If their talent was lacking, they could only settle for the next best thing. The true maximum speed should be the speed of light. You must chase it, not to imitate it. Not to borrow it. Just now, I only did one thing, chase after the light. Light also has shadows. Find a way to integrate yourself into the shadows of light and chase after the light. If you can catch up, your speed will be at the speed of light. That's why you felt the surrounding darkness just now, because light is always ahead of us. This is an extremely long process. Even though I have cultivated for countless years, I can only touch the edge of a shadow now. The true speed of light is the extreme speed of the universe. It represents the pinnacle of a law. It is not so easy to reach. The blondie became serious for once. He spoke calmly about his understanding of speed. It simply subverted Chu Feng's previous perception. This was the first time Chu Feng knew that speed could be understood in such a manner. Chasing light? It sounded revolting. But the guy in front of him had already proven it. This path might be the true path to prosperity. He had really made great achievements on this path. What did it mean to only be able to touch the shadow of light? Chu Feng did not dare to imagine. The speed of light was about 300 million meters per second, equivalent to 880,000 times the speed of sound. Even if he had only touched the shadow of light speed, terrifying. If this guy's true body were to use it, Chu Feng found it hard to imagine. Perhaps even space would be shattered by his terrifying speed. At the moment when Chu Feng was shocked, the blondie said calmly, "Of course, I'm just trying to describe it to you in as detailedly as possible. The exact process is difficult to describe in words. I'll lead you a few more times. Whether you can comprehend it will depend on your talent." The blondie was helpless. The path he had taken was not a path anyone could take. The requirement for talent was too high. Now, let's take it slow. The first step is to think of a way to take away the artifact of the ghost demon race. Unfortunately, after what I've just done, although that ghost demon king doesn't know our goal, he must have already taken precautions. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. "You know that it's your problem?" Although the blondie said this, he was not discouraged and said casually, "It's all right. Let's go back again and think of a way. We'll go against him in these 3 days. It's just nice that these ghost demons aren't weak. It's good for your cultivation." Before long, the two of them appeared outside a continuous mountain range again. D1. Only then did Chu Feng know that the ghost demon race had guarded this place for generations. In the depths of this mountain was a passage that connected the abyss and the undead realm. The two of them had just stepped into the mountains when Chu Feng immediately sensed that there seemed to be a group of ghost demons patrolling nearby. Chu Feng rubbed his palms together. He still remembered, he was still carrying a debt of 10 million points. If he did not take advantage of this opportunity to go out and get some loots, he would not even be able to pay off his loan when he returned. Before the blondie could speak, Chu Feng drew his cleaved-edge saber. With a few flashes, he arrived beside a group of ghost demons. He slashed out without hesitation. It was only the weakest first stage of the wind slash, however. In an instant, more than 10 ghost demons with varying strength were cut in half. The strongest of them had even reached the 5th stage of spirit transformation. However, under this slash, it was still unable to resist. It could not even ask for help. In the blood sea space, Chu Feng was the weakest. Any one of them was much stronger than him. Even if he had the strength, he could not use it. He felt extremely lowly. Now, he could finally be impudent for once. As he sighed, the familiar notification for the golden ranking list sounded again. The points for cross-rank killing of enemies had arrived. Ding! Ordinary killing of the 5th stage spirit transformation ghost demon boss. Reward, 100,000 points. Successful cross-rank killing of someone 2 ranks higher. Additional reward 1000%. Total reward, 1 million points. Ding! Normal killing of A-rank ordinary ghost demon. Reward, 15,000 points. Successful cross-rank killing of someone 2 ranks higher. Additional reward 1000%. Total reward, 150,000 points. Because of the existence of cross-grade rewards, with just this wave, Chu Feng gained 1.5 million points. It had to be said that the speed at which Chu Feng harvested points alone was comparable to that of the entire human race. Cross-rank killing was always so awesome. Chapter 150 for the Ghost King's Cloak, the undead world's ultimate artifact. He slashed out. He felt much better. He also earned a lot of points. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. He found the blondie. He saw that the guy was sneakily staying on a big tree. Sensing that Chu Feng was getting closer behind him, he hurriedly turned around and gestured for Chu Feng to keep quiet. "Shh, don't make a sound. Come and see." Puzzled, Chu Feng jumped onto the tree trunk. He observed from the high stance. Only then did he realize that the two of them were above a valley. Curious, he followed the blondie's gaze. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God! Why are there so many skeleton soldiers here? Shoo! I'm telling you not to make a sound." The blondie glanced at Chu Feng. Chu Feng completely ignored him. He was astonished. It was just a casual glance. He discovered that the bottom of this valley was actually filled with a dense army of skeletons, perhaps hundreds of thousands of them. There were even some powerful skeleton elites and skeleton leaders. Most importantly, these skeleton soldiers were not as chaotic and disorderly as the skeletons in the undead realm. Instead, they were lined up neatly like soldiers. This meant that they had an owner. This was once Chu Feng's dream. Now, someone had actually turned it into reality. Chu Feng was confused. Someone raised an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons, even though the weakest skeleton was only equivalent to a D-rank human warrior. Who would have such a powerful divine will to control an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons at the same time? Moreover, there were many skeleton elites who were comparable to B-rank and C-rank. There were even stronger A-rank skeleton leaders. Even the S-rank Ghost Demon King would not be able to do that. The divine will of any life was limited. It was impossible to enslave hundreds of thousands of creatures at the same time. Just as Chu Feng was pondering, suddenly, he saw a group of well-trained ghost demons walking in from the entrance of the valley. The leader was a great ghost demon general in black armor. The ghost demon general arrived in front of the skeleton army. He suddenly raised something that looked like a tally in his hand and shouted with a sinister voice, "The king has already given the order that those who intrude will be killed without mercy. All of you will use your own troops as units to search for the 2 intruders in the Ghost Demon Mountain range. After finding them, do not hesitate to trap them at any cost. And report immediately." The skeleton army was silent. Only the leader of the skeletons with dark green eyes at the front lowered his head. "Let's go." The Ghost Demon General had a cold expression. These skeletons were the greatest trump card of their Ghost Demon race. This time, the king was truly infuriated by the 2 intruders, especially that blondie at the end. He was so bold as to toy with the king like he was walking a dog. As he had to be caught, they had to use the inherited sacred item to convert him into a skeleton soldier to vent their anger. General Ghost Demon thought viciously. In the valley, the skeleton army began to move rapidly. They had no idea that the 2 people they were going to catch were squatting on the tree above them. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt that the blondie's breathing was a little heavy. Was he frightened by the skeleton army? That's not necessary. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers, even if it was a few million. Could they stop you? He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, the blondie suddenly looked at Chu Feng with tears in his eyes. Chu Feng felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn. What's your problem?" With that, he regretted it. This guy in front of him was still his instructor. It didn't seem good to scold him. Unexpectedly, the blondie did not care at all and only muttered to himself, "I'm done for. I'm done for. I'm done for. This is such a heavy loss. Boo-hoo. What did you lose?" Chu Feng felt that this guy might be crazy. Yellow Hair muttered, "Chu Feng, I regret it. Can I not give you this ghost demon race's inherited sacred treasure?" Seeing the blondie's expression, without even thinking, Chu Feng immediately refused. "No. Have you thought of something? Let me tell you, a real man does not go on his word. If you dare to not give it to me, I'll get Elder Luo to cage you back and rebuild you." The blondie sighed heavily. "Sigh, forget it. The great tribulation is coming. Take this treasure as my investment in you. Chu Feng, you must not abandon me when you become rich in the future. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Cut the crap. Tell me, what is that?" Chu Feng felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. To be able to make the experienced blondie's heart ache so much, it must be an extraordinary treasure. He took another deep breath. The blondie said heavily, "Damn. The so-called inherited sacred artifact of the ghost demon race should be the soul summoning boots, the divine artifact of the undead realm, one of the 3 components of the Ghost King's cloak. It has the ability to transform the dead into undead. Those trashy ghost demons don't know how precious this treasure is at all. They actually nurtured a bunch of trash skeletons. That's understandable. It has been a long time since there was a large-scale war in the abyss. With the foundation of the ghost demon race, it's not easy to nurture so many skeletons." Chu Feng muttered, "Are you saying that these skeletons were indeed nurtured by the Ghost Demon King and not enslaved by his divine will? Enslave hundreds of thousands of skeletons? What a joke. Is that trash S-rank Ghost Demon King even worthy?" Chu Feng was speechless. "Alright, S-rank is trash in your mouth, then what am I?" Sigh. "Back then, I only knew that the ghost demon race seemed to have picked up an extraordinary treasure and didn't take it to heart. If I had known earlier, I would have come to take it away from ancient times and nurture it for countless years. Even if I only nurtured the lowest grade skeletons, I might still be able to nurture a skeleton emperor now. In that case, even second brother wouldn't be my match." The blondie regretted it, but it was useless to say anything now. who asked him to give it away. More importantly, he did not dare to go back on his promise. He might have to rely on the successor of the top-notch ninth examinations in the future. At that moment, Chu Feng did not have the time to pay attention to the yellow-haired man who was sighing. His heart was burning with passion. If I can obtain this soul-summoning boots, doesn't that mean that I can also nurture an endless skeleton army? What's there to be afraid of in the abyss? At the very least, he would have a way to deal with the countless low-grade demonic creatures in the abyss. It would be cannon fodder against cannon fodder. Humans would no longer be passively beaten up. From what the blondie said, it seemed that this divine weapon could not only nurture skeletons, but also other undead soldiers. Let's go and get the soul summoning boots. Chu Feng could not wait, but the blondie lost his motivation. It won't be mine even if I retrieve it. It's so annoying. Why am I finding trouble for myself? Chu Feng naturally knew what the yellow-haired man was thinking. He suddenly said calmly, "Senior number 10, if you don't help me get the soul summoning boots, I'll complain to Elder Luo. I'll say that because you don't teach me properly, my confidence is damaged and I'll have no hope of improving. Also, I've also recorded the video of you scolding Senior 1 and Senior 2 for being useless. If you don't do your best, I'll show it to everyone. Brat, you're ruthless." The blondie thought about the consequences of these two matters. He suddenly tensed up. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn, it's hard to be a good person. I'll help. Chapter 155. In the world of martial arts, speed is the most important. With Chu Feng's satisfied expression, the two of them jumped down from the tree together. At this moment, the ghost demon general in the valley had already left. A large number of the skeleton corps had also dispersed. There was only one legion of about 20,000 skeleton soldiers that had not left yet. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt his body lighten, then, he was thrown down the valley. The blondie's teasing voice came from behind. "Kid, you dared to threaten me? Go down and play with the skeletons. These skeletons are just enough for you to unleash your full potential. Don't use your saber. Use your speed to avoid all the skeletons as much as possible. This is a good opportunity for cultivation. Remember, chase the light. Don't worry, if a powerful enemy arrives, I'll take action." Damn! I was careless. Chu Feng only had time to curse out loud. Boom, he had already plummeted to the center of the skeleton army. That be starred. He even added some force. Then, Chu Feng cursed non-stop. All of a sudden, he saw that he was surrounded by pale white bones. In his empty eye sockets, there were clusters of flames of different colors. At this moment, practically all the skeletons turned their stiff heads to look at Chu Feng. The creaking sound made one's hair stand on end. Intruder found. Kill. A skeleton with a dark green soul flame suddenly drew out a bone saber. Its voice seemed to be coming from the soul flame. It was intermittent, but one could roughly understand its meaning. The next moment, it was as if all the skeletons had received an order. They took out their bone knives in unison. They slashed toward Chu Feng. Chu Feng's face looked green. He hurriedly jumped up. At the thought that Bastard disallowed him to use his saber, he endured it. Wind stirred beneath his feet as he charged out. Unfortunately, the periphery was also filled with large numbers of skeletons. There was no way for Chu Feng to escape. He could only lead a group of skeletons around the valley. His feet were about to catch fire. However, he had no choice. A few skeleton elites nearly got close. Chu Feng had no choice but to unleash his full strength. With a sweep of his blade, the unparalleled sword aura shattered the dozens of skeletons in front of him. Taking advantage of the small gap formed by the saber, he narrowly escaped the encirclement, but it was useless. Compared to the army of tens of thousands of skeletons, these dozens of skeletons were not worth mentioning. He would not be able to finish them even if he was exhausted. Not to mention, the skeleton leader that was burning with a dark green soul flame was not inferior to him in terms of strength. When its bone blade was drawn, Chu Feng would have to use all his strength to block it. If they had not been slow, Chu Feng would have already been dismembered. Furthermore, Chu Feng discovered that there was no point reward for killing these undead creatures. Killing them would be a waste of time. Thus, Chu Feng was too lazy to do anything. He ran for his life. He had to escape from the valley first. He did not use the blazing wings of the sky. That way, there would be no effect of cultivation. Although he was cursing, Chu Feng knew very well that the blondie was right. With so many sparring partners, it was really a good cultivation opportunity. In merely a short moment, Chu Feng felt that his speed had increased greatly. However, when Chu Feng was about to reach the exit of the valley and escape, Suddenly, a huge figure that was dozens of feet tall blocked the exit of the valley. The figure was dressed in black armor and wielded a thick mace. He looked extremely ferocious, a terrifying aura emanated from his body, a rank. Chu Feng's eyes widened. He recognized it immediately. It was that ghost demon general. It had probably sensed the fluctuations of the battle here and returned. It happened to stop Chu Feng. Senior! Save me! That a rank general is here! Chu Feng shouted. Didn't the blondie say that he would take action if he encountered an opponent he couldn't defeat? Chu Feng felt that it was time. There was still a considerable gap between him and an A rank. However, no matter how Chu Feng shouted, there was no sign of any aid. However, the ghost demon general was already right in front of him. Chu Feng's expression turned bitter. Damn, that blondie must have done it on purpose. Then, who knows where he's watching the show now? It was understandable. Chu Feng was forced into a dead end. He was cornered. If he did not rush out of this valley, he would be a turtle in a jar. Sooner or later, he would be caught. He could only go all out. He directly utilized the blazing wings of the sky. The illusory wings flapped gently. Chu Feng's speed suddenly erupted. In the blink of an eye, he got rid of the skeleton army behind him, but ahead. The ghost demon general had already made preparations. With his greatest strength and in such a narrow valley, Chu Feng would not be able to escape no matter where he flew. Its figure turned into a phantom. The spiked club in its hand was already aimed at Chu Feng's head. The next moment, it was as if it was going to smash a few bloody holes into Chu Feng's head. Chu Feng felt a fatal crisis. However, against an A rank, most of his methods were useless. Perhaps his new saber art could withstand it for a while, but as long as he was stopped by this fellow and the skeleton army chased after him, it would be impossible for him to escape under the pincer attack. At that moment, Chu Feng could only try his best to recall the feeling when he was led by the blondie. Chase light. How the hell am I supposed to chase that? He had no idea at all. Chu Feng was extremely frustrated. At the moment of life and death, he could only use all his strength to activate the blazing wings of the sky. The spine on his back was creaking as if it was about to break from the immense pressure. However, Chu Feng had no other choice. If he did not fight, he could only wait for death. His body subconsciously imitated the blondie's actions. At this critical moment, instinctively, Chu Feng controlled the blazing wings of the sky and suddenly changed the angle slightly, as if it was compatible with a certain law of the world. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt that the scene before him had instantly changed. Darkness and nothingness, he could not see or hear. At that moment, Chu Feng felt as if he had turned into a ray of light, but it was different from when he was led by the blondie. At this moment, Chu Feng was able to clearly determine his surroundings. Wherever the light was, it would be in his eyes. Of course, the light was just the manifestation of a law here. It did not mean that this ability would disappear in the night. At this instant, with the help of the blazing wings of the sky, he had done it. It was that familiar feeling. Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised. However, as Chu Feng's thoughts changed, that magical feeling disappeared instantly. Chu Feng lowered his head and took a glance at his position. At some point in time, he had already passed through the ghost demon general's obstruction. He arrived outside the valley. It was as if he had teleported. Even the A-rank ghost general could not react in time. The abnormal speed just now was evident. Awesome! Just the burst of speed alone made an A-rank unable to even react. This feeling was too miraculous. Among all the martial arts in the world, speed was the most important factor. If he could maintain that state, where could he not go in this vast world? Of course, the next moment, Chu Feng reacted and immediately ran. He could not guarantee that he would still be as lucky as before to enter that state. It was better to run first. The distance had already been widened, so there was nothing General Ghost Demon could do. When Chu Feng was about to escape, suddenly, an inky black halo swept out. Under the light, Chu Feng's figure was instantly restrained. Even his expression froze. Only his mouth could still move. S-rank domain. Blondie! If you still don't come, I'll really die. The next moment, the Ghost Demon King slowly appeared with a cold expression. Intruder, tell me, where is that yellow-haired fellow? Tell me and I'll give you a swift death. Chu Feng cast a helpless glance at them. He's right behind you, smiling at you. Chapter 156. I'm begging you. Right after Chu Feng finished saying those words, the Ghost Demon King's expression changed and he immediately turned around. He happened to see something 100 meters behind him, a rather annoying smile. He was extremely shocked. Impossible. This blonde fellow had actually closed in on him by 100 meters without him noticing. From his aura, the other party was at most a high grade A. He was a genuine S-rank expert. He had thought that the fellow was just fast. He did not expect the guy's concealment of aura to be so terrifying. A sense of uneasiness gradually rose. However, the blondie clearly did not take the Ghost Demon King's shock seriously. He couldn't even be bothered to talk to him. Without seeing him make any moves, his figure passed through the Ghost Demon King's S-rank domain. He arrived before the imprisoned Chu Feng and pretended to be embarrassed. I'm sorry for being late. But you're quite a monster. You actually managed to teach yourself chase light. Chu Feng was expressionless. He had already expected that this fellow was doing this on purpose. However, he could not be bothered to waste his breath and said, "Teach me your ability to conceal your aura, and this matter will be over." Anyway, he couldn't do anything to this guy now. Even if he were to scold this fellow, he probably wouldn't take it seriously. His skin was too thick. Why did he have to cause trouble for himself? He might as well take the opportunity to get something practical. This concealment method was really tempting. No problem. The blondie agreed without hesitation. He had even passed on his trump card, so this little trick was nothing. It made Chu Feng wonder if he had asked for too little. Alright, your performance this time was not bad. You can get 8 points. In the end, if you didn't hesitate for a while, you wouldn't have been imprisoned here. Leave first. Continue working hard next time. Chu Feng nodded. He felt that the blondie had a point. However, the two of them had completely ignored the Ghost Demon King. Making him furious, his huge nostrils could not help but emit white smoke. You guys are courting death. I'll kill you guys. As he spoke, he drew in the air and a gigantic spiked club descended from the sky. The blondie couldn't help but glance at the Ghost Demon King. He lowered his head and said to Chu Feng, "This fellow, why does he keep thinking so highly of himself? Let's go. Let's see where you guys are going. This is my domain." The Ghost Demon King roared, but the next moment, he was dumbfounded. For some reason, the two of them had vanished into thin air, as if they had teleported. For a moment, he did not know where to place the huge spiked club that he had just raised. On the other side, Chu Feng once again experienced the sensation of being sent flying. It was different from flying himself. Gradually, he gained more insights. This improvement speed frightened the blondie. How could this guy be so genius? Even Chu Feng himself was puzzled. In his previous life, although his talent was not bad, it was not to this extent. Was it because of his rebirth or because he had transformed into the heavenly Tao that his comprehension ability had greatly improved? Chu Feng would be able to understand if it was the latter, but if it was because of rebirth, then things might become complicated. That was because Chu Feng had never heard of anyone being able to be reborn. Even a god could not do it. He was the only one. At times, Chu Feng even suspected that it was because of his rebirth that he was able to obtain the rights to the top-notch 9 tests. Otherwise, how could he, who was only an ordinary PK rank in his previous life, be worthy? After thinking for a while, he felt like his brain was about to explode, so he decided not to think about it anymore. These matters involved too many levels. With his current strength, he was far from qualified to participate. At the moment, his main goal was to increase his strength and defeat the first demonic tide in the abyss, so as to minimize the losses of humans. With this thought in mind, his gaze became firmer. Have you rested well? Alright, let's continue. Beside him, the blondie lay on a thick branch and said lazily, "I'm not lying to you. I really didn't have the time to save you just now. I took the time to go to the Ghost Demon Hall and found the location of the soul summoning boots. These ghost demons are really pedantic. They got a lousy pair of boots and still insisted on worshipping them. Isn't this giving us a chance? If I were a Ghost Demon King, I would wear them every day. Who can steal them?" Chu Feng's eyes widened upon hearing those words. "You said that you saw the soul summoning boots and deliberately didn't bring them back?" "That's right. If I do everything for you, what's the point of your cultivation? Anyway, the ghost demons can't run away. I'll set a target for you. If you want the soul summoning boots, under my guidance, go and snatch them yourself in the next 3 days. Steal it. Deceive them. Anyway, don't care about the process. I only care about the outcome." As he spoke, the blondie jumped down from the tree. "Let's go. I'll teach you how to conceal your aura first, then I'll teach you how to disguise, speak, and dig holes." The blondie rattled on. Chu Feng muttered as he followed behind him, digging a hole. "What do you mean? Why do I have to learn that?" Soon, Chu Feng understood what it meant that every trade had its secrets. As for the blondie, other than his lack of strength, he was proficient in every other trade: scamming, swindling, scheming, digging holes and picking locks. As long as they were not serious stuff, there was nothing that the blondie did not know how to do. More importantly, he planned to teach everything to Chu Feng. Teaching it to Chu Feng was not the end. The blondie firmly believed that true knowledge came from practice. He even forced Chu Feng to seek out the ghost demon race to practice. Therefore, for the next 3 days, there was not a moment of peace in the ghost demon mountain range. Kid, look at that ghost demon boss. Disguise yourself as a ghost demon and lure him into the forest. Do this and that first before killing him. This excavation site has its own tricks. We will definitely be able to dig directly into the ghost demon hall this time. Trust me. The last time I came to this worship hall, it wasn't locked. Why is there an additional spiritual lock this time? But don't worry, I have some experience in unlocking locks. Learn well. You'll be the one opening it next time. Not good. Damn, the Ghost Demon King's mark is on this lock. We've been discovered. Run. Come again next time. For 3 consecutive days, the Ghost Demon mountain range was tormented by Chu Feng and the yellow-haired man until they could not rest in peace. All the ghost demons were trembling in fear. When they saw their fellow clansmen, they all walked around them, afraid that one of them was Chu Feng in disguise. As the ruler of the Ghost Demon mountain range, the Ghost Demon King was furious. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Ever since he became an S rank and was awarded the demon venerable position by the Abyssal Demon Emperor, as well as a large piece of land, he had not felt so aggrieved in a long time. They could not catch or drive him away. He really had no moves left. He was already planning to seek help from the demon race. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, the blondie brought Chu Feng to the front of the Ghost Demon Hall again. This time, they came openly. Before they could speak, a hysterical roar could be heard coming from the hall. There was even a trace of helplessness and pleading. Are you guys done or not? I have already said that I won't pursue the matter of you trespassing on my tribe. Why are you still here? Let's go. I'm begging you. Chapter 157 Death of the Demon Lord. Chu Feng was embarrassed by the Ghost Demon King's miserable roar. When did I become so annoying? The Ghost Demon King must be referring to the blondie, right? This guy was the real annoying one. He was just implicated, that must be it. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the blondie angrily and said calmly, Senior, we have an agreement this time. No matter what method you use, you must get me the soul summoning boots today. The blondie coughed awkwardly. All right. Got it. Didn't I promise you? The cause of the matter had to be started after that failed attempt at unlocking the door. Since then, the Ghost Demon King had seen through that their goal was the soul summoning boots. Just in case, he had kept the boots with him. After all, these 2 detestable fellas had too many tricks up their sleeves. It was impossible to guard against them, and they were extremely sinister. In order to get his soul summoning boots, they had even killed his son and daughter. Then, they disguised themselves as his children to deceive him. He was almost tricked that time. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he discovered that his daughter was a little shy, so he did not let these 2 thieves succeed. However, it terrified the Ghost Demon King. These 2 guys' disguises were really too unbelievable. Even he could not find any clues. From then on, the soul summoning boots never left him. As such, regardless of how proficient Chu Feng might be in all sorts of crooked techniques and evils, no matter how many crooked methods he had, they would all be useless. If he couldn't win with his strength, what could he do? Hence, he began to threaten the blondie. Other than the initial complaint and snitch, Chu Feng discovered another useful method. Because of Chu Feng's powerful talent in chaselight, his improvement was as fast as lightning. In merely 3 days, he had truly gotten the hang of it. This made the blondie wild with joy. His skill was finally not lost. Furthermore, if the most powerful beings in the future all used his speed technique, wouldn't he become famous? This made the blondie extremely excited. At one point in time, he treated Chu Feng as his successor. Regardless of whether Chu Feng admitted it or not, he treasured him. Thus, the blondie was most afraid that Chu Feng would quit. With Chu Feng's talent, learning another top-grade speed technique was not difficult. Old 8, who had an ordinary movement technique, would definitely be willing to teach him. Even if Old 8's technique was inferior to his, Chu Feng could not tell. If he was really tricked into leaving, at that time, he wouldn't have a chance to make a name for himself. Thus, when Chu Feng revealed that he was not in the mood to train, the blondie could only accept it. Forget it, I was the one who broke the promise first. The blondie could only console himself. That was why the two of them had come to the ghost demon hall openly, because this time, there was no need to pick the lock. That was a method to nurture the younger generation. In order to obtain the soul summoning boots, he had to rely on his fists after all. He looked at the ferocious ghost demon king and the three ghost demon generals beside him. The yellow-haired man merely said indifferently to Chu Feng, "Stay away. Don't think that speed can only be used for fleeing. When your speed breaks through a certain limit, a single leaf or flower can kill. Sometimes, even the air can." Just as he finished speaking, Chu Feng discovered that the yellow-haired man had completely disappeared. There was no aura, no energy fluctuations, nothing. It was as if he had never existed, but at the next moment, the three ghost demon generals behind the ghost demon king widened their eyes almost at the same time. They felt a cold sensation on their necks and wanted to touch them to see what was going on. Then, they suddenly realized that their head was gone. There was no sound of battle, but they were dead. Blood gushed out and the smell of blood spread. The ghost demon king's eyes widened. Dead. Dead. He had paid a huge price to nurture these three subordinates. Now, they actually died for no reason. Just now, he felt a breeze blowing past and the three of them died. It must be that bastard. At that moment, the ghost demon king was furious. His anger had reached its peak. The next moment, the blondie's figure floated in midair. He faced the ghost demon king head-on. Even though his figure was like an ant compared to the ghost demon king, no one dared to underestimate him. He was too terrifying. "You're next." The blondie looked at the ghost demon king indifferently. The ghost demon king roared furiously. He was the abyss demon venerable. How could he allow an A rank to be so arrogant? "Kid, I'll let you know the price of underestimating a demon venerable." As he spoke, he swung his huge spiked club down without hesitation. It brought about a terrifying tornado. The blondie merely smiled faintly. "Demon venerable? Ha, times change. Even trash call themselves venerable now." The next moment, the blondie disappeared again. The helplessness of not being able to find the enemy made the ghost demon king almost go crazy. "Come out. Fight me head on if you dare." Ridiculous. It would be foolish to use my weakness to attack the enemy's strength. The blondie's voice seemed to be everywhere. Just as he finished speaking, a bone-deep wound appeared on the ghost demon king's body. Blood flowed. This scene seemed to have opened the evil Pandora's box. It seemed like only an instant. The ghost demon king was covered in countless wounds. His entire body was bleeding. The surging airflow in the surroundings had all become a weapon for the blondie to kill. He beat the ghost demon king to the point that he could not fight back. Just as the ghost demon king was about to be finished off by the blondie, Chu Feng suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly roared, "Don't rush, let me slash him." Without even hesitating, he instantly entered the chase light state and rushed to the center of the battle between the blondie and the ghost demon king in the blink of an eye. He slashed down without hesitation. After slashing, he did not dare to hesitate and turn to flee. He was afraid that the ghost demon king would have a final burst. It would be bad if he had to drag someone down with him before he died. This was a true S rank. Was this considered participating in the battle? Would there be a reward for crossing 4 ranks? He landed on the ground far away. Chu Feng saw a rainbow that soared into the sky like a torrent. It pierced straight through the ghost demon king's head. This abyssal demon venerable had actually died so tragically. Seeing this brutal scene, even Chu Feng swallowed. He knew that perhaps the blondie could kill a great S expert like the ghost demon king. It shouldn't be so easy. After all, he was only a grade A, so strong. How can I defeat him with a C-rank body? And this guy seemed to be the weakest of the 10 blood shadow warriors. Seemingly having sensed Chu Feng's shocked gaze, the blondie suddenly glowed with a golden light. With his hands behind his back, he looked like a peerless expert, but he was only handsome for 3 seconds. Suddenly, an ancient voice rang out in the world, carrying with it some helplessness. "Enough, stop pretending. You borrowed strength from the main body and it took so much effort to kill a mere S rank. You've really embarrassed the blood shadows." Chu Feng was able to tell. It was Elder Luo's voice. So he had been paying attention to this place. That made sense. The surrounding time barrier was set up by Elder Luo. His act was exposed. The golden light on the blondie's body dissipated. However, he acted as if nothing had happened and was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he grinned and said, Elder Luo, there are specialists in every field. I'm just in charge of being fast. There's Big Brother and Second Brother to fight." How thick-skinned. Chu Feng felt ashamed. He really did not want to be associated with him. He directly took off the soul summoning boots from the feet of the already cold ghost demon king. He did not mind and put them on his feet. The next moment, a brand new virtual screen suddenly popped up in front of him. Chapter 158 Dark Forest Laws. After putting on the soul summoning boots, Chu Feng was surprised. A virtual screen popped up in front of him. It was similar to the interface of the golden ranking lists, but slightly different. It was mainly to introduce the basic information about the soul summoning boots. Item name: Soul Summoning Boots, part of the Ghost King Cloak. Special feature: transform the dead into undead creatures. Current convertible units: normal skeleton, 10 points of vitality; normal zombie, 30 points of vitality; remaining vitality, 3,800 points. Chu Feng's eyes shone. Unexpectedly, this thing was quite intelligent and had digitized everything. Just as Chu Feng was studying the soul summoning boots, the blondie came over eagerly and looked at Chu Feng with envy. "Kid, how is it? Is it useful? If you don't know how to use it, you can return it to me. I will find you something better." Chu Feng had an expression of looking at a fool. "Even if I sell you, you won't be as valuable as these soul summoning boots. What better thing can you possibly offer?" He couldn't be bothered with the blondie. However, this guy was quite a good tool. For example, right now, Chu Feng had told the blondie some of the data on the interface. His meaning was obvious. The blondie sighed. "Although I've never seen the information interface of the soul summoning boots, I roughly know what it means from what you said. There's nothing to say about converting the undead. It's just a literal meaning. That vitality is quite interesting. It should be the soul power dissipated by the enemy before their death. It will be absorbed by the soul summoning boots and then stored. It's equivalent to the raw materials used to create skeletons and zombies. 10 points and 30 points are the amount of vitality to be consumed." At this point, the blondie suddenly became excited. "Quick, create one for me to see. I've only seen the final product, but I've really never seen the production process." Chu Feng was also looking forward to it. He saw that there was still some vitality left. He tried to press the two buttons to convert skeletons and zombies. The next moment, he felt as if the soul summoning boots beneath his feet had changed. A special energy dissipated. Immediately after, a stupid skeleton and a crippled zombie holding a kitchen knife appeared before them. "I see." The blondie glanced at the sky. He seemed to have sensed a hint of the force of the rules just now, causing him to fall into deep thought. At that moment, Chu Feng discovered that the data on the virtual interface had changed. Item name: Soul Summoning Boots, part of the Ghost King Cloak. Special feature: transform the dead into undead creatures. Current convertible units: normal skeleton, 10 points of vitality; normal zombie, 30 points of vitality; remaining vitality, 3,760 points. Remaining skeletons, 1; remaining zombies, 1. Chu Feng stared at the two undead creatures he had just created. He had a faint feeling that he could control them completely with just a thought. He could even instantly destroy them. What terrifying control! However, after looking at it for a while, Chu Feng became a bit discouraged and muttered, "Can these soul summoning boots only create the most ordinary skeletons and zombies? It feels like it's at most an ordinary D rank. Also, because it's an undead, its combat power is definitely inferior to an ordinary D rank warrior." The pondering blondie was awakened by Chu Feng's words. "Don't complain after you've gained so much. If the soul summoning boots had intelligence, it would probably turn itself into an undead because of your words. Do you think that the strength of the undead created has been fixed? You're ridiculously wrong. Did you forget that the Ghost Demon King nurtured a large number of skeleton elites and even skeleton bosses? That's because the undead could evolve by devouring each other and absorbing the other party's soul fire. As long as there were countless skeletons, theoretically speaking, they could even evolve into a true skeleton emperor. An existence comparable to a supreme expert. It could also help you command the endless sea of skeletons. A sea of undead creatures that's not afraid of death and completely obeys you. The abyssal demonic creatures knows what fear is. What do the undead know? That Ghost Demon King probably could not afford to play with the zombie army, so he could only take a step back and create a skeleton army. Also, if you can gather the complete Ghost King cloak, not to mention skeletons and zombies, you can even transform high-level undead like the terrifying knights and spectral dragons. That's an existence that could mass-produce A ranks, S ranks, and even higher. They could also devour each other and evolve. Can you imagine what that would be like? Therefore, the Lord of the Undead Realm who had the Ghost King's cloak back then was simply a dominator. No one dared to provoke him. Of course, I think you have no hope. the Ghost King cloak was one of the top divine artifacts back then. There were too many people who coveted it. Only I, the son of destiny, with great luck, learned of the location of the soul summoning boots by accident. Unfortunately, you're even more lucky. You snatched all my opportunities. The blondie became more and more aggrieved. In the end, he became a little depressed. The more Chu Feng listened, the more excited he became. So this thing was so terrifying, he couldn't wait to kill a few people and accumulate more vitality. However, at the thought that he had to go back and cultivate, he could not help but sigh. He could only wait for an opportunity. The blondie saw through Chu Feng and said casually, "What are you waiting for? Isn't there already something here?" Chu Feng raised his head and muttered, "Are you talking about the ghost demons?" "That's right. Other than them, are there any other living creatures here?" The blondie said matter-of-factly. Chu Feng widened his eyes. "Are we going to eliminate them? Is there a problem? Before I brought you here, I didn't plan to let them live. Didn't I tell you that we can't let the outside world know of our existence yet?" The blondie said calmly, "Otherwise, do you think Elder Luo has nothing better to do than to keep an eye on this area? It's a time barrier and an isolated space. Also, that ghost demon king wanted to transmit information to the outside world but was stopped by Elder Luo." Chu Feng gasped upon hearing those words. Could it be that the ghost demon tribe, which had an S-rank demon venerable, was only a chosen trial ground for him? Now that his cultivation was over, their mission was also over. Everything had been destined from the beginning. The blondie thought that Chu Feng was unable to accept it, so he explained, "Death is too normal. In ancient times, a battle between experts might cause a vital star to fall into great extinction. If a race doesn't have an expert to deter others, it's very common to be directly exterminated." Chu Feng nodded. He did not pity these alien races, if necessary, so what if he had to exterminate 10 or 100 races? Those who are not of our race will definitely have different intentions. If he was unable to even see through this, there was no need for Chu Feng to talk about saving humans. However, Chu Feng had a feeling that if the Great Tribulation were to occur and humans still did not have a true expert, would they also be trampled by others like the ghost demons? No. Chu Feng would definitely not allow such a thing to happen to humans. Therefore, kill and rob, seize every opportunity to increase his strength and the strength of the human race. Don't talk about being selfish and cold-blooded. There was no morality between races. If massacring a race could allow the human race to lead a better life, Chu Feng would not hesitate to become the executioner. The universe was a dark forest. The law of survival was to resort to unscrupulous means. He looked at the blondie and suddenly grinned. "You guys are really generous." Chu Feng's expression caused the yellow-haired man to heave a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Chu Feng would not be able to think it through. Then, he hurriedly clarified, "Don't drag me into this. This was arranged by Elder Luo. I can't bear to." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. "Nonsense. From the assorted stuff you taught me, you're not a good person." The blondie retaliated, "Same to you. Don't think I can't tell that you're not a good person either. I haven't seen you so proactive when learning other things." And, just as he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. Then, both of them smiled awkwardly. They turned around in unison and walked towards the surviving ghost demons. Chapter 159. I don't hold grudges. In the remaining time, after a round of hard work, the ghost demon race had been completely wiped out from the abyss. However, Chu Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable. It was not because he was sad for the ghost demon race. Instead, he had received two pieces of news that weren't good enough. The first, ordinary good news, it was the points awarded for killing the ghost demon king. In the end, Chu Feng risked his life to rush forward and slash it. He had thought that it would be a windfall and a huge fortune. This was definitely good news, but it was not good enough because when the golden ranking lists gave awards, it was not based on the 1,000-fold reward for killing enemies 4 ranks higher. The reason for that was because the golden ranking lists felt that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Furthermore, Chu Feng had contributed too little. He made a contribution of less than 0.1%. He was only given an encouraging point reward, 1 million. If it had been before, Chu Feng would have been overjoyed to receive 1 million for free, but now, he was not interested. Only 1 million? He had just slaughtered the ghost demon tribe and obtained nearly 10 million points. The other ordinary piece of good news was that after killing so many creatures, Chu Feng had indeed gathered some vitality. After some exploration, he had a rough idea of the ratio between living beings and their vitality. He almost died of anger. Killing an ordinary D-rank creature could only obtain 1 point of vitality. On the other hand, creating an ordinary skeleton required 10 points of vitality, and zombies required 30 points of vitality. The difference between investment and output was too great. Even if a large amount of energy would be consumed during the transformation, this conversion ratio made him want to cry. No wonder the Ghost Demon King had worked for so many years only to create an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons. Fortunately, Chu Feng changed his train of thought. When the Abyss invaded Earth, there would be hundreds of millions of low-grade demonic creatures. When the war broke out, how much vitality would dissipate? With the soul summoning boots, he would have the confidence to fight a prolonged battle. After Chu Feng and the yellow-haired man finished their work, they did not plan to stay here any longer. Chu Feng still had many cultivation missions. If he delayed, the blondie would not be able to bear the consequences. With a wave of his hand, he tore open another spatial passageway. Let's return the way we came. We'll return to the undead realm first before returning to the Blood Sea. Are you reliable? Chu Feng asked directly. After spending the past few days together, the two of them were already quite familiar with each other. Their conversation became much more casual. Their temperaments were quite similar. Simply put, neither of them was a good man. Perhaps they were birds of a feather. Of course, Chu Feng would never admit to it. The blondie could not be bothered with Chu Feng. He took a step into the spatial passageway and turned around to urge him. Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll close the door. Chu Feng could only follow them obediently. He was still not confident enough. On the way, the blondie suddenly laughed evilly. He turned around and said to Chu Feng, by the way, I forgot to tell you just now. In fact, after the death of an undead, there will also be the dissipation of vitality. Do you find it very magical, in essence? The undead can also be considered a kind of life form. Real high-level undead creatures also have extremely high intelligence, so it's not too much to say that they are living creatures. Of course, the undead of the same rank certainly have much less vitality than ordinary life forms. It might be 10 to 1? Or 20 to 1? Chu Feng glanced at the blondie in confusion. Why did he suddenly tell this? He did not understand what he was up to. Anyway, looking at his evil smile, it was definitely not something good. Thus, Chu Feng simply did not bother to respond. The blondie continued, sigh, what a pity. The Ghost Demon King has nurtured an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons. Among them, there are even quite a number of skeleton elites and bosses. If we kill them all, I reckon it will be quite a large amount of vitality. Chu Feng suddenly came to a realization. What the heck? Damn, how could he have forgotten about this? He looked at the grinning blondie and got angry. This guy must have done it on purpose. Otherwise, he would not have waited until they had entered the spatial passageway to talk about this. His anger surged. Seeing the yellow-haired man's wretched smile, Chu Feng became furious. Without any hesitation, he drew his saber and slashed. Who cared if they were in the spatial passageway? Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chu Feng's blade aura caused the passage to tremble. After all, this thing was very fragile. The blondie's face turned green. With the passage shattered, he was just a projection. It did not matter whether he lived or died. However, Chu Feng would really lose his life. However, he reckoned that he would also be skinned alive by the furious Elder Luo. Hey, I was wrong. I was just kidding. What do you mean? Are you tricking me? Chu Feng stood with his saber in hand. His face was ashen. The blondie could only say awkwardly, I just felt that the journey is too boring. I'm just messing with you. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to attack again, he hurriedly said, Don't. I'm not lying to you. That skeleton army is indeed quite a lot of vitality. But the moment the Ghost Demon King died, he had already killed all the undead under his control. At that time, we were too far away and the skeleton army was very scattered. There was no way to collect the vitality. After all, this thing had only existed for a short period of time. You're not lying? Of course. I even investigated just now. If you don't believe me, you can ask Elder Luo when you get back. He has been paying attention to that space. Do you think that the Ghost Demon King would be so kind as to leave you an inheritance? This was a believable theory. However, Chu Feng was feeling more and more anxious to kill the yellow-haired man. As for the suspect, the blondie, he thought he was a great liven-up. Look, the two of them, who were silent just now, suddenly became talkative. Just like that, Chu Feng returned to the undead realm amidst the yellow-haired man's chattering. Originally, knowing that he could also obtain the vitality from the undead, and that he had a huge undead world behind him, this was simply a great playground for him. However, when Chu Feng looked at the fellow beside him who was chattering non-stop, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. He should return to the Blood Sea as soon as possible and switch to someone else. He hurried on without stopping. The moment he returned to the Blood Sea, without the slightest hesitation, Chu Feng threw out a large number of holograms and shouted, "Seniors! Senior number 10 has been away from home for a few days and misses all of you." However, he was too shy to speak, so he asked me to record everything he wanted to say to all of you. I hereby give them to all of you as a gift. After he finished saying those words, Chu Feng left. Swoosh! 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 Several figures flew over from the beach at the same time. They all looked curiously at the holograms in the sky. Someone muttered, "Has number 10 changed after going out for a while? Has he turned good?" But after watching for a while, everyone knew that they were thinking too much. They no longer cared if the blondie had turned good, they only knew that the blondie would definitely die this time. These images were secretly recorded by Chu Feng in the past few days when the yellow-haired man mocked and looked down on the others, including how number 1 and number 2 were trash. Since no one was watching, he could do whatever he wanted. The blondie in the video was extremely arrogant, thus, even without guessing, Chu Feng knew that the blondie would be in trouble this time. He would probably not be able to see him for the next few days. After leaving, Chu Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. "Senior, I don't hold grudges. You have to remember this in your next life." Chapter 160 Bloodline Tempering. After returning to the Blood Sea, Chu Feng cast away all distracting thoughts and entered seclusion for a day. He comprehended all the insights he had gained over the past few days. He strove to be perfect without leaving any flaws. Chu Feng knew very well that regardless of whether it was the comprehension of the saber realm or the chase light technique, they could both be said to be vast and boundless. He had just started. Even number 2 and number 10 were still on the way. A day later, Chu Feng had exited his closed-door training. As expected, he did not see the blondie. On the other hand, the white-robed Elder Luo walked towards Chu Feng with a smile. "Elder Luo." Chu Feng bowed respectfully. Elder Luo smiled and nodded. "Not bad. I've seen your performance. You've improved very quickly." Chu Feng grinned. "Elder Luo, you flatter me. By the way, Elder Luo, may I know which senior will be my next instructor?" Elder Luo was in trouble. "I originally planned to let old 3 to teach you the ways of the divine will, but that little girl old 9 insisted on teaching you the ways of the domain first. I saw that your divine will was not weak and had already comprehended the embryonic form of the divine will. Furthermore, your domain is even stronger. Your talent in both aspects is very monstrous, so I came to ask for your opinion." Chu Feng grinned. It can even be done this way. The reason why he was able to comprehend the embryonic form of the divine will was purely because he had been reborn. His soul had become much stronger, and with the experience from his previous life, he had naturally condensed the embryonic form. The water element domain field was accumulated over 10 years in his previous life. Of course, because of an epiphany, he had directly cultivated the water element domain field to greater mastery. But to be honest, Chu Feng did not have much confidence in either aspect. However, he still had to learn. These old-timers who had lived since ancient times really had a lot of knowledge. Often, a casual sentence would be enough to enlighten Chu Feng and save him from taking too many detours. He had only learned the saber techniques and speed techniques. It was already enough for Chu Feng to crush almost all 9th-stage spirit transformation experts. He might not be invincible below the A rank, but he felt that it was not too far away. This time around, Chu Feng deliberately went forward to greet Elder Luo because he had his own thoughts. His 2 divine-grade bloodlines were still waiting to be fed. This place was filled with top-grade blood essence, but he had been here for so long and had yet to absorb a single piece. Chu Feng felt as if he was about to go insane from being unable to use the treasure mountain. Thus, Chu Feng thought, the hell with cultivation. I just want to enjoy myself. Thus, Chu Feng clasped his hands at Elder Luo. "Elder Luo, thank you for the kindness of seniors number 3 and number 9. However, I still want to temper my bloodlines first. I have sensed that my bloodline power has reached a critical point. If I break through, it will also be very beneficial to my strength." "That works too. I'll call old 7 over for you. He's good at erupting. The essence of the bloodline is actually about erupting. He's perfect for you. Elder Luo agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, Chu Feng seemed to have thought of something and said with an awkward expression, Elder Luo, I have another favor to ask. Elder Luo laughed heartily, speak. Well, to be honest with Elder Luo, I have a few pet beasts. I wonder if I can let them cultivate here. As he spoke, he was worried that he would be rejected. Chu Feng had already thrown out the little ancestral dragon and the nightmare-ingesting beast king. There was a large amount of top-grade blood essence here and the energy was extremely rich. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this, cultivating in such a paradise. These two guys might not even need to buy a super evolution combination for them to break through to the A rank. He could save at least tens of millions of points. On the other side, the smile on Elder Luo's face froze for a moment. Are you asking for my permission? You're just informing me. Chu Feng acted as if he did not see it. He continued to search his personal storage space for a while. Finally, he found another high-grade super ball, the three-eyed demon wolf's pet beast ball. Back then, he had intercepted Mara's pet beast. After the battle, Chu Feng had completely forgotten about it. It was too weak anyway. It was only at the 4th stage spirit transformation and was already about to be eliminated. When he took advantage this time, he finally remembered. He released the three-eyed demon wolf which was about to suffocate. Then, Chu Feng ordered the 3 pet beasts. Quick, thank Elder Luo. This is a top-notch treasury. There are countless top-grade blood essences here. Try your best to eat them, but be careful not to waste them. The 3 pet beasts also roared cooperatively. Elder Luo's eyelids twitched. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Before he could sigh, his gaze suddenly landed on the little ancestral dragon and he exclaimed softly, this little fellow. Why does he give me a familiar feeling? Strange. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. Just how long has this old fellow lived for? He even knew the ancestral dragon. Elder Luo, it's the ancestral dragon. Elder Luo was shocked. Isn't the ancestral dragon already dead? Chu Feng had no choice but to explain. It might be considered the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon. I used a wisp of the soul of the ancestral dragon to awaken it. Elder Luo fell into deep thought. He seemed to have thought of something and muttered after a long while, I see. Sigh, I didn't expect to encounter the reincarnation of this old fellow in this era. It's fate. Forget it, forget it. Your pet beasts can cultivate here. I'll let number 10 and the others give them pointers occasionally. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Luo. Alright, hurry up and improve your bloodlines. Old 7 will be here soon. Chu Feng bowed to Elder Luo. He let the pet beasts cultivate by themselves. Then, he plunged into the bloodline sea. He picked up a few pieces of top-grade blood essence that were 1 kilogram heavy. His eyes were shining. Just this one handful was worth hundreds of millions of points. If he were to use his points to exchange for it, his heart would probably ache to death. But here, he could use it limitlessly. Awesome. Just as he was getting excited, he suddenly realized that 3 burly men were slowly walking over from the sea. Chu Feng widened his eyes. Didn't they say that only number 7 will come? Why are number 5 and number 6 here? Chu Feng was confused. From afar, he could hear the 3 burly men arguing like thunder. Elder Luo asked me to help Chu Feng improve his bloodlines. Why are the 2 of you following me? I'm just afraid that you'll mislead others. Besides, bloodlines are clearly related to the physical body and physique. What has it got to do with a fellow like you who only knows how to squander his energy? Bullshit. You're the one who squanders your energy. That's called explosive power. Also, 5th brother, there's nothing but muscle in your head. Why don't you continue your strength training? Why are you following me? The 30 feet tall number 5 was instantly enraged. His fan-like hand slapped them. FCK, 5th brother. 7th brother scolded you. Why did you beat me up too? You don't know that we're on the same side? FCK. Still beating me? Then don't blame me for being merciless. As they spoke, the 3 of them actually started fighting. They didn't treat anyone as their ally, they simply grabbed and beat whoever was closest to them. In an instant, the aura was majestic and the blood waves surged. The entire space trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. These 3 people might all be straightforward. They did not use their brains often and would attack without a word. Anyway, whoever won was right. Seeing this, Chu Feng gulped and hurriedly hid far away. It was understandable. The three of them were much stronger than when the blondie killed the ghost demon king. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Chu Feng's mind, since these three were rather dumb. Ahem, innocent, was it possible to trick them into going to Earth with him? If there were such three super thugs, wouldn't they be able to crush those ranked demon kings like little chicks? Even if there were 10 arrayed demon venerables, they would not be able to defeat them. Chapter 161 Blood Sea Body Tempering. Of course, Chu Feng only thought about it in his heart. Judging by what the blondie said, at this stage, they probably couldn't come out. It would not delay Chu Feng's thoughts. It wasn't like they couldn't get out forever. The first abyssal demonic tide was just a small test from the demons. When the sealing array was weakened for the first time, the power at the entrance was still very strong. So it only sent some great monsters over. As time passed, the effect of the sealing array would become weaker and weaker. At that time, not only could the demon venerable pass, but even stronger existences could also pass. That would be the true end of Earth. Therefore, Chu Feng was just used to planning ahead. He suppressed this thought, because these three big guys had already arrived beside Chu Feng. Before Chu Feng could say anything, number 6, who was good at strengthening his body, spoke in a low voice. Kid, do you think bloodlines are directly related to the strength of one's physique? If your physique is not strong enough, even if you absorb the bloodline essence here, you won't be able to absorb much. In the end, your body might not be able to withstand it and directly explode. But with my 9 stars overlord body art, the situation will be completely different. When Chu Feng heard this, he could not help but look up at the big guy. He cursed inwardly, "You're not really asking me that." Instead, he was selling his own technique here. He wasn't as stupid as he looked. However, after thinking about it, Chu Feng felt that what this guy said might really be the truth. His physique was not strong enough, and his bloodline power was too strong. If he lost his balance, it might really lead to some bad results. Therefore, his physique had to keep up. Even if it was not strengthened to the point of being comparable to a grade A, it should at least be comparable to a peak-level spirit transformation. He had a treasure with a powerful physique like the Destruction bloodline, but he never had the time to improve it. Of course, this was also because he had too many opportunities and this bloodline was not the best. It had to be said that sometimes, having too many opportunities was quite worrying. Chu Feng could not help but sigh. He heard the three burly men arguing again. "Stop!" Chu Feng shouted, "Stop arguing!" When the three of them looked at him, Chu Feng really felt a little guilty. Still, he replied, "If there's anything you can help me with, I'll be extremely grateful. But this time, I already have a cultivation plan." Hearing what Chu Feng had said, the three of them exchanged glances. Number 7 said directly, "It's best if you have a cultivation plan, but there's nothing they can do to help you. I alone am enough. Any more nonsense and I'll beat you to death." Number 5 was about to attack again. "No, don't fight. Senior number 5, teach me everything about strength. In terms of physical enhancement, I still have to rely on senior number 6. In terms of bloodline, senior number 7 will do it." Chu Feng was really afraid. These burly men attacked without a word. He was really afraid that he would be implicated one day. That would really be an undeserved death. He managed to appease the three burly men. Chu Feng began to learn again. How could he cultivate more efficiently? In the end, the three of them reached an understanding amid the heated argument. Number 7 sighed indignantly. He was supposed to be the instructor appointed by Elder Luo. How did it become 3 people teaching him together? Who would be responsible for the results? However, he couldn't beat the other 2 and had no choice but to accept it. He looked at Chu Feng and said, "We've discussed it. First, we have to seal your spiritual power so that you can only use pure physical strength. Then, we'll throw you into the blood sea and tie you to the heavenly Tao stone. You'll be repeatedly beaten by the blood waves to temper your body. At the same time, you can face the blood waves and cultivate Fifth Brother's primordial chaos technique to increase your strength. It can also train your skill of exerting strength. At the same time, you have to cultivate Sixth Brother's 9 stars overlord body art. This way, you can quickly improve your physique. Moreover, the speed at which you absorb the blood essence will also greatly increase. However, it might hurt a little." Chu Feng listened to the cultivation method developed by these burly men. His face turned purple. "Throw me into the sea? Tie me to the heavenly Tao stone? And seal my spiritual energy? Please be human. Looking at the surging waves hundreds of meters away, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was not a situation where he would hurt a little. He might die. As if he could tell that Chu Feng was worried, number 7 patted his chest and said heroically, "Don't worry, the three of us will watch over you and save you when you're about to die." Hearing this, Chu Feng's face pulled even longer. When he was about to die, "You're really direct, so I'm just one step away from death now. Besides, with your brains, what if you forget about me or start fighting again? You won't have time to care about me. It's not impossible. Damn, he might not be able to keep his life." At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly missed the blondie. He felt that that fellow was more reliable than these three. However, Chu Feng clearly had no choice. In front of these three burly men, he had no ability to resist. He could only let it be. Therefore, soon, Chu Feng was tied to the heavily doused stone in the middle of the blood sea. His spiritual power was sealed. It was as if the surging waves never stopped. Chu Feng's eyes were filled with despair as the three big men left. Without their suppression, the waves surged again. In an instant, 100-meter-tall wave swept over. Boom! Chu Feng felt as if someone had used all his strength to hammer him. There was no spiritual power protection. He could only rely on his physical body to withstand it. In an instant, his entire body was in extreme pain. A mouthful of blood rose from his throat. Those who had never experienced it would never be able to imagine it. Chu Feng felt as if he was going to die in the next moment. At this moment, in a daze, he vaguely heard a voice. It was some complicated language, as if it was slowly narrating a wonderful technique. It was number 6's body tempering technique, the 9 stars overlord body art. At this moment, he told Chu Feng everything. There was a guiding force in the voice that helped Chu Feng to cultivate. There was no need for spiritual energy to circulate. This was a completely different path from spiritual power cultivation. If it was sold on the cultivation technique golden ranking list, it might be a divine grade cultivation technique. However, in order to nurture Chu Feng, these ancient existences all contributed for free. Chu Feng instinctively followed number 6's voice to control his body. Gradually, he felt that his aching body had been mostly relieved by a warm current. Then, it was number 5's deep voice. Jave. Relax your body. Don't fight the waves with brute force. Remember, the moment the waves come, feel their frequency and match them. Imagine that you're part of the waves. This is my primordial art. There are some ways to control power. Slowly, under the guidance of the two of them, Chu Feng seemed to be getting the hang of it. Although it was still extremely painful, his consciousness gradually began to recover. The moment he opened his eyes, taking advantage of the short moment when the waves retreated, Chu Feng took in large mouthfuls of fresh air. Chu Feng had never felt so helpless before. The moment he was drowned by the waves, it was as if he would die in the next moment. Fortunately, he survived it. Next, it would be his transformation journey. You can't beat me. It was like the growl of a ferocious beast. Chu Feng's gaze became extremely sharp. Chapter 162 2 Divine Talents. Time ticked by. The power of the waves seemed endless, on average. Chu Feng would face a wave of blood every 10 to 20 seconds. The sharp pain made his body twitch instinctively. Each time, it was like his bones were broken and his flesh was cut. It was unbearable. However, Chu Feng still gritted his teeth. Even though the veins on his forehead were bulging, he did nothing more than growling in a low voice, not asking for help. Not admitting defeat. Wasn't it just risking his life? Just come. Not just anyone could walk the path of the strong. Chu Feng had seen the true horror of the abyss. The choking sensation took his breath away. The terrifying abyssal demon emperor shattered the sky with a flick of his finger, and the sun and moon dimmed. What kind of power was that? Chu Feng only knew. Grade A was not enough, Grade S was not enough, it even needed to be higher. Such a terrifying existence had always been scheming to seize Earth. Take away all hope of human survival, slaughter his parents. Love, I forbid it. You can't. So he had to become stronger by hook or by crook. He had to be strong enough to make the abyss despair, beat them until they were afraid and frightened. He would beat them until they would never dare to step foot on Earth again. He would create a world of freedom for the new humans, expel the barbarians and defend Huaxia. Protect his little family and ensure everyone's safety. This belief was the key that had always supported Chu Feng. The waves were endless, but Chu Feng had gradually adapted. Thanks to the power of the 9 stars overlord body art and the primordial chaos art, he could even move his body slightly. On the shore, the three burly men stood side by side, looking in Chu Feng's direction from afar. Number 7 couldn't help but say slowly, "This kid is made of iron, right?" He didn't even make a sound under this intense pain. "He's a man." His tenacious willpower is almost catching up to mine. Number 6 glanced at number 7 and sneered, "Don't flatter yourself." Back then, when we were tied up by Elder Luo, I don't know who was beaten to tears the moment they went up. You cried your heart out. You're only slightly stronger than that trash blondie. You're not even comparable to a little girl like ninth sister. Sixth brother, I don't like what you're saying. Didn't I stop crying after that? Yes, you fainted. How could you have kept crying? Sixth brother, are you bent on fighting? So what if I am? You two are so noisy. Don't fight with your tongues. However, number 5 attacked directly. He circled the other two at the same time. Once again, a great battle was inevitable. In their excitement, they had really forgotten about Chu Feng. Fortunately, Chu Feng did not count on these muscular men at all. He adjusted the frequency of his body and tried to find a balance in the surging waves, although it was painful. The benefits were obvious. Every time this sea, which was filled with bloodline power, beat him, while tempering his body, it also seeped the bloodline essence into his body. In such a short time, Chu Feng felt as if his physique had undergone a transformation. Strike while the iron is hot. He immediately took out the top-grade blood essence that he had been holding tightly in his hand. Without hesitation, he activated the destruction bloodline and began to devour. Chu Feng was able to sense this. The two divine bloodlines in his body seemed to be jumping for joy. A top-grade blood essence that was more than 500 grams instantly disappeared from Chu Feng's hand, after being purified by the destruction bloodline again. The residue flowed into various parts of Chu Feng's body. His body, which had just been tempered, was extremely hungry. He crazily absorbed this power, transformed it, and integrated it into his body to strengthen his physique. As for the best of the essence, it was split into two parts. One was the destruction bloodline, and the other was the ancient immortal bloodline. It was used to increase the concentration of these two. A moment later, the division was complete. Chu Feng silently sensed it. Originally, the concentration of the two divine bloodlines was about 2.25%, which added up to less than 4.5%. After absorbing more than half a kilogram of top-grade blood essence, the two added up to about 5.3%. The higher the concentration, the more blood essence was needed. Chu Feng was mentally prepared for this. However, he did not expect that after absorbing a caddy of top-grade blood essence, he had only improved by this much. Was this what hundreds of millions of points were worth now? Chu Feng was only glad that he could use the top-grade blood essence here indefinitely. Otherwise, he would probably have no hope of improving the concentration on his own. He heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Feng took out another top-grade blood essence from his pocket. Before being tied up, Chu Feng had picked up dozens of top-grade blood essences of different sizes on the beach in advance. At that time, he was thinking about saturated absorption. As long as he didn't die, he would try his best. But now, Chu Feng was considering whether it was enough. If it wasn't enough, he would have to get those 3 burly men to send him some more. Continue to absorb. 1, 2, 3. The blood essence, which was worth more than 100,000 yuan per gram in the miscellaneous items golden ranking list, was absorbed by Chu Feng by kilograms. However, the two divine bloodlines in his body were like bottomless pits. They were never full. After absorbing more than 10 kilograms of top-grade blood essence, Chu Feng even felt that his body was full. With his current physique, he could only absorb these at most. However, the two divine bloodlines seemed to have yet to reach the critical point of the first stage. Left with no choice, Chu Feng could only force out the residue caused by the purification of the destruction bloodline as much as possible. He could not care less about wasting some. He continued to absorb. He was like a person who had eaten his fill. However, if he was forced to continue eating, he might be able to eat more, but it was often difficult to swallow. Finally, when Chu Feng felt that his body was about to explode, the concentration of the two divine bloodlines finally met the requirement. Destruction bloodline accounted for 5%. The ancient immortal bloodline accounted for 5%. At this moment, Chu Feng was about to run out of top-grade blood essence. His eyes widened. He was speechless. If converted to points, the first stage of their transformation would cost billions of points. This was too terrifying. He hoped that his evolved innate ability would be more powerful. Chu Feng could only comfort himself like this. In the next moment, he felt as if there were 2 large furnaces burning inside his body. His body temperature rose sharply. Even the spiritual power seal that number 7 had placed on Chu Feng was broken. Spiritual energy began to circulate spontaneously as if it had gone crazy. Outside, it was the impact of the cold waves. Inside his body, it was as hot as the sun. This feeling of ice and fire was extremely refreshing. This process lasted for almost an hour. the sky darkened. Only then did Chu Feng's body slowly calm down. Chu Feng, whose spiritual power had recovered, broke free with a little force. He could not wait to return to the shore and try out the innate abilities of the two divine bloodlines. Just now, some inexplicable information suddenly appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Destruction Bloodline Stage 1 Innate Ability, Split Subbody. Ancient Immortal Bloodline Stage 1 Innate Ability, Refining Clone. Chapter 163. Who developed this hack? Chu Feng could not wait to fly back to the shore. The three burly men who swore to protect Chu Feng had long disappeared. Fortunately, Chu Feng had never placed his hopes on those three. He sat down on the beach. Chu Feng excitedly began to study the two additional innate abilities. It was as if the rules had directly bestowed them on him. Chu Feng could feel that as long as he wanted to use them, he could use them. It was as if they were engraved directly into the depths of his soul. They were truly worthy of the word talent. However, both split subbody and refining clone were an irreversible process. Therefore, Chu Feng had to completely understand the situation before starting. First was the talent brought by the destruction bloodline, split subbody. Chu Feng could see the details on his personal information panel. Remaining divisible subbody number 3 increases with the improvement in bloodline concentration. Subbody feature 1, Devour, inherited from the master. The effect is weaker than the master's. Subbody feature 2, Control. If the subbody is implanted into another person's body, while maintaining the independence of the soul of the implanted person, their life and death will be controlled by the master. At the moment, there were only these two features. One was swallowing, and the other was control. The introductions were very simple. It looked very ordinary. However, Chu Feng was stunned on the spot. He couldn't help but gasp. First feature, Devour. He had seen it in his previous life. At his peak, the heaven-devouring great sage relied on this to make a name for himself. The greatest opportunity for the heaven-devouring great sage was to obtain the devouring bloodline, which was the subbody of the destruction bloodline. Therefore, Chu Feng was not surprised. Instead, it was the second feature. It was so unexpected, control ability. Furthermore, it was different from the slave contract. It would not make the person who was implanted lose their soul independence. It maximized the possibility of growth of the implanted person. To a genius, individual independence was the greatest wealth. If a genius was forcefully enslaved by a mighty figure, perhaps this genius could continue to grow. However, his growth limit, speed, potential, and so on would be greatly damaged. Perhaps he would not be able to reach his original potential limit at all. After all, in essence, he was no longer an independent individual. Everything he had belonged to his master, but this subbody's bloodline was different. It did not belong to a contract. There was no master-servant relationship. While allowing the implanted soul to maintain its independence, there were also rather powerful restrictions. This alone was priceless. Unfortunately, there were too few subbodies. At first, there were only 3, however, as the density of his bloodline increased, there would be more subbodies that could be split. This thing was definitely the most perfect treasure to nurture his own forces. Of course, Chu Feng would explain all the pros and cons before using these subbodies. He would not force the choice. If his subordinates wanted to obtain a powerful shortcut, how could they not pay something? Chu Feng did not run a charity if he really established a faction. In the future, there would definitely be a difference in the distribution of resources. His trusted subordinates could naturally obtain more resources. So there was nothing much to say. It was impossible for him to spend a large amount of resources to nurture them without any restrictions. Otherwise, if they left in the end or joined someone else, who would Chu Feng look for? Don't even think about testing human nature. Human nature could not withstand probing. Be a villain at first and a gentleman later. Let's just talk about everything openly. He suppressed his excitement. Chu Feng did not intend to use split subbody now. What if this thing had a shelf life after splitting out? He had no one to use it on now. Therefore, he turned his gaze to another innate ability, Ancient Immortal Bloodline State 1 Innate Ability, Refining Clone. Clone Feature 1, Elementary Clone, can possess 50% of the original body's strength, which increases with the concentration of the bloodline. Clone Feature 2, Undying. After being destroyed, when the cooldown time ends, it will be automatically reborn. Clone Feature 3, Share. The clone can cultivate on its own. What it sees and feels can be shared with the main body, SSS. After reading the description of the ancient immortal bloodline, Chu Feng really felt like his heart was about to jump out. Even though he had already been shocked by the destruction bloodline once, at this moment, Chu Feng still could not suppress his excitement. This was a bug-level skill. It actually had one more feature than the destruction bloodline's ability. And each of the features could be said to be abnormal. the elementary clone already had 50% of the main body's strength. Compared to the clones condensed by ordinary grade AS, it was already considered a blessing to have 10% of the main body's strength. The second feature was immortality. Chu Feng had already seen this in his previous life from the Immortal Emperor. With the Immortal Emperor and his clones' S-rank strength, they were actually able to forcefully hold back a super existence that far exceeded the demon venerable in the abyss, the clone that could not be killed no matter what made that super existence feel helpless. He bought a lot of time for humans to escape from Earth. As for the third feature, sharing, Chu Feng could not help but want to curse. Who the hell developed this hack? As the main body, Chu Feng could completely sense his clone's every move. If it was during the war, it would be equivalent to having another pair of eyes. If he was exploring dangerous places, his clone would be the most perfect pathfinder. Even if there was danger, Chu Feng would be able to sense it in advance. If the clone died, so be it. In any case, it could still be reborn. Even in peacetime, this clone could actually cultivate. Not only could he cultivate at an ordinary speed, but he could also comprehend saber techniques and laws. Chu Feng could share them all. There was a long silence. Chu Feng no longer knew what to say. He knew that the effects of the transformation of these two divine-level bloodlines should be very good. However, Chu Feng did not expect it to be so extraordinary. Not to mention, Chu Feng still had the 3 clones formation pearl. To ordinary grade A martial artists, this thing might be a better vessel for incarnations. It could make their clones stronger, and that was that. But for Chu Feng, it could turn an already extraordinary clone into 3 super awesome heaven-defying things. The rules were limited. However, Chu Feng was lucky enough to unexpectedly obtain the ability to bypass the rules. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Chu Feng would become in this state. Chu Feng pondered, even with his current strength, if he established 3 clones, he could fight one enemy with 4 of himself. He was definitely qualified to be invincible below the greater realm. What Chu Feng was thinking now was, could he use this opportunity to wrestle with the most ordinary grade A warrior? Moreover, Chu Feng had another thought. In any case, those blood shadow warriors were not here. They did not know about his clone at all. At most, Elder Luo, who controlled the entire space, would know, but Elder Luo would not interfere. Why didn't he hide the matter of this clone and wait until he challenged these 10 old fellows? Otherwise, Chu Feng was really afraid that he would not be able to defeat these 10 freaks. Who knew how many trump cards the old demons who had lived since ancient times had? If he couldn't win, what if he really couldn't return to Earth? Therefore, Chu Feng felt that he had to plan ahead. At that time, Chu Feng would at least be comparable to a high-level grade A. If he caught them off guard and fought with 4 against 1, even if the clones were weaker than the main body, they were still telepathically connected. Why would he be afraid of not being able to deal with these 10 projections? What a joke. Chapter 164 Earth's Change, Surging Undercurrents. While there was no one around, Chu Feng immediately started working. He searched for a while in his personal storage space and took out the perfectly preserved 3 clones formation pearls. It was a transparent bead the size of a walnut. There were complicated patterns on the surface of the bead, and in the middle were 3 streams of different colors, namely pitch black, milky white, and golden yellow. They were like 3 small dragons wandering in the inner space of the bead. They were very vivid. One could even faintly hear the roars of dragons. Could this be the evolution of the legendary primordial power born at the beginning of the world? Chu Feng muttered to himself. Of course, this was only Chu Feng's guess. He had never seen such high-end items. He only felt that these 3 little dragons seemed to contain endless energy. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. Perhaps an existence like Elder Luo might know. Chu Feng held the pearl in his hand and felt a cool aura sweep through his heart. Even his mind was much clearer, as expected of a supreme treasure. Chu Feng sighed. Chu Feng had long memorized the method to use the 3 clones formation pearls. At this moment, he didn't waste any time. He held it in the palm of his hand. Spiritual energy mixed with divine will surged out and slowly fused with the 3 small air currents inside the bead. At the same time, Chu Feng did not hesitate to activate the innate ability he had just obtained, refining a clone. Chu Feng could use the ability that only a ranks could wield when he was only C rank. If word got out, many people would be scared silly. In the next moment, Chu Feng felt as if his body was burning. His divine will began to slowly split into 2. He fought the pain in his head. He directly poured a portion of his divine will into the 3 clones formation pearls. He felt an aura of life surging inside the pearl. Chu Feng did not know the exact reason, but he knew that the clone was being nurtured, because it mainly consumed the power in the 3 clones formation pearls. There was no earth-shattering influence. Everything was happening silently. It was only a matter of time before the incubation was completed. Chu Feng was also cultivating silently at the side. Just as Chu Feng was immersed in the joy of his clone's success, he did not know that there were already undercurrents surging in the outside world, and a storm was brewing. Earth, Huaxia Dragon Group headquarters. There was a faint scent of sandalwood in this small, antique courtyard. On one side of the courtyard was a sandalwood pavilion with a radius of 3 to 5 meters. At this moment, a few figures were sitting around the pavilion. Silence. Suddenly, a deep female voice broke the silence. According to the news, the number of low-level demonic creatures that have emerged from the abyssal passages all over the country has increased a lot over the past few days. After a pause, the female voice continued, in the first level of the abyss, humans have discovered traces of large-scale movements of low-level demons more than once. Initial estimates are that they came from the ancient teleportation array in the sky connecting Demon Mountain. So, if nothing else, they'll be here soon. The woman's voice trailed off. The scene instantly became very depressing. There was a long silence. Only then did a slightly awkward laugh ring out. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. The abyss is powerful, but our firearms are not weak at all. Didn't boss also go take a look at the ancient teleportation array? At present, it shouldn't be able to allow two powerful creatures to pass through. Therefore, it's not like we humans don't have a chance. Who knows, they might not even be able to send any great a creature here when the time comes. Wouldn't they be at our mercy then? Ha ha. Yi Qingtian could not help but speak. He really could not stand the oppressive atmosphere. He laughed, intending to relieve the oppressive atmosphere. Unexpectedly, no one bothered with him. He was left alone with his embarrassment. Sister Hong glanced at Yi Qingtian coldly. She turned away again and asked, "How's the military deployment coming?" An old man in military uniform sat upright and replied seriously, "Weapons of mass destruction have been deployed. The army is also on standby." What about the other countries? Currently, other countries are proceeding according to Plan Number 1. However, according to the pre-war deduction based on the known information, other than a few countries, most countries are probably unable to resist the invasion of the abyssal demons. They can only fight and retreat, trying their best to extend the depth of the battlefield, so that the rest of us can make preparations. Sister Hong's breathing quickened. They all understood what that meant. It meant that more than half of the territories of those fallen countries would be occupied by demons. Countless humans who could not evacuate in time would become food for the demonic creatures. The men's wives and children were gone, their families destroyed, and corpses were everywhere. Taking a deep breath, Sister Hong's eyes turned cold. I don't care about the other countries, but there's one thing I absolutely won't let happen. The abyssal demons must not take half a step into Huaxia's territory. Can you do that? The old man in the military uniform remained calm. We know so little about the lower levels of the abyss that I can't give a definitive answer. But I can guarantee that my soldiers and I will never withdraw from the battle while we're still alive. The old man's tone was calm, but it was filled with endless killing intent. It was an aura that had been formed step by step from the bloodbath on the battlefield. Even Sister Hong's expression changed slightly. This old man must have been a Huaxia military god when he was young. Sister Hong nodded slightly. She did not understand military matters. All she could do was try her best to block the enemy's high-end forces. Otherwise, those existences would pose too great a threat to ordinary Chinese soldiers. After taking a deep breath, Sister Hong whispered again, "We must make good use of the 10 million points Chu Feng gave the country. This is the key to whether we can block the first waves of attacks from the abyss. As long as we destroy the initial offense of the abyss and drag the war into a prolonged battle, we will have a chance to breathe. This war is destined to be long and exhausting. Try to exchange for as many healing medicine, one-time scrolls, standard spiritual armor, wartime supplies, weapons, equipment, and ammunition from the golden ranking list as possible. We must try our best to keep our soldiers alive. In addition, properly settle the families of the participating soldiers and resolve all their worries. We can't let them shed both blood and tears in the front line. Also, boss is guarding the front line. We have to ensure the stability of the rear. If there are any troublemakers when the war is about to start, I allow you to use thunderous methods to annihilate them if necessary." "Yes, ma'am." Everyone present stood up and shouted, full of energy, including Yi Qingtian. Everyone's eyes were filled with madness, a wave of hysterical madness. Those who are trying to invade our Earth and enslave us humans, in your dream, even if they had to sacrifice the last drop of their blood, they had to send this group of disgusting creatures back to the abyss. Humans would never be slaves. Alright, get busy. Sister Hong rubbed her forehead and stopped. Yi Qingtian, old Yi, where are Xianer and the others? Did they go into the abyss again? At the mention of Lu Xianer, Sister Hong could not help but have a hint of love in her eyes. During this period of time, she really liked this understanding and quiet little girl. She had never married in her life. She had no children. Ever since she promised Chu Feng that she would protect Lu Xianer at all costs, she had inexplicably poured all her feelings into Lu Xianer. Even she found this change incredible. Chapter 165. Born at the right time. As she thought about it, Sister Hong couldn't help but smile. Yi Qingtian pursed his lips. When this woman's maternal instincts overflowed, she actually became a little feminine. No wonder Boss was obsessed with this demoness. Of course, Yi Qingtian did not dare to say that. There was a pause. He had no choice but to continue. Those little fellows have all gone there. Xianer, Nie Qinglan, Xian Chengzi, Li Pang, Ba Quan, Bai Ziyuan. Anyway, the first batch of seated students from the martial arts university are all in the abyss now. These little fellows aren't weak. They more or less know some inside information and are getting anxious. All of them are starting to fight for their lives. Hearing this, Sister Hong's smile widened. It's good to be young. They have the impulse and the motivation. They are the future of our country. Yi Qingtian did not smile and said calmly, aren't they the ones we risk our lives to protect? Speaking of which, we old fellows are useless. We can't give them a safe environment to grow up in. The little ones have no choice but to rush to the battlefield at a young age and fight the alien races to the death. They are actually quite unlucky to be born in this era. Sigh. Yi Qingtian sighed in self-reproach. However, Sister Hong suddenly smiled faintly. This time, I think you're being biased. Sister Hong raised her head calmly. She looked at the plum blossom tree standing proudly in the small courtyard. It was not winter yet, so the plum blossom tree had not bloomed. However, everyone knew that it was just silently accumulating strength and preparing for that moment. It did not want to compete with the spring flowers, nor did it want to live with the autumn fruits. Instead, it wanted to fight the frost and the bitter cold and shock the world with a hue of redness. Sister Hong's faint voice echoed in the small courtyard. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold, and a sword cannot be sharp without being whetted. I don't think they were born in this era, unfortunately. I think they were born at the right time. The young people of their generation will experience blood and fire in war. If they can survive, their future achievements will be limitless. As if responding to Sister Hong's words, the plum blossom tree swayed without any wind, its branches moving and rustling. You're right this time. I was wrong. Yi Qingtian laughed out loud. Then let's fight. We old fellows will fight for a future for these brats. Saying this, Yi Qingtian suddenly paused and muttered, I wonder what that kid Chu Feng is doing now? Once this kid entered the abyss, it's like a stone sinking into the sea. There's no more news about him. Sister Hong smiled faintly. Chu Feng's arrogant figure seemed to appear before his eyes. If you have time to care about him, why don't you think about how to break through quickly? That kid is very lucky. He might even be fine even if you die. Put. What a jinx. Yi Qingtian snorted, isn't it just breaking through to the Heaven Master realm? I feel that it will only be a matter of a few days. Who are you looking down on? When I become a Heaven Master, so what if that kid is a freak? Won't he still be trampled by me? Ha ha. It was impossible for a mortal to defeat a heavenly master. Therefore, Sister Hong did not retort this time. Clearly, she also felt that Yi Qingtian was right. In her opinion, no matter how fast Chu Feng's improvement was, it was impossible for him to match a grade A in a short period of time. This was already a fantasy. However, she felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. What if? She looked into the distance, her thoughts drifting further and further away. I'd hope you can keep your promise. I bet everything on you. While Earth was in full swing preparing for war, at this moment, the abyss was not calm either. Below the endless abyss, in the center of the 16th level of the abyss was a hellish scene. The sky was dark and gloomy, filled with red flames and turbid air. A large number of elite armored demon soldiers patrolled everywhere. In the center, there was a towering palace. At this moment, the door was open. On the throne in the center sat a giant almost 1,000 feet tall. The giant wore a golden crown and a 9-dragon yellow robe. There was a dragon-tooth broadsword at his waist. He closed his eyes slightly and tapped his fingertips on the throne. Even though he was just sitting there with his eyes closed, everyone in the hall found it difficult to breathe. Under the throne, a group of terrifying existences was neatly lined up. Those who could enter the demon imperial palace at this moment were all true overlords of the abyss. Demon venerables like the ghost demon king were not qualified to attend. However, this group of overlords all stood respectfully with their hands behind their backs. They did not dare to be rash. Suddenly, the crown giant opened its huge eyes. Its roar was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the hall. In a few days, the primordial chaos dragon locking sky formation will experience its first decay. Pass down my orders. Transfer the demon expedition army immediately and gather at the primordial chaos dragon locking sky formation. Recently, I have sensed that the wind and clouds of the world have gathered, the abyss is in turmoil, and there are signs of great changes. Perhaps the Heaven Ascension God Lord and the others are about to return. All we have to do is clean up the house and prepare a small gift for the Heaven Ascension God Lord, Earth God Star. I'm sure the God Lord will like it. As you wish, Your Majesty. A black-faced attendant obeyed. Then, after a moment of silence, the crown giant spoke again. "SC, I don't know why, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. Perhaps something unexpected has happened. To be safe, I'll recruit some grade A generals into the expeditionary army. King Gong. At your service." Below the throne, a black-robed expert at the front responded respectfully. "I order you to personally protect the teleportation channel. I'll give you my sea pacifying pearl for the time being. You must send my demons safely to the first level of the abyss." Your subject obeys. The black-robed expert bowed respectfully again. His heart trembled as he secretly tried to figure out the Emperor was thinking. In the past, because of the existence of the sealing array, the number of grade AS that could pass through the teleportation channel was fixed. If there were too many experts, it might cause the entire teleportation channel to collapse and everyone would die together. As for him, he was one of the peerless overlords in the abyss, a king-level existence with extraordinary strength, with him personally guarding the teleportation channel with the help of the Demon Emperor's treasure. He could transport as many grade AS as possible. It could be seen how important this matter was to the Demon Emperor. There would probably be many more grade A demon kings in the expeditionary army than expected. Was Earth God Star really that dangerous? The Demon Emperor's special arrangement made King Gong put away his contempt. Then, the Abyssal Demon Emperor said calmly, "Prince Lin Yi, you should go this time as well. The human race is a difficult race to deal with, and it's also a trial for you. Perhaps you can find a way to break through to the venerable realm. You've been trapped at the limit of the A rank for a long time. You'll be the commander of this expeditionary army. Don't disappoint us. I will obey Father's orders. I will return triumphantly to repay Father's grace." A handsome white-faced man wearing a phoenix crown slowly walked out. However, he could not hide the excitement between his brows. Earth God Star. It was the legendary land of great opportunities. He could get there first. Perhaps this was the key to him surpassing his other siblings. Chapter 166 3 Top-tier clones, multitasking. In the Blood Sea at the second level of the abyss, Chu Feng knew nothing about the changes on Earth and the abyss. He was still immersed in his cultivation. His clones were still in the gestation process, but it was nearing the end. 3 balls of light of different colors had already taken shape. Chu Feng did not know that his rebirth had caused some butterfly effects to the abyssal demonic tide this time. The danger to humanity was imminent. It was not that Chu Feng did not want to return to Earth as soon as possible, but with his current strength. So what if he could match the weakest grade A? It could not turn the tide at all. The other party was dozens of powerful grade A demon kings. The battle on Earth would definitely be a battle among grade AS. He was still too weak. Therefore, Chu Feng could only think of all ways to increase his strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, he lacked nothing in the Blood Sea, with the personal guidance of the top instructors in all aspects. With an endless supply of magical bloodline power, with a 10-to-1 speed and time flow, and coupled with his top-notch talent, Chu Feng firmly believed perhaps it would not take long before he could return to Earth at his peak. For this goal, Chu Feng did not dare to relax at all. After another hour, the 3 clones were finally completed. At the same time, 3 beams of light suddenly descended from the sky and accurately entered the heads of the 3 clones. The 3 clones, who had their eyes closed, opened their eyes at the same time as if they had been injected with life. For a moment, Chu Feng felt that his view of the world seemed to have changed, for angles, for experiences. There were no blind spots at all. it was as if he had 3 more of himself. He saw himself in his eyes. At the same time, Chu Feng felt that he could easily control these 3 clones. All kinds of actions could be completed in an instant. He could control them like his arms. His mind could be split into 4 parts. There was no sense of chaos yet. This state was too powerful. Chu Feng could not help but laugh. At this moment, Elder Luo's figure slowly floated down. He had seen everything that Chu Feng had done just now, but he did not show himself. Now he couldn't help but walk out. Even he felt that what Chu Feng had done was unbelievable. I might know why the Heavenly Tao Stone chose you as the second person to take the top-notch 9th exams. Little guy, you always do unexpected things, breaking through the restrictions of the rules. Even in ancient times, it could be considered a legendary feat. The Heavenly Tao was heartless, but it was everywhere. The rules it set had to be obeyed by all living beings, and there would always be some freaks, either with heaven-defying talent or heaven-defying luck. They used various methods to bypass the restrictions of the rules. They went against the heavens and often achieved great things in the end. There was evidence of that. Back then, Master was the same. Elder Luo looked at Chu Feng. His master's appearance seemed to gradually overlap with Chu Feng's. It wasn't that the two of them looked the same, but his aura and confidence to look down on the world made Elder Luo think of his master, who. He heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Luo could not help but mutter, I wonder where Master is now. If you still exist, why didn't you come back to find me after so many years? With Master's strength, is there anything in the universe that can trap you? Also, the Master of the Demons, the human emperor. Why have all the peerless overlords disappeared? What happened at the end of that battle? Elder Luo was puzzled, but no one could enlighten him. At this moment, a shout brought Elder Luo back to his senses. It was Chu Feng's shout. Chu Feng looked at Elder Luo speechlessly. No wonder the blondie always said that he was old and had dementia. I'm right in front of you. I'm about to scream my lungs out, but there's no reaction at all. This must be the terminal stage. He saw Elder Luo looking at him. Chu Feng coughed twice. Elder Luo, I'll have to trouble you to keep this a secret, especially from them. Luo grinned. He immediately understood what Chu Feng meant. He nodded, no problem. Also, if you want to cultivate these clones in the future, I can give you an isolated space. I guarantee that other than number 1, no one else can sense it. Thank you, Elder Luo. Chu Feng thanked him happily. This way, he would have some capital to face those 10 old perverts in the future. However, from Elder Luo's tone, number 1's strength might have exceeded his imagination. Even Elder Luo, the master of this space, would not be unable to block his perception. Elder Luo, if there's nothing else, I'll continue cultivating. Chu Feng planned to continue tempering his physique and see if he could absorb more top-grade blood essence. To Chu Feng, if he didn't take enough advantage, wouldn't that be equivalent to losing out? Elder Luo nodded and continued, Old 5th, Old 6th, and Old 7th probably won't be able to give you much help. Continue refining in the sea of blood for now. If you feel that it's about time, go and find Old 3rd. From what Old 3rd said, it seems like he wants to bring you to the undead realm to train your divine will. I know that you happen to obtain the soul summoning boots, so you must be impatient, so I arranged for him to bring you to cultivate first. When Chu Feng heard this, his eyebrows could not help but rise. Elder Luo was really considerate. He hurriedly thanked him. Elder Luo smiled and said again, by the way, after you stay in the undead realm for a long time, if you don't want to become an undead, it's best not to be assimilated by the undead aura. Chu Feng hurriedly nodded. He watched as Elder Luo drifted away. He first put the 3 clones into the 3 clones formation pearls. There was a space inside the pearl. His clones could also cultivate better inside. After everything was settled, Chu Feng returned to the center of the blood sea. He tied himself up. At the same time, he also imprisoned his spiritual energy, in case he couldn't help but use his spiritual energy to resist the impact of the blood waves. In that case, the tempering effect would be half weakened. He heard the familiar sound of surging blood waves. His body gave an involuntary shudder. The piercing pain was unforgettable. A trace of hesitation and struggle flashed across Chu Feng's eyes. In the end, he took a deep breath. His eyes became extremely determined as he stood up abruptly. If he died during cultivation, so be it. If he didn't die, then continue cultivating. If he didn't try at this moment, would he kneel and beg the abyssal demons not to invade Earth? Chu Feng did not want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. Just like that, he gritted his teeth and endured the blood waves for 3 days. He had agreed on 3 days. How could he give up halfway? In the end, Chu Feng's consciousness became chaotic and he almost fainted. Number 3 was still wondering why Chu Feng had not come to find him. Only when he personally came did he discover Chu Feng's status. His divine will was greatly damaged, and his soul sea was almost exhausted. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He beckoned gently. Chu Feng broke free from the chains of the heavily doused stone. Seeing that Chu Feng was still gritting his teeth even though he had fainted, the veins on his face bulging, and his obsession soaring, he couldn't help but sigh. What's going on? It's fine if his body is injured, but even half of his divine will is injured. Under such circumstances, this kid actually doesn't care about his life and wants to temper his body. This little guy is inexperienced. It's fine if he doesn't understand, but those 3 idiots don't know how to watch over him. Just like number 10, they should all go back to the furnace and be reforged. After cursing for a while, number 3 finally sighed helplessly. Forget it, forget it. As your teacher, I'll give you a greeting gift. Sigh, we've only just met, but the vitality I've stored up is going to shrink again. How many more murders must I commit to make up for it? I really don't want to kill anymore. Chapter 167. I didn't have a choice before, now I just want to be a good person. He shook his head regretfully. Although he was reluctant, number 3 was very qualified as an instructor. As he spoke, from number 3's jade white palm, a dense ball of light suddenly appeared, emitting an abundant holy soul aura. In the next moment, number 3's palm brushed across Chu Feng's forehead, and the ball of light instantly fused into Chu Feng's head. It nourished Chu Feng's almost dry soul sea. Number 3 whispered to himself, what a loss. We've only just met, but I've already lost 8 units of my vitality. How much killing do I need to do to make up for it? Right, I'm going to bring this little guy to the undead world. Perhaps I can try to kill some undead creatures to make up. Although the vitality of the undead cannot not be compared to living creatures, there are enough of them. Moreover, they are stupid, so it is easy to kill them. However, it's too troublesome to kill them one by one. Well, forget it. It's faster to hunt powerful undead creatures. I remember that there are still a few ancient ghost dragons still alive in the undead world, right? I can find a time to collect them this time. Sigh, this is the bad thing about divine will cultivators. If we want to cultivate, we can't do without the aura of life. If we want the aura of life, we have to kill. But I don't like to kill. In the past, I had no choice. Now, I just want to be a good person. Why is it so difficult? Before Chu Feng opened his eyes, he heard someone chattering nonstop beside him. It was as if countless ducks were quacking in his ears, irritating. He had been too wrapped up in a comfortable warmth to wake up, but now he had to open his eyes. When he woke up, he was surprised to find that his head did not hurt at all. He remembered that he had split half of his divine will to refine his clone. Then, because he had underestimated the power of the blood waves, his divine will became weaker and weaker, and the situation of his soul became worse and worse. Because he knew that Elder Luo was around. Chu Feng was not worried that he would die, so he kept challenging his limits. In the end, he almost lost consciousness. Why did he not feel any discomfort other than a little pain? At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly realized that there was someone standing beside him, or rather, floating beside him. That was an elegant and handsome white-robed man, dressed in an ancient-style robe. His hair was combed into a bun, and his feet were in the air. At this moment, he was sizing up Chu Feng with interest. What the damn hell? This outfit gave Chu Feng a fright. It took him a moment to realize, isn't this number 3? He must have saved me. The chatterbox who kept beeping by his ear was also this person. Right? He was planning to get up and thank number, but before Chu Feng could speak, number 3 couldn't help but mutter to himself again, the amount of this little fellow's divine will is not bad. Otherwise, it wouldn't have used 8 units of my vitality. Let me see. To make up for it by killing people, I would have to kill 8 grade AS. To kill the undead, it would be fine if their levels are high, but for those lowest level skeleton soldiers, TSK, do I have to kill hundreds of thousands of them? This won't do. I swore that I wouldn't kill too many creatures. The undead are essentially creatures. What should I do? This scene stunned Chu Feng. His throat worked, but no words came out. My goodness, it was hard to imagine how a grown man could talk so much. Most importantly, he was not like the blondie who insisted on talking to someone else. He could start a conversation with himself, this way. There was nothing you could blame him for. He didn't ask anyone to answer or talk to him. Why should you blame him? This was the scariest part. Too noisy. I didn't stop you from leaving, but Chu Feng could not leave, he still had to cultivate with this person, he looked exasperated. Were none of these 10 ancient blood shadow warriors normal? No, senior number 2 was very normal. At the very least, they could communicate normally. He saw that number 3 was still chattering. Chu Feng could not help but interrupt him. Senior number 3, about my cultivation. Alright, it's time for your cultivation to begin. You've already wasted some time. If you delay any longer, it'll be too late. Chu Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Listening to you is really a waste of time, it's all bloody nonsense. Chu Feng could only speak bluntly. Senior number 3, Elder Luo said that you want to bring me to the undead world to cultivate? How? What do you need me to do? Chu Feng could only try his best to give number 3 a limited range of answers, one question and one answer. This time, number 3 had hit the nail on the head. We have to go to the undead world. There are countless undead creatures there, and... Wait, senior. The second question is, how do I need to cultivate? Chu Feng hurriedly stopped number 3 from continuing his introduction and directly threw out the second question. Number 3 seemed to have sensed his problem and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I was born like this. Perhaps when Master created me back then, he talked too much nonsense, causing me to be like this now. It has lasted for countless years. I know this is a problem, but I can't change it even if I want to. Hiss, I seem to have said too much again. Sigh, where were we just now? Right, your cultivation is actually very simple. The cultivation of the divine will is quite different from other cultivation. The most important thing is to increase the strength of the soul with some divine will techniques. Oh, right, it's a little similar to Fourth Brother's battle formation cultivation technique. They're both related to the soul. However, Fourth Brother's battle formation technique is quite related to willpower. Oh, I'm getting off topic again. Chu Feng no longer wanted to say anything. You say your piece. I'll just listen and pick up what I can use. As for the extra nonsense, he would filter it out. How about this? Let's talk as we walk. Let's go to the undead world first. When the time comes, I'll demonstrate it to you on the spot. You'll know how to cultivate it. Let me tell you. I invented this cultivation method. Others want to learn it, but I won't teach them. Chu Feng did not reply. He didn't dare ask any more questions. He was afraid that number 3 would not be able to stop talking. They passed through the sea of blood. This time, Chu Feng was familiar with the method. He directly found the halo that led to the undead world. He stepped inside. The scene in front of him changed. The next moment, a smell like rotten wood assaulted his nose. What greeted his eyes was a scene of desolation. There were bones everywhere. A few skeleton birds flew past, letting out piercing cries. Chu Feng could not help but criticize. Even the environment in the abyss was much better than this. He glanced at number 3, who had just followed him in. Before he could speak, Chu Feng spoke first. Senior, should we find some undead creatures for you to demonstrate first? Yes or no? Yes. This time, number 3's answer was extremely concise. Chu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He finally realized that he should try his best to give number 3 yes or no questions instead of those whose answers were unlimited. It would save a lot of trouble. As for searching for undead creatures, was there a need to search for them? The undead world lacked everything except the undead creatures. Chapter 168 Enslavement Contract. Subduing the undead. They had only taken a few steps. They saw a lone skeleton elite holding a bone knife. Its bones were also more lustrous than ordinary skeletons. As if it had smelled the two of them, it walked towards them unsteadily. Their rich vitality was definitely a great tonic for undead creatures. After all, in the undead world, every undead creature could not evolve without the aura of life. It could devour the soul fire of its own kind or other undead creatures. After all, a feast like the Outsiders was rare. Devouring other undead creatures was the mainstream of evolution. Therefore, in the undead world, killing was the eternal theme. The degree of cruelty far exceeded that of other realms. At every moment, countless undead creatures were completely destroyed. Only the most powerful and lucky undead creatures could luckily stand out and become the kings of the undead. For each general to achieve success, countless soldiers must die. It was also the law here. Undead creatures generally had low intelligence, and most of them could only act on instinct. They mostly acted in groups. For example, the lowest level skeletons appeared in swarms that were like seas. Perhaps they would also devour each other. but only in this way could they form enough power to resist the devouring of the other undead. The skeleton elite with a rank strength in front might have lost its way with the main group, so it was wandering aimlessly in the undead world. If it had not encountered Chu Feng and the others, it would become a meal for the other undead creatures soon. Senior, will this elite skeleton work or not? Chu Feng deliberately emphasized the last two words, yes. Number 3 also knew that he had talked too much nonsense and was indeed annoying, therefore, he was deliberately cooperating with Chu Feng. Chu Feng thought for a while and muttered, "Do you need me to restrict it?" "No need. Watch carefully." With that, number 3 walked forward. He directly used his enormous divine will to press the skeleton elite with their rank strength to the ground. The skeleton elite did not know what fear was. It was still struggling and trying to escape, however, how could number 3 give it a chance to escape? Number 3 suddenly raised his fair hands and began to make hand seals. He was also chanting something. Then, a few complex rune-like patterns slowly formed. In the next moment, it directly entered the soul fire in the skeleton elite's eye sockets. Immediately after, the soul fire of this skeleton began to beat crazily. It was as if its soul was struggling instinctively, but after a while, the soul fire calmed down again. Number 3 also let go of the shackles on the skeleton elite. A surprising sight took place. The skeleton elite who had been freed did not run away or attack. Instead, it silently walked behind number 3 and stood solemnly, like a loyal skeleton soldier. An enslavement contract. Chu Feng could not help but exclaim in surprise. He recognized this tactic. It was an extremely precious and terrifying enslavement technique. Once enslaved, they would be fallen forever. In his previous life, the most ordinary enslavement method cost more than tens of millions on the golden ranking list. No one could afford to cultivate that. Chu Feng tried to calm himself down. Was the guy going to teach him the method of enslavement? But what did this have to do with the cultivation of the divine will? Chu Feng could not understand. However, he suddenly felt that at this moment, the way number 3 was enslaving the undead was similar to his soul summoning boots. Still, the soul summoning boots would first kill living beings and absorb their vitality before making a new undead. This undead would forever obey the master who made it until it was completely destroyed. The disadvantage was that during this transition between life and death, a large amount of vitality would definitely be wasted. But this couldn't be helped. However, number 3's enslavement contract directly controlled the original undead unit. This way, it would be easier and there would not be any waste of vitality. But there were also huge flaws. Enslaving creatures was not so easy. Firstly, the enslavement method was extremely precious. Moreover, the enslavement contract could only enslave creatures weaker than oneself, and there was a high chance of failure. All creatures would instinctively resist. It was like an A-rank martial artist wanting to forcefully enslave a great dire beast. It was simply a fantasy. This was because his soul, or rather, his divine will, was not strong enough. In other words, enslavement contracts had a lot to do with souls. Only if your soul was stronger than the other party would you have a chance of successfully enslaving them. ICC, that was just one of the drawbacks. And as far as Chu Feng knew, enslavement contracts were usually limited in quantity. This was because everyone's divine will was limited. It was impossible to enslave infinitely. Every creature you controlled would permanently occupy a portion of your divine will, unless the controlled creature died, or you voluntarily cancelled the enslavement contract. This portion of the divine will would be permanently occupied. From that point alone, one could tell how precious the soul summoning boots were. As long as there was enough vitality, it could create slaves infinitely. Senior, are you saying that you want me to learn this enslavement technique? Yes. This time, number 3 hesitated because Chu Feng's question had yet to hit the nail on the head. He could only speak again. You need to learn my soul enslavement technique. You must practice by enslaving the undead. Every time you successfully enslave someone, you will obtain a trace of the other party's soul power. It can directly increase the strength of your divine will. REA, the more you enslave, the stronger your soul and divine will be. For example, you can only cultivate it because you've condensed the embryonic form of the divine will. Otherwise, you won't be able to cultivate it even if I give it to you. However, with your current divine will strength, if your target is a skeleton elite, you would probably only be able to enslave 3 to 5 at most. You wouldn't be able to enslave more than that. Therefore, you can enslave them until you feel that your divine will can't support it anymore. Then, you can terminate the enslavement contracts. This cycle can allow your soul to continuously increase. There is a chance that before you break through to the greater realm, You can achieve the divine will transformation in advance. At that time, just by relying on the divine will, you will be able to easily crush ordinary grade AS coupled with your own strength. You could even fight against a high-level grade A. Of course, the divine will transformation is very difficult. In fact, most high-level and even peak-level grade AS are stuck at this step. Not everyone can walk the path of divine will cultivation. This depends on you. However, I heard from the yellow-haired guy that you obtained the soul summoning boots. That's even more compatible with my enslavement technique. When you can no longer continue enslaving, you can order the creatures you previously enslaved to commit suicide. This way, there will be an empty space for your divine will. The vitality of the dead creatures can be absorbed by the soul summoning boots. How great would that be? Number 3 seemed to have activated his tongue. He couldn't stop himself, and the more he spoke, the more horrifying he became. It was blood-curdling. Chu Feng really wanted to say something. I thought you didn't like killing? Isn't this killing them twice? How many creatures did you kill before you came up with such an idea? Chapter 169 Pervert. Butcher. Chu Feng was very suspicious. This handsome man who looked gentle, weak, and somewhat chivalrous turned out to be a butcher in the past. Perhaps he had killed countless people. And now he was muttering that he didn't like killing people. Maybe that was true too. You might really get tired of killing after doing that every day and night. Chu Feng could not help but recall. Back then, when he was unconscious, this fellow seemed to have said that there was no one who did not need the aura of life to cultivate divine will. As for the vitality, of course, there was more of that on living creatures, if not for the fact that they had no choice, who had come to the undead realm to kill a bunch of bones. Considering that this person had lived for a long time, his original self's strength was probably terrifyingly high. Therefore, this guy in front of him was very likely a super killing god. The kind that killed people like flies, the kind that killed until he vomited, the kind that killed until he start believing in Buddha. Thinking of this, Chu Feng could not help but gulp. He suddenly did not dare to act rashly, thinking about how he had scolded the guy because he was too talkative. He was really lucky not to have been killed. Little fellow, why are you suddenly a little pale? Did I talk too much and make you uncomfortable? I'm really sorry. I'll definitely pay attention next time. Chu Feng pulled a long face and hurriedly shook his head. Don't, senior. In the future, you can say as much as you want. I'll listen to you. How dare I despise you now? I can still tell which is more important, refusing to listen to some nonsense or keeping myself alive. Oh, I'm glad you don't mind. However, I'll still pay attention to it myself and try my best not to cause you any trouble. By the way, where was I? Yes, killing them twice. You must make good use of such excellent conditions. In this way, it can continuously increase the strength of your soul and divine will. When your divine will becomes stronger, you can enslave even stronger undead. This is a virtuous cycle. Secondly, you can kill the undead that failed to be enslaved. In this way, the soul summoning boots will absorb more and more vitality. In the end, you can establish an undead army that solely belongs to you. As an instructor. Number 3 was very responsible. He had considered all aspects in extreme detail. There was no need for Chu Feng to think about it himself. However, Chu Feng could not be happy no matter what. He felt as if there was a blade on his back, especially when number 3 talked about killing and death. He was indifferent and calm. It made Chu Feng's heart palpitate. Chu Feng was afraid that this amiable, gentle, and talkative senior would suddenly kill him without any warning. Even if Elder Luo killed the guy later, he would still definitely be as dead as could be. This kind of killing god would definitely not reveal any killing intent before he did it. For the first time, Chu Feng really felt a sense of danger. The funny thing was that this threat did not come from the enemy, but from his instructor. No wonder the blondie had once told him meaningfully that his cultivation would become more and more dangerous and he might even die. Could it be this person? Chu Feng did not dare to think too deeply, otherwise, he would have to escape now. Fortunately, the next moment, number 3 suddenly spoke again. Little fellow, I'm really sorry. I might not be able to cultivate with you any longer. There are a few old friends of mine in the undead world. I have to go to their houses as a guest and borrow something. It might take some time, but don't worry, I'll definitely teach you the method of enslaving contracts before I leave. Chu Feng hurriedly nodded. This is great, you'd better not follow me. I'm really afraid of death. Number 3's words were exactly what Chu Feng wanted. As for being a guest. Do you think I'm a fool? Was he going to borrow their vitality? Next, number 3 seriously began to teach Chu Feng the method of enslavement. Chu Feng also used 100% of his attitude to learn. He was afraid of missing anything. He was afraid that if he did not learn it perfectly, number 3 would record it in his notebook. He would be doomed if number 3 took out the notebook and punish him later. Currently, Chu Feng was completely different from his sloppy appearance when he was cultivating with the blondie. He looked like an obedient student. Chu Feng suddenly felt that in the future, parents should never say that their children were not good at school because they were stupid. Actually, there were no good or bad students at all. Everyone's IQ was about the same. There was no difference between their brains. If you don't believe that, issue a rule: those whose grades are bad will be pulled out and shot to death. See if there will still be students who failed. It made sense that there was great power between life and death. Just follow the method I taught you and practice diligently. You can find some ordinary undead to practice with first. I believe you. Number 3 was quite satisfied with Chu Feng's learning attitude. Before he left, he even encouraged Chu Feng. Chu Feng was so frightened that he hurriedly accepted. He adulated the guy for teaching him well. He was extremely humble. When he saw number 3 disappear into the horizon, Chu Feng took a deep breath and exhaled. He forced himself to calm down. This was too thrilling. Fortunately, this somewhat perverted fellow had finally left. It was worth mentioning that the skeleton elite that had been successfully enslaved by number 3 and obediently stood behind number 3 had already turned into a small cluster of vitality and was taken away when number 3 left. Chu Feng pretended not to see it. Looking around, it was desolate and rotten. However, Chu Feng felt that the scene in front of him was so beautiful. Not daring to delay, he summoned the blazing wings of the sky and entered the light pursuit state. Let's get away from this place first so that number 3 can't find us. He didn't know how long he had been flying. Chu Feng looked down from the sky. It was as if a pit was covered in layers of white bones. Some of the bones had long been weathered and riddled with holes. Chu Feng slowly landed. He knew what such a place meant. The skull pit. This usually appeared in the habitat of large groups of skeletons. Coincidentally, Chu Feng planned to find a little skeleton to try the enslavement technique and practice it. He landed on a small mound not far away. The view was good here and he could hide from the skeleton army. At the same time, Chu Feng also used the aura concealment technique he had learned from the blondie. His entire body was like a dead thing, and his vitality was extremely weak. He silently observed the road ahead. With a glance, he saw several skeleton leaders comparable to spirit transformation experts and a large number of skeleton elites. The quality of this skeleton pit was actually not low. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from the deep pit in front of him. It was the sound of skeletons devouring each other. Chu Feng did not dare to act rashly. If the commotion was too big, his aura would be exposed and easily attract other powerful undead creatures. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw an ordinary skeleton pass by the small mound where Chu Feng was hiding. It was just a skeleton comparable to a B rank or C rank. Chu Feng instantly suppressed the mound. Across the small mound, Chu Feng took a deep breath. Just as he was about to attempt to enslave it, an accident happened. Chapter 170 The Dream of a Million Skeleton Soldiers. After suppressing the little skeleton, Chu Feng was about to use the enslavement technique. Not far away, a skeleton leader with dark green flames burning in its eye socket suddenly walked over. It did not seem to have discovered Chu Feng. Instead, it treated the little skeleton that Chu Feng had suppressed as its dessert. Damn, bad luck. This skeleton leader was probably equivalent to a 5th or 6th stage spirit transformation cultivator. It was not worth mentioning to Chu Feng, however. Once he attacked, Chu Feng's aura would definitely be exposed. Before Chu Feng could think clearly, the skeleton leader was already close. It was about to discover Chu Feng behind the small mound. Chu Feng made up his mind. You ruined my plans. Go to hell. Just hit and run. I'm still so far away from your main force. I don't believe you can surround me. He made a decision. In the next moment, he instantly drew his saber. No hesitation, he gently slashed towards the skeleton leader. The saber was more powerful than it seemed. Even when Chu Feng attacked, the skeleton leader did not react at all. A click, the skeleton was cut apart from the waist. After the soul summoning boots absorbed the wisp of vitality, he picked up the ordinary skeleton and soared into the sky without any hesitation. In the skeleton pit, there were many powerful boss-level skeletons. Although they could not fly, the height they could jump at was enough for them to entangle Chu Feng. Therefore, Chu Feng left very quickly. There was a lot of commotion here, and it quickly attracted the attention of a large group of skeleton soldiers. The skeletons rushed up the mound and flattened it, but they realized that the other party had already flown away. They tilted their heads and stared blankly at Chu Feng's back in the sky. With their intelligence, they actually could not figure out what had happened. They only came over to take a look when they heard the sound, then they scattered again. As for Chu Feng, he captured this ordinary skeleton and found a quiet place again. He threw the skeleton in his hand away. Chu Feng was not afraid that it would run away. This time, no one disturbed him. He began to imitate number 3, slowly. A golden seal with an inexplicable meaning slowly took shape, only it didn't look stable. It trembled from time to time. It was as if it might go out at any moment. It was far inferior to the enslavement seal that No. 3 had casually created. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly pressed the golden seal into the skeleton's soul fire in front of him. As the golden light entered, Chu Feng seemed to sense something different. Following the golden seal, he seemed to be wandering in the soul of the skeleton soldier. In front of him was a clear milky white without any impurities. In the center, Chu Feng seemed to sense a small black dot that was spinning. That must be the soul core that senior number 3 mentioned. Chu Feng muttered to himself. He carefully maneuvered the enslavement seal forward through the skeleton soldier's soul. He would only succeed if he successfully fused with that black dot, however. The soul of this ordinary skeleton was too weak. Chu Feng felt that if his seal moved slightly faster, it might directly destroy its soul. He could only inch forward carefully. The seconds ticked by. The golden seal controlled by Chu Feng was also getting closer and closer to the soul core, but at this moment, the golden seal suddenly trembled violently and dissipated into thin air. It's been too long. Has its energy run out? Chu Feng came to a realization. He was not discouraged. He silently summarized his experience and lesson. Just continue, therefore, as long as Chu Feng's divine will could withstand it and he did not feel tired, he could continue trying. It was just pitiful for this ordinary little skeleton. Every time Chu Feng's golden seal dissipated in its soul, it would shake its soul fire. The soul fire in the ordinary skeleton's eye sockets was getting weaker and weaker. It was about to die. However, Chu Feng was still trying on hurriedly. If the skeleton died, so be it. There were plenty of skeletons, weren't there? If one of them died, he could just catch another one, no big deal. Chu Feng gained new experience every time he tried. That was all that mattered. Moreover, Chu Feng discovered that as the skeleton's soul fire became weaker and weaker, the resistance the enslavement seal faced was also decreasing, and he was getting closer and closer to success. Chu Feng could not help but think. Did this mean that if he was lucky enough to capture a grade A creature, as long as he could continuously wear down the other party's soul and make it extremely weak, he might be able to successfully enslave it? Of course, Chu Feng was just thinking about it. He might not even be able to defeat the most ordinary grade A now, and his combat strength was at most 50-50 with them. How could he capture the other party alive? Just as Chu Feng was letting his imagination run wild, suddenly, his eyes lit up. I did it! Chu Feng could not help but feel excited. Just now, he sensed that his enslavement seal had successfully imprinted itself on the soul core of this skeleton soldier. At the same time, wisps of extremely weak vitality were transmitted over. Although it was pitifully little to Chu Feng, this meant that number 3's cultivation technique was really useful. As long as he continued to enslave living beings, he could continue to strengthen his soul and divine will. This cultivation technique was just as abnormal as number 3. At this moment, the life and death of the skeleton soldier were completely under Chu Feng's control. He could command it perfectly with his mind. Chu Feng tried to make it do a few simple actions. It carried out the commands dutifully. However, Chu Feng felt that it was no different from the skeletons he had created with the soul summoning boots. It was just that the skeletons created could not strengthen his soul. He thought of the soul summoning boots. Chu Feng suddenly had a new idea based on number 3's suggestion of killing the skeletons twice. Since wild skeletons were no different from the skeletons he created, then why couldn't he create a batch first? There was no need for them to devour each other to evolve. There were countless nutrients available outside. This way, he would not have to consume his vitality. He only needed to bring them to slaughter wild skeletons and devour their soul flames to evolve. In the early stages, he only needed to form a skeleton team with only leaders and elites. At that time, they only needed to charge together. How could those wild skeletons with simple heads block them? Wasn't the scattered skeleton army just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered? A portion of them could be used to practice the enslavement contract, a portion was for the elite skeletons to devour, and the remaining portion was for the soul summoning boots to absorb the aura of life. Anyway, these skeletons were endless. He could not kill them all. It was simply a natural super treasure vault. Moreover, if the skeletons could share his burden, he would not have to worry about being surrounded and killed. It was a win-win situation. Chu Feng understood that sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. If he could nurture a group of skeleton leaders, a large number of skeleton elites, and countless ordinary skeletons, he could even fight a true grade A creature. Or even better, if he could command an army of 1,000,000 skeletons and think of a way to bring them back to Earth. Ahem, wake up. Chapter 171 Victory in the First Battle. The more he thought about it, the more he relished. Chu Feng felt like he was about to drool. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Every skyscraper was built from the first floor, one step at a time. He would be able to do it sooner or later. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a look at the remaining vitality in the soul summoning boots. There was about 20,000 left. Most of them were accumulated from the destruction of the ghost demon race. The ghost demon race was a true life form. Although there wasn't much vitality, it was still considerable, and the undead gave less. Take the skeleton leader he had just killed for example. Chu Feng had taken the time to take a look. It had only yielded more than 600 points of vitality. It was only 1/10 of a normal 5th or 6th stage spirit transformation creature. This was one of the drawbacks of the undead. Although it was considered alive, it was already deformed. Fortunately, the number of the undead was endless. If the quality was not enough, he would use quantity to make up for it. It was still acceptable. He planned his next path. Chu Feng began to make preparations. First, he started to create a group of ordinary skeletons. Each skeleton consumed 10 points of vitality. Chu Feng's remaining vitality could create more than 2,000. That sounded like a lot. However, they were all the weakest skeletons with pitifully low combat strength. In the early stages, Chu Feng needed to provide for them. The soul summoning boots were quite efficient. As long as there was enough vitality, it could actually manufacture in large quantities at the same time. A while later, more than 2,000 skeletons lined up neatly. The skeleton that was directly enslaved by Chu Feng stood at the front. Its soul fire was shining, as if it was showing how different it was. Great. Chu Feng could not help but feel a little smug. These would be the cores of his future undead army. They would all become senior undead creatures. He just didn't know how many of them would die after a few battles. However, Chu Feng did not care. It was fine as long as their death was valuable. He set off with the 2,000 skeletons. He planned to return to the previous skull pit. This time, he had brought his lackeys along. He had to get back at them. Although the skeleton pit that Chu Feng had encountered previously was called a pit, it was actually quite vast. The terrain inside was rugged and complicated. There were even some short mountains that divided the entire skeleton pit into dozens of skeleton clusters. In every small area, there were some leader-level skeletons that maintained the safety of this small group of skeletons. Of course, if an enemy attacked, the skeletons in other areas would also be attracted to provide support. However, with no one controlling the skeletons, the speed of the reinforcements could not be praised. Some would even get lost during the reinforcement, or drawn away by some other distractions. In short, as long as the battle was resolved in a short period of time, there would be no problem. Chu Feng led the skeleton team and sped all the way back to the skeleton pit. It was definitely impossible to completely hide with such a group of silly skeletons. Chu Feng could only let the skeleton team stay in the distance and wait for orders. He would go and investigate first. Soon, Chu Feng found another slope and looked down. The skeletons continued to pile lazily in the deep valley. How brainless. Chu Feng could not help but complain. These guys had forgotten about the disturbance in the blink of an eye. This was a skeleton army without a leader. It was no different from a pile of loose sand. However, once someone controlled it, their strength would increase by more than 100 times. If there were enough of them, it was not impossible to kill a great ape. Chu Feng suddenly deliberately revealed some vitality. The skeletons in the canyon were extremely sensitive to this aura. It was as if a wild cat had smelled fish and immediately became active. They all jumped onto the slope and chased after Chu Feng. Seeing that there were enough, Chu Feng hurriedly restrained his aura and ran. After running for a distance, he looked back. There were still about 1,000 skeletons chasing him, and there were also some elite and leader-level skeletons mixed in. Fishing Master Chu Feng was back online. However, this time, he was fishing for a group of skeletons. Not bad. I haven't forgotten the skill to draw monsters. Chu Feng could not help but praise himself. He ran and stopped along the way. From time to time, he would release his aura to lure the skeletons, in case they gave up after chasing for a while. Soon, he arrived at the ambush spot of his skeleton team. There was no need for any schemes to deal with these brainless undead. They would just attack together and be done with it. As Chu Feng led the wild skeletons into the location he chose, he directly controlled his skeleton team to charge out. 2,000 against 1,000. In addition, he was a freak who could fight a grade A. The scene instantly turned chaotic. However, under Chu Feng's command, Chu Feng's skeleton team was messy but not chaotic. From time to time, they would even cooperate with each other. This was all thanks to Chu Feng's clones. There was no one here anyway. Chu Feng simply released his 3 clones. They did not participate in the battle, but were only in charge of dispatching the skeleton team. With command, the combat power of the skeleton team suddenly increased. Even if their average strength could not compare to the wild skeletons, they could still kill them. In addition, Chu Feng specifically chose to kill the skeleton leaders. These wild skeletons had no chance to resist at all. They were quickly wiped out. Chu Feng was carrying 5 or 6 crippled skeleton leaders. None of them were dead yet. However, with his current level of enslavement, he was still unable to enslave the skeleton leaders. It was better to let his skeletons devour them. Devouring the soul fire of a skeleton leader was enough for more than 10 ordinary skeletons to evolve into skeleton elites. The battle was soon over. The members of the skeleton team began to enjoy the fruit of victory. They did not care that those were their own kind. This was the undead. The crippled skeleton leaders in Chu Feng's hands were also distributed to the dozens of skeletons that had performed well just now. Even if the skeletons had been created in the same batch, their potential varied. Cultivating skeletons with high potential would naturally consume less energy. However, Chu Feng would have to discover them himself. Fortunately, the 3 clones did not participate in the battle and could see very clearly. He picked out the experts among the dozens of skeletons. He wanted them to absorb these skeleton leaders to evolve. Chu Feng was surprised to discover that the little skeleton that he had enslaved was also quite brave. It was actually among the dozens of skeletons that had been specially nurtured. Soon, the skeleton team digested the spoils of war. Chu Feng counted and only lost a dozen ordinary skeletons. It was harmless, however. The strength of the skeleton team had increased by a level. There were more than 30 elite skeletons. For the undead, devouring their own kind was obviously more effective. Chu Feng estimated that he might be able to lure more monsters in the second wave. Otherwise, it would really be insufficient. As he pondered over this, Chu Feng once again embarked on the path of luring monsters. Now, the army of more than 100,000 skeletons in the skeleton pit was an unguarded piece of meat. As long as he worked hard, he would be able to earn a lot of money. Just like that, Chu Feng hummed a tune. For his dream of commanding an army of millions of undead creatures, he was working tirelessly. Chapter 172 Target: Clear the skull pit. He did the same. Chu Feng returned to the skull pit. These dumb skeletons had no idea that a portion of their companions had already turned into a pile of bones. They were as silly as ever. Chu Feng repeated the same trick. He released a trace of living aura. The wild skeletons in the skull pit reacted again. He estimated that more than 1,000 of them had caught up, but to Chu Feng, this was too few. The battle just now was just to get a feel of the actual combat situation of this group of wild skeletons. To be safe, Chu Feng had only lured more than 1,000 skeletons, but judging from the final outcome, the combat power of this group of skeletons was really unbearable to look at. They were just a group of unorganized weaklings. No matter how many there were, it was not worth mentioning. In that case, Chu Feng went all out this time and kept teasing the group of skeletons. He felt like a prostitute promoting herself on the street. Ahem. Chu Feng coughed lightly, feeling that it was not very elegant to describe himself like this. Fortunately, hard work paid off. He looked at the more than 5,000 skeletons behind him. His heart burned. This was vitality, if circumstances had not forbidden it. Chu Feng really didn't mind taking root here and killing monsters to level up and nurture the undead army. Who cares about the war outside? Let's wait until we nurture an invincible undead army. It would be great if he could keep a low profile until he was invincible. Unfortunately, Chu Feng could only think about it. It would be easier if he had no attachments. Unfortunately, he could not let go of his country or his family. Therefore, Chu Feng could only improve himself in the shortest time possible. While he was thinking, unknowingly, he had already arrived at the ambush spot of the skeleton team. This time it was a valley. It was suitable for setting up some simple traps. Following Chu Feng's order, suddenly, a large pile of skeletons pushing boulders appeared on the high cliffs on both sides. Release. Right after Chu Feng spoke, rumble, the ground shook and rumbled. Chu Feng summoned the blazing wings of the sky and soared into the sky. The wild skeletons in the valley were unlucky. A simple rain of rocks had become the nightmare of these simple-minded skeletons. Boulders crashed down. They smashed a large group of wild skeletons. There was also splash damage. The skeletons along the way were either crushed into a bone pancake or smashed into two, apart from the high level. Skeletons at the leader level who had astonishing jumping ability and could manage to dodge. Even the wild elite skeletons were hit accurately. This wave had wiped out nearly half of the wild skeletons. After the rain of rocks, the 3 clones led the skeleton team and charged down. Chu Feng also turned around. Falling from the sky, he couldn't have been faster. The saber in his hand seemed to have turned into a cold light. Wherever it passed, it easily destroyed a large group of skeletons. Every time he raised his hand, he swept across a large group of skeletons. The dragon's soul in the knife was also roaring. After being silent for countless years, it desperately wanted to vent. Ever since it followed Chu Feng, it had fought countless battles. The dragon's soul was extremely happy. So much so, in the end, there was no complete skeleton that could stand within dozens of meters of Chu Feng. Even these simple-minded skeletons were afraid of Chu Feng. No one dared approach. From the beginning to the end of the battle, less than 10 minutes had passed. With his previous combat experience, this time, the efficiency of the skeleton team controlled by the 3 clones had increased greatly, and their cooperation was also more effective. In the end, Chu Feng discovered that luring the monsters actually took up more time than the fighting. The battle time could be ignored. After the one-sided slaughter, it was time to distribute the spoils happily. It was basically distributed according to contribution. The more work, the more gain, including his main body. Chu Feng had a total of 4 pairs of eyes staring at the entire scene. No movement in the entire battlefield could be hidden from him. Therefore, Chu Feng knew which skeletons performed well and which performed badly. There was no such thing as unfair distribution. The 30-odd skeletons that had already advanced to the elite level did well this time. Another wave of rewards entered their accounts. Their strength increased very quickly. Perhaps this was one of the few benefits of being an undead. At the very least, their strength would increase quickly, just swallow crazily. Other than that, because he had attracted more skeletons this time. After the skeleton team had eaten their fill, there were still some wild skeleton captives left. Chu Feng then divided these captives into 2 parts. Most of them were directly killed by Chu Feng and turned into nourishment for the soul summoning boots. Their vitality was absorbed. Another small portion became the material for Chu Feng to practice the enslavement contract. Most of them were ordinary skeletons, with only a few skeleton elites. It was just right for the current Chu Feng. Because he planned to cultivate for a while first, Chu Feng brought the skeletons to a remote place and set up camp. For now, let the wild skeletons in the skull pit catch their breath. This was because the battle had earned him a lot of vitality. Saving it would only be a waste of resources. It was best to quickly become stronger, so before he started practicing the slavery contract, Chu Feng took the time to replenish the troops of the skeleton team. After everything was ready, he began to cultivate wholeheartedly. He tried to enslave them again and again. Even if he failed, there was no emotional fluctuation. He reflected on his shortcomings, knowing that he would accumulate experience and slowly improve. Under Chu Feng's calm state of mind, the success rate of enslaving ordinary skeletons kept increasing, and it was taking less and less time. Eventually, Chu Feng had a 100% success rate in enslaving ordinary skeletons. Then, he wasn't arrogant. He turned around to enslave the elite skeletons. These elite skeletons were generally comparable to B-rank or even A-rank creatures. They were much stronger than ordinary skeletons. Therefore, the difficulty of enslavement multiplied. However, Chu Feng remained calm. He was improving every moment. That was enough. He practiced for a full day without stopping. Chu Feng's divine will was about to be exhausted. Only then did he stop. He spread his hands helplessly. Great progress, but he still couldn't successfully enslave an elite skeleton. However, Chu Feng felt that he was not far from success. Actually, enslaving such weak undead creatures consumed very little divine will each time. However, Chu Feng had been practicing for a whole day without resting. In the end, he was exhausted. Now, he only felt a little dizzy. Chu Feng turned around to enslave ordinary skeletons. Because Chu Feng discovered that if his divine will was insufficient, the vitality brought by enslaving creatures would be used to replenish his divine will first. Therefore, it was great to store a bunch of ordinary skeletons to restore the divine will. Another half-day passed. Chu Feng returned to his peak. Coincidentally, the wild skeletons had also been used up by Chu Feng. The remaining bit had already turned into vitality. Chu Feng stood up and stretched. He dusted himself off. He had to go and stock up. This time, the target was to clear the skull pit. Chapter 173 2000 versus 20,000. I have the advantage. Chu Feng did not delay any longer. He led the skeleton team back to their ambush position. Chu Feng discovered that this canyon was especially suitable. The distance was moderate, the ambush was convenient, and there were many natural boulders. They would be lying in ambush here from now on. As for whether the wild skeletons would notice anything amiss, of course not. What brains did the skeletons have? No, they seemed to be brainless. Whatever trick that was used on them felt like an insult to them. He asked the skeleton team to clean up the scene. He still had to do some cover-up work. Then, he would set up an ambush on the cliff. Chu Feng headed to the skull pit again. If the skeleton in the skull pit had a brain, they might die of grievance. There were so many skeleton gathering places in the undead world. Why did you have to fleece this one particular sheep? Before long, Chu Feng returned to the skull pit with ease. there were not many skeletons left in the outermost area, therefore, this time, Chu Feng had no choice but to expand his fishing range. Very soon, a cloud of dust was rising again. There was another chase in the undead world. This time, there were more than 10,000 wild skeletons behind Chu Feng. It had to be said that once the number of skeletons exceeded 10,000, they seemed quite intimidating. In addition, there were also many skeleton experts. Chu Feng was really a little shocked. He could kill them all by himself. But he would probably have to kill for days. During this period, his spiritual energy would be exhausted several times. Chu Feng estimated that even if a true grade A were to kill them, they would probably be similar to him. They would die of exhaustion. This was a qualitative change in quantity. The horror of the undead army. They couldn't be all killed even if one was to kill them without restrictions. Fortunately, Chu Feng had help, and it was already taking shape. Deploying the same old trick, he led the 10,000 skeletons into the center of the canyon again. Countless boulders tumbled down, another wave of casualties. Chu Feng did not run this time. Instead, he took the opportunity to use the soul summoning boots to absorb the vitality of the dead skeletons. This was because Chu Feng had discovered that as these skeletons that were crushed to death by the boulders died too early, when his subordinates went to clean up the battlefield after the battle, their vitality had long dissipated. In any case, these boulders wouldn't kill him even if they hit him directly. He might as well take a risk. He was like a nimble ape that kept twisting and turning. The soul summoning boots absorbed more and more vitality. Most of the skeletons that were crushed to death were relatively weak, and their vitality that dissipated was relatively little. But little things add up. The amount was also quite considerable. After the first wave of attacks, the scene after that was no different. One-sided slaughter. Even if the number of enemies was 5 times that of Chu Feng's skeleton team, in a war, pure numbers were never a determinant. Chu Feng discovered that many skeletons from the skeleton team directly swallowed their opponent's soul flames after killing them. Immediately after, they completed their evolution in battle. As a result, there were more and more elite skeletons in the team. The battle ended even faster. Finally, Chu Feng even discovered something unexpected. In just 2 days, a skeleton leader comparable to a spirit transformation expert had really appeared under his command. It was the first skeleton that he had enslaved. At this moment, the color of the flames in its eye sockets began to slowly change. Not long after, it completely turned into light dark green. It meant that it had truly become a skeleton leader. TSK, not bad. You're the first undead I've enslaved and the first skeleton to evolve into a leader. It can be considered fate. I'll give you a name. Well, I'll call you number 1. As he spoke, Chu Feng looked around guiltily. He felt that number 1 and the eldest of the 10 blood shadow warriors had the same name. Would that big brother find trouble with him? I don't think so. What's wrong with giving a name to my capable general? What has it got to do with you? Not only that, he might even have number 2 and number 3 under him in the future. That guy who took the top-notch 9th exams earlier had created 10 blood shadow warriors. If he could create 10 skeleton warriors, if those 10 ancient seniors found out, would they kill him? I'd better keep it a secret until I can beat them. Chu Feng shrank back. He didn't have time to think about it. Evolutionary light suddenly appeared in front of him. He had gained so much this time that skeleton elites began to appear in large numbers. What a great thing! Chu Feng could not help but smile. At this moment, he was even more energetic. Again, Chu Feng was happy. But the wild skeletons in the skeleton pit were about to cry. Chu Feng was not greedy every time. The number of wild skeletons he lured each time was about 10,000. In this way, with the strength of his skeleton team, he could ensure that they would not suffer too many losses and perfectly wipe out the other party. After every war, the strength of the skeleton team was soaring. Under Chu Feng's deliberate control, the entire skeleton team was kept at about 2,000 members. Any more and it would slow down the overall evolution progress. At this stage, Chu Feng did not want to simply pile up the number of skeletons. He wanted the truly powerful elite troops. It could help him complete some difficult missions. Chu Feng already had some ideas. However, this all required the strength of the skeleton team to take shape first. Wave after wave of wild skeletons became nourishment for the skeleton team. The amount of vitality in Chu Feng's hand also increased. His proficiency of the enslavement contract was also steadily increasing. Everything was going well. Finally, when Chu Feng discovered that there were only about 20,000 wild skeletons left in the skull pit, he directly led the skeleton team into the skull pit, a frontal assault. It could also be considered a test of the skeleton team's true combat strength in a battle. They could not always fight a smooth battle. That was not much of a skill. At this moment, the strength distribution in Chu Feng's hand was gradually becoming clearer. There were more than 10 leader skeletons, more than half of them were elite skeletons, there were about 1,000 of them. The remaining skeletons were also on the verge of evolution, it was the peak of their combat strength. On the other side, Chu Feng had already investigated clearly. Although there were 10 times more wild skeletons, there was not much difference in the number of leaders and elite skeletons, including himself and his 3 clones. Even though 2,000 were fighting against 20,000, he had the advantage. Chu Feng charged without hesitation. In the next moment, the entire skeleton pit was filled with silent battles. There was no roar, no snarl, the only sound was the occasional crack in his ear. It was the sound of bones being cut apart. Chu Feng was also killing crazily. To put it bluntly, this battle was the one where he had killed most since his rebirth. He had no scruples, crazy killing. He would turn all the enemies in front of him into vitality. The battle began suddenly and ended quickly. Even though the difference in numbers was huge, it could not stop Chu Feng's skeleton team from cooperating well. They advanced and retreated steadily, and the strength of the top skeletons was not much different. In addition, there was also Chu Feng, who was going on a killing spree. The outcome had already been decided from the beginning. Chapter 174 Combination of Units, Attack and Defense. At the end of the war, Chu Feng held the sharp-edged saber and stood silently on a pile of bones. As far as the eye could see, the entire skeleton pit was filled with falling snow. It was beautiful. Chu Feng suddenly felt that at this moment, he might be a little like number 3, he did not feel anything. He glanced at the skeleton team that was crazily devouring the soul fire. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself. How did nearly 100 ordinary skeleton soldiers die? This wouldn't do. Although the losses were considered minimal, Chu Feng was not satisfied. It shouldn't have happened. He had dealt with the strongest skeleton leaders. The skeleton team was only facing ordinary skeletons led by a group of skeleton elites. On his side, there were more than 10 leader skeletons leading the charge. Chu Feng originally estimated that it would be impressive if there were dozens of casualties. However, reality taught Chu Feng a lesson. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng silently reviewed from the perspective of his clones. He slowly discovered the problem. Chu Feng discovered that most of the casualties were caused during the initial contact. They were killed by the wild skeleton leaders throwing bone knives from afar. At that time, he was not able to kill all the skeleton leaders yet. On the other hand, after the initial contact, there were very few casualties in the skeleton team. In summary, it was just one sentence: there were no tanks. In a head-on battle, the skeleton's body was still too fragile. If their defense were higher, these casualties could have been completely avoided. That kind of long-range attack was still very threatening to skeletons, which was only good at close combat. At the same time, Chu Feng had to be on guard. In the future, he might encounter some opponents who were good at long-range attacks. He couldn't use skeletons as his shield, therefore, there had to be a corresponding countermeasure. Chu Feng fell into deep thought. What could be done to preserve the flexibility of the skeletons and increase their defense? Chu Feng frowned deeply, but he still couldn't think of anything too good. He casually flipped through some of the treasures on him. He wanted to get some inspiration. Suddenly, when Chu Feng saw the introduction of zombies in the soul summoning boots, his eyes lit up. Right, why not nurture some more zombies? The zombies, as undead creatures, were described as having thick skin and excellent resistance to attacks, but their movements were slower. Moven, translated, weren't they tanks in a way? If he equipped the skeleton team with another team of beefy zombies, when charging, there would be tanks in front to resist the damage. This would greatly reduce the non-contact casualties of the skeletons. Moreover, if it came to a real head-on battle, he could also let the thick-skinned zombies hold the front, block the opponent's attack. The more agile skeletons were responsible for holding back the enemy and waiting for an opportunity to kill them. One side focused on defense, while the other attacked. This was the cooperation of different units. Chu Feng could not create some undead troops with long-range attacks and flying abilities now. Otherwise, he would definitely create an all-round troop. After thinking about it carefully, Chu Feng felt that this method was quite reliable. He took a look at the more than 30,000 vitality accumulated in the soul summoning boots, gritting his teeth. All of them were made into zombies. An ordinary zombie required 30 points of vitality. A total of about 1,000 zombies could be made. It was enough. Chu Feng was a man of action. Once he made a decision, he would do his best to carry it out. Soon, 1,000 clumsy purple zombies holding kitchen knives lined up neatly in front of Chu Feng. The zombies' appearance was really not enjoyable. However, the defense of these things was really abnormal. The defense of an ordinary purple zombie was actually comparable to an elite skeleton. Moreover, Chu Feng discovered something unexpected. the attack of the kitchen knife in the purple zombie's hand was actually very powerful. It was not inferior to a skeleton of the same level. This was a little unexpected. He had only planned to use this thing as a tank. From the looks of it, as long as he used it well, it would be able to deal a lot of damage too. Of course, its speed was far inferior. However, it was still worth its 30 points. He looked at the undead team that numbered no more than 3,000. Chu Feng suddenly felt proud and confident. It had only been a day and a half. The team was already taking shape. Chu Feng believed that as long as he was given time, establishing a true undead army was not an unattainable dream. Cultivating zombies consumed almost all of Chu Feng's vitality. The newly born zombies were waiting for nourishment to evolve. In order to really cooperate with the skeleton team, these purple zombies had to undergo a few evolutions. Therefore, Chu Feng could not wait to resume his old profession. However, the previous skull pit had already been flattened by Chu Feng. He could only look for a new gathering place of the undead. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng set off with the undead team. The undead world was huge. Chu Feng didn't even know if there were boundaries in the undead world. Such a large realm naturally housed countless undead creatures. Weak undead creatures like skeletons and zombies could be seen everywhere. The powerful ones were dangerous existences like the Terranites and the ghost dragons. Chu Feng was actually a huge target with so many skeletons and zombies. He was attacked by some undead creatures from time to time. However, Chu Feng had no choice. He did not have the space to store so many undead creatures. The undead were considered living creatures. His personal storage space could not store them. And he didn't have nearly enough spots for them. Chu Feng only had a small space in the 3 clones formation pearl that could carry living creatures. All his 3 clones lived in it, but that space was too small, only dozens of square meters. Compared to the huge undead army, it was no different from nothing. Therefore, even if Chu Feng nurtured the undead army, it would be troublesome to bring it back to Earth. Of course, these were all things that Chu Feng needed to worry about in the future. Chu Feng did not want to care so much now. It was enough if he acted rashly. They walked for nearly 2 hours. A super huge rift valley suddenly appeared in front of Chu Feng. Endless, it was as if it were a crack that had been torn open by the blade of a peerless expert. Although it was a crack, Chu Feng felt that even if he threw the entire earth into it, there wouldn't be any sound. Like a marble to the bright moon, it was that terrifying. Seeing this, Chu Feng was suddenly stunned. He remembered, he really did know this place, Dead Souls Canyon, a tomb of the living, a paradise for the undead. In his previous life, Chu Feng had really come here once. However, he did not dare to stay for long and hurriedly left. This was because it was said that apart from a massive number of ordinary undead creatures, there were also truly powerful undead things here. In the periphery, there were high-level undead comparable to Great AS. In the deepest part of the Dead Souls Canyon, there were legendary super undead creatures beyond the S rank. That was a forbidden area that humans would never dare to set foot in. Thinking of this, Chu Feng could not help but think again. Number 3, that big freak, said that he wanted to come to the undead world to meet his friends. Could he have entered the depths of the Dead Souls Canyon? If that was the case, there might be a good show to watch. Chapter 175 Necromancer, Spokesperson of God. Chu Feng's imagination ran wild. Someone who could make a freak like number 3 specially come to the undead world to visit was definitely not an ordinary undead. Perhaps it was a top existence in the depths of the Dead Souls Canyon. Only a guy like that could interest number 3. Perhaps number 3's projection was not his match. However, Chu Feng knew the projections of these 10 blood shadow warriors could borrow power from their main bodies. Back then, the Blondie had crushed an S-rank demon venerable to death. If these freaks got serious, would anyone in this era be a match for them? Chu Feng could not help but think, if something huge happened in the depths of the Dead Souls Canyon, would he have a chance to pick up some benefits? It didn't have to be much. Number 3 had meat. He would be content with some soup. With this thought in mind, Chu Feng did not intend to leave. This Dead Souls Canyon was so good, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the number of ordinary undead was endless. It was enough for him to kill to his heart's content, and the powerful undead basically lived in the depths. Chu Feng did not plan to go deep into it. He could just walk around the periphery. This Dead Souls Canyon was so huge. A slightly larger bump on the cliff wall was tens of thousands of kilometers wide, like a continent. There were even some mountains, rivers, and deserts. Chu Feng observed for a while and picked a medium-sized land. It was thousands of miles long and wide. Most of the things living there were ordinary undead. Skeleton and zombie were the majority. They almost covered the entire continent. However, there were also other undead living here. Chu Feng discovered a special type of undead in one of the towering mountains, Lich. They were known as mages among the undead. They held a 3-foot-long bone skull scepter. They were Born with the ability to manipulate the power of nature, like wind, thunder, water, fire, ice, and storm, they were a natural long-range attack unit. What attracted Chu Feng the most was that the liches could be considered the most common undead unit with the richest vitality. Legend had it that the lich was the representative of the gods among the undead. They had the ability to communicate with the undead and the gods, therefore, they were born with a trace of divinity. This allowed them to have a richer aura of life than the living beings outside. In terms of intelligence, although it was still incomparable to real living creatures, it was far beyond low-level undead like the skeleton. There was an instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The undead were generally stupid, perhaps even the intelligence of ordinary grade A undead could not compare to the lich. Among the undead creatures, the liches were in high demand. It was easy to cause the powerful undead to chase and devour them. However, there was actually a large group of liches here. It was not easy. Chu Feng was also interested. Wasn't what he lacked the most now a large amount of vitality? If he could take down this entire lich clan, Chu Feng estimated that his undead team would undergo a huge transformation. It would truly become a sharp knife. Therefore, Chu Feng decided to develop quietly on this continent first. At the same time, he wanted to see if number 3 could cause any big commotion. He would have some soup himself. In short, there were many benefits. He led his undead team down some small gaps by the cliff walls. They arrived on this medium-sized land in a mighty manner. He found a place to stay. The first thing to do was build fortifications. The undead here were not like before. They did not have impressive combat strength. To be able to survive in the Dead Souls Canyon, either there were so many of them that no matter how many of them died, they would not be afraid of being exterminated. For example, low-level undead like skeletons and zombies, or the undead were strong enough to win in a fierce battle, and no one dared to provoke them. Clearly, the lich belonged to this category. Chu Feng had targeted the liches, so he had to be on guard against being treated as prey. It was better to be safe than sorry. What he needed most now was to keep a low profile and develop. After everything was ready, Chu Feng led his team and took the initiative to attack. He began to sweep through the skeleton and zombie groups on this land. He did not plan to provoke the liches on the mountain for the time being. Chu Feng's troops were not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. He would nurture his troops before making other plans. Soon, he discovered a small pit with tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. There was nothing to say. He flattened it. The zombie squad participated in the battle this time. However, they were mainly just supporting characters. The battle ended quickly. Devour the soul fire, absorb the vitality, and capture the skeleton captives. Chu Feng and the skeleton team were extremely busy. He did not forget to give a portion to the zombie squad. They had yet to form combat power and needed support. He continued his search. Not long after, he encountered a group of zombies. He also crushed them. There were experts in the zombie group, such as the white zombies that were comparable to an A-rank creature and the green zombies that were comparable to a spirit transformation expert, especially those green zombies covered in green mucus. On the original foundation of ordinary zombies, even their speed had increased greatly. They caused some casualties to Chu Feng's undead team. Chu Feng was not angry but happy. It meant that as long as he nurtured the zombies, they would definitely become a main force. Just like that, under Chu Feng's lead, the undead team remained calm and steady. Bit by bit, they devoured it from the periphery of the land. They gradually approached the liches in the inner circle. The strength of the undead team had also increased greatly during this process. There were more than 50 skeleton leaders and more than 1,000 skeleton elites. The rest had also reached the critical point of breaking through. They were truly elites. As the zombie team had started late, although they had improved a lot, they still could not compare to the skeleton team. There were less than 10 green zombies. White zombies were more. There were more than 100 of them. The rest were ordinary purple zombies. After all, they had formed a certain combat strength. Their strength had increased greatly. Chu Feng gradually shifted his attention to the group of liches that he coveted. The cost-effective value of killing a lich was too high. One of them was equivalent to 10 undead of the same level, or even more. After this battle, Chu Feng's undead team might be able to compete with the Great AS. How could he not be intrigued? He set his goal. Chu Feng did not advance rashly. From time to time, he would run to the mountain peak where the liches lived to investigate. He was so bold that he even went deep into it. He took the initiative to let the liches discover him. He let them attack him. This was to determine the combat strength of this group of liches. At this moment, there was a group of more than 10 patrolling liches in front of Chu Feng. They all looked similar. There was a skull on their neck. The flesh on their bodies had long since withered and stuck to their bones. Their skin was wrapped in a cloak. However, liches had some mysterious different runes on their bones. this was also the key to their communication with the power of heaven and earth. Unlike the stupid skeletons, the liches, with a certain level of intelligence, slowly formed a hierarchical system. Different liches had their own duties to protect the safety of their race. The patrolling liches in front of him discovered Chu Feng and attacked without hesitation. In an instant, sand, stones, and wind wreaked havoc. Chapter 176. Worshipping the heavens. Chu Feng looked at the surging power of heaven and earth in front of him. Instead of dodging, he was rather curious. How could a group of skeletons communicate with the power of heaven and earth so effortlessly? In human terms, these liches were all favored by heaven and earth. Each of them had extremely high elemental affinity. While he was thinking, a few ice arrows condensed from water were already in front of him. There was an ear-piercing sound. Chu Feng estimated the power contained within. It was probably only equivalent to an all-out attack from an A-rank creature, but the main point was that the ice-type lich that attacked him was only a B-rank or even a C-rank undead creature. A clumsy lich could actually unleash attacks that were several times or even dozens of times stronger. This was equivalent to a genius among humans who could fight above their level. However, the undead did not know how to cultivate. They could do this only by instinct. This was what surprised Chu Feng the most. If all the liches were like this, Chu Feng gasped. Did that mean the attacks that those liches comparable to spirit transformation could unleash might even be close to the threshold of grade A? Previously, Chu Feng had already checked that this lich group did not have a true grade A lich. That was why Chu Feng dared to target them. He thought it would be easy, but now he realized perhaps he had underestimated these guys. Not only were they good at long-range attacks, but their attack power was also so extraordinary. If his undead team chose to fight head-on, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. They would definitely die if they started charging from afar. Even the thick-skinned zombies could not withstand it. Chu Feng's mind raced. He still did not want to give up so easily. After resisting the attacks of a few liches, with a flash, Chu Feng arrived behind the ice type. These liches reacted quickly. They even had teamwork. Before Chu Feng could do anything, the few liches beside him consciously surrounded him. The ice-type lich also raised the bone scepter in its hand, wanting to protect itself. However, even if their attacks were extraordinary, they were still not enough for Chu Feng. Chu Feng only wanted to test out their stats as much as possible. From the looks of it, the reaction speed was not slow. It got trickier. Suddenly, the cleaved edge saber slashed out. It slashed at the ice-type lich in front of him. The lich wanted to block it with its scepter. However, how could it stop Chu Feng's saber technique? The blade easily sliced through the ice-type lich's skull. There was a cracking sound. The skull fell to the ground. Chu Feng could not help but exclaim softly, "This shouldn't be happening." He did not use much strength just now. He only planned to test the defense of these liches, but before he could exert his strength, he had actually killed this lich. Seriously, its defense was that bad. It was actually much weaker than a skeleton of the same level. At this moment, Chu Feng understood something. Indeed, he was fair. It gave the liches a super strong attack power and swift reaction speed, but it also lowered their defense accordingly. Chu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was the case, with the right plan, there might be a chance to wipe out the Lich clan. From the looks of it, the liches were most afraid of being approached. He just had to get close and drag them into a head-on battle. Their long-range advantage would be limited, and considering their poor defense, a single barrage could kill them instantly. Chu Feng pondered. He easily killed the remaining 5 liches with a few slashes. He specially took a look at the changes in the vitality in the soul summoning boots. The 3 elite liches and 2 ordinary liches contributed 3,200 points of vitality. In addition to the 1,500 points contributed by the ice-type lich in the beginning, nearly 5,000 points of vitality entered his account. If it were any other undead race of the same level, Chu Feng would have to thank the gods if he had earned 500 points, as expected of the undead race closest to the gods. Chu Feng sighed. This harvest was almost comparable to him leading the undead team to flatten a small skeleton pit, and these were only 6 ordinary liches that he killed. He eliminated the patrol team. Chu Feng estimated the time. It should be close to dawn. The undead world was also divided into day and night. However, even during the day, it was a dark and gloomy scene. On the other hand, the night here was as dark as hell. Chu Feng completely hid his figure in the darkness as he moved around. He kept investigating the lone peak. With the characteristics of the lich that Chu Feng had figured out, it was definitely not advisable to fight head-on. He would have to outwit them. He had to think of a way. It would be best if he could easily approach the liches and catch them unprepared. It would wipe out most of the liches in an instant. This was the best way to preserve the undead team's strength, otherwise, no one could stand being bombarded by spells from a high place. Chu Feng's figure appeared and disappeared. He circled around the lone peak. He had basically figured out the general strength of the Lich clan. It was really not weak. There were more than 30 leader-level Liches alone. If they could also unleash attacks that far exceeded their own level, they would be equivalent to more than 30 cannons that were close to the Greater Realm. This power was too terrifying. In addition, there were hundreds of elite-level Liches. In terms of attack power, they were completely comparable to ordinary skeleton leaders. There were also thousands of ordinary Liches. If he faced this force head-on, Chu Feng was certain that even with his leadership, the final outcome would still be the annihilation of his undead team. No wonder these Liches were able to live here safely without being destroyed. The strength of the entire clan was indeed extraordinary. At the top of the mountain, Chu Feng was squatting on a towering tree with a headache, wondering what to do. Suddenly, a faint light came from the dark horizon in the distance. The light was not very dazzling, but it seemed to have a tenacity that broke through the shackles of darkness and illuminated the ground. It was the light of day. At the same time, Chu Feng seemed to feel an extremely fresh air sweeping over from all directions along the airflow. It was as if at the shift of day and night in the undead world, all the energy in the world was purified. Chu Feng could not help but gasp for air. It was so rare to be able to breathe normal air in the undead world. Just as Chu Feng was sighing, to his surprise, a large number of Liches suddenly surged out from all directions. As if on a pilgrimage, they surged to the top of the mountain in unison. They turned toward the light. There seemed to be a hint of piety in their empty eye sockets. In the next moment, all the Liches raised the 3-foot-long scepters in their hands at the same time and raised them above their heads. Facing the breeze, they knelt on the ground. Bathed in the faint light of early morning, they lowered their heads reverently. They kowtowed to heaven and earth. Not far away, Chu Feng could not help but be stunned as he muttered, "Is this worshipping?" Chapter 177 Feast and Harvest. The strange scene in front of him made Chu Feng speechless. Who had ever seen a group of skeletons worship heaven and earth? Not only that, but it also gave Chu Feng an extremely pious feeling. Chu Feng was surprised to discover that all the Liches sealed their senses at this moment. Don't see, don't hear, don't move. It was as if they had collectively become inanimate objects. Even though he had just exclaimed in surprise, none of the Liches turned to look at him. The Lich clan actually had such a custom. Were they grateful for what the heavens had given them? Perhaps some instinct was driving them to do so. From the looks of it, the rumors might not be groundless. The Liches might have really been the representatives of the gods in the undead world. Of course, these Liches in front of him were not qualified. There wasn't even a true great Lich King among them. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Chu Feng's mind. About 5 minutes passed. The first rays of the morning sun disappeared. The group of Liches slowly returned to normal. One by one, they headed down the mountain. Chu Feng held his breath in the ancient tree, not daring to expose his aura. He watched the Liches walk past him. His eyes widened abruptly. He suddenly realized something. These Liches would worship heaven and earth at dawn, and at this time, they were almost completely defenseless. Wasn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? As long as he could seize this brief moment by leading the undead team to the front of the Liches when the first ray of sunlight shone on the ground. Their powerful long-range attacks would be useless. In terms of close combat, skeletons and zombies far surpassed these fragile Liches. In this way, it was completely possible to take down the entire Lich clan without any effort. Chu Feng was excited. It was as if he could see a large wave of vitality waving at him. He waited a while longer. After most of the Liches left, Chu Feng concealed his aura and soared into the sky. The plan had been drawn up. Next was the implementation. He had to go back and meet up with the undead team first. Anyway, it was still early. He still had a day to prepare. This time, he was cultivating in the undead world. No one came to set a time limit for Chu Feng. It was not limited to 3 days. One reason was that number 3 had left early and allowed Chu Feng to do as he pleased. The other was that number 5, number 6, and number 7 had trained Chu Feng together for 3 days. This left a lot of time for him. It was enough for Chu Feng to squander. Not long after, Chu Feng found the undead team. Under the lead of his 3 clones, the team had just flattened another skeleton pit and gained something. After Chu Feng returned, he began to match the skeletons and zombies. It was basically a tank zombie coupled with 2 skeletons. They could attack and defend. The squads could also work with each other. Their combat strength immediately increased. Unfortunately, there was no corresponding battle formation support. Otherwise, with the enhancement of the battle formation, the combat power of the undead team could still erupt. This was the power of battle formations. However, it was a pity that number 4, who was the battle formation instructor, was too uncompetitive. He did not fight for teaching him. causing Chu Feng to have too little understanding of battle formations. Chu Feng actually attached great importance to battle formations. The battle with the Abyss was definitely not something that could be resolved by a single person, it required the unity of all mankind. Battle formations were one of the most powerful treasures that could increase the overall strength of humans in a short period of time. He carefully deduced, after realizing that there wouldn't be any problems. Chu Feng led the newly formed undead team and started sweeping again. He was harvesting vitality and training his troops. By letting these undead creatures familiarize themselves with each other, it would be easier for his 3 clones to command them. Late the next night, Chu Feng led the undead team and silently arrived around the lone peak. He didn't risk rushing in. This was the most active moment for the Liches. They would inevitably be discovered if they rushed in. They simply waited outside. When it was almost dawn, he led the undead team up. He wanted to rush to the top of the mountain at dawn and launch a surprise attack. At that time, the Liches were also rushing towards the top of the mountain. He waited in silence. The undead squad was also gathering strength. Finally, the sky seemed to turn bright. This was a sign of dawn. Chu Feng led the charge without hesitation. The squads of undead didn't make a sound. Only the sound of their orderly footsteps. They were extremely fast, like a team of agile apes. They crossed the thorny vines and towering ancient trees and continuously climbed the mountain. Finally, they reached the top of the mountain at dawn. At this moment, the Liches had just begun to worship heaven and earth. The perception of the thousands of Liches was at its lowest. They did not see Chu Feng and the others. Kill! Chu Feng only signaled with his eyes. Then, he took the lead and seemed to have transformed into a breeze. He headed straight for the most threatening Lich leader. The well-matched undead squads followed closely behind. Because the zombies were slower, they fell behind. But it was harmless. Crack! There was a soft sound like a porcelain jar shattering. Under Chu Feng's cleaved-edge saber, there was the Lich leader wearing a light red cloak. It was the strongest leader of the Lich clan. In terms of attack power, it was comparable to an ordinary grade A. Unfortunately, at this moment, its head was chopped off by Chu Feng for no reason, the moment the Lich leader was approached. Its outcome was already decided. After it died, a huge amount of vitality began to dissipate and was absorbed by the soul summoning boots. Chu Feng only saw the constantly rising points of vitality in the virtual interface of the soul summoning boots. There was no time to be emotional. The battle had already begun. The undead squads and the Liches engaged in close combat. It finally woke up the Liches who were worshipping devoutly. They were shocked, however, they could only fight the enemy in a hurry. One side came prepared and launched a surprise attack. The other party was caught off guard and panicked. The battle was naturally one-sided. With the help of his 3 clones, Chu Feng could clearly see. The skeleton soldiers who were protected by zombie meat shields were even more unrestrained. As they hid behind the zombies, even if the Liches' attacks were strong enough, they could not instantly kill the skeletons. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers' attacks could easily take away the lives of the Liches. They devoured the Liches' rich soul fire without any hesitation. Skeletons and zombies kept evolving at this moment. Meanwhile, the Liches were in an increasingly dangerous situation. They were surrounded on all sides. They were beaten back. Some of the Liches were even forced to jump off the cliff. Chu Feng was so angry that he cursed. What a waste! This was the vitality, like a wind sweeping away the clouds. The number of Liches was rapidly decreasing. It was impossible to form any decent resistance. Chu Feng was excited to kill. He kept shuttling through the battlefield. He used the soul summoning boots to absorb the vitality that filled the battlefield. What a haul! The gains from this battle far exceeded all the gains from before. Chu Feng was extremely excited. The moment a long-range unit like the Lich was approached, the outcome was already destined. It was a massacre without blood. It was also a feast unique to Chu Feng. Madness, Chapter 178. Battle-tested troops. Clue of the undead charm. This silent battle quickly ended. The ground was littered with the remains of the Liches. The air seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. The originally stunned skeletons and zombies now looked especially terrifying. On their pale bones, there was a faint killing intent. It was daunting. A true battle-tested troop. Seeing this, Chu Feng could not help but feel proud. He had personally trained this. He began to clean up the battlefield. The Liches were already dead or wounded. The remaining few were captured by Chu Feng. He planned to enslave them. Chu Feng wanted to try if there would be any difference in enslaving such semi-intelligent creatures. He did not know what the difference it would make in nurturing the divine will. However, Chu Feng estimated that the difficulty of enslavement should be even harder than that of non-intelligent creatures. Resistance was the instinct of all intelligent creatures. However, Chu Feng only treated it as an experience accumulation. With this new experience, perhaps he could directly enslave the skeleton elites next time. that way, his divine will would improve even faster. He looked around. Chu Feng discovered that most of the undead team members were also injured, but not many died. Overall, it was a perfect raid. Even the powerful Lich clan was eaten by Chu Feng at an extremely small price, a complete victory. His gains were even greater. Chu Feng could not help but look at the remaining vitality in the soul summoning boots. 380,000 points, it suddenly increased by nearly 400,000 points of vitality. Chu Feng gasped. He knew that the gains might be huge, but he did not expect that there would be so much vitality. It had to be known that the bulk of the harvest this time was on the undead team. Chu Feng had only killed most of the leader-level liches. In addition, he had traveled through the battlefield and collected some scattered vitality. There was actually so much vitality. 1. Most of the liches had been devoured by the undead team. The vitality of the dead liches was not wasted at all. They fought and devoured. It was hard to imagine, after such a battle, the strength of this group of undead would change drastically. Just as Chu Feng was sighing, an evolution light suddenly erupted in front of him. It was like a prairie fire. A large number of skeletons and zombies were undergoing life-level sublimation. Waves of surging undead aura stirred the wind and clouds, making one's heart palpitate. It was as if even the sky was covered by this evil aura. It was clearly daytime, but it was like night. Chu Feng could not remember how many times he was shocked today. The scene before him was too spectacular. It was as if he had fallen into an ocean of evolution. He waited for more than an hour. Only then did the undead squad stop. Chu Feng made all the undead stand in formation, SSS, with just a glance. Chu Feng could not help but cough lightly. Before this battle, there were a total of 53 skeleton leaders, 1,020 skeleton elites, and 1,100 ordinary skeletons. At this moment, the number of skeleton leaders had doubled to 121. The other skeletons had all transformed into skeleton elites. Their strength had more than doubled. The zombies caught up this time. After all, in terms of individual strength, zombies were stronger than skeletons. It was also more advantageous when devouring. Chu Feng counted. There were a total of 64 green zombies and more than 600 white zombies. Less than half of the purple zombies were left. Their strength had also increased greatly. He looked at the tough soldiers in front of him. Chu Feng swallowed again. It was beyond his expectations that the undead team had reached such strength in 3 days. What did it mean? It was equivalent to Chu Feng nurturing 185 spirit transformation experts in just over 3 days. There were nearly 2,600 peak B ranks and even A rank experts. It was terrifying. Chu Feng once again realized how powerful the soul summoning boots were. Without the soul summoning boots, it was simply a fool's dream to have such a powerful undead army, if he were to enslave them one by one, not to mention whether his divine will was enough. It would take an unknown amount of time. He could not help but yearn for the Ghost King's cloak. Just one component was already so terrifying. Then, in its complete form, the Ghost King's cloak that was known as the divine artifact of the undead world, how extraordinary would it be? Chu Feng could not help but think, if only he could synthesize the Ghost King's cloak. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across Chu Feng's mind. Oh right, in his previous life, there seemed to be a mission regarding the Ghost King's cloak in the divine artifact golden ranking list, right? The 10 golden ranking lists were spiritual energy, golden ranking list, bloodline golden ranking list, pet beast golden ranking list, miscellaneous items golden ranking list, divine artifact golden ranking list, cultivation technique golden ranking list, divine ability golden ranking list, domain golden ranking list, battle formation golden ranking list, and divine pill golden ranking list. These rankings had different standards for obtaining the only divine level reward. Because of his rebirth, Chu Feng was able to obtain the 4 easy-to-obtain golden ranking list rewards, namely spiritual power, bloodline, pets, and miscellaneous items. In his previous life, until Chu Feng was reborn, no one could obtain the only divine level reward on the other 6 golden ranking lists. It was too difficult. For example, the domain golden ranking list required one to comprehend any sub-legendary domain or above to perfection, and Chu Feng's water element domain field had only reached greater mastery. Also, the requirement for the divine ability golden ranking list was similar. One had to cultivate a sub-legendary divine ability to perfection. These were all considered normal. There were even more strange ones. For example, the divine artifact golden ranking list had actually issued 10 unique missions. Human martial artists could even accept these 10 missions at the same time. After completing any one of them, one could obtain the only divine level reward on the divine artifact golden ranking list. Chu Feng vaguely remembered that gathering the soul summoning boots, undead charm, and vampire cape and combining them into the only divine artifact, the Ghost King's Cloak was one of the missions. As for the others, there were also various sets of divine artifacts that Chu Feng had never heard of. The Heavenly God Alliance, known as the number 1 divine artifact. There was also the Dragon King Divine Power, which was said to be most difficult to gather. As for the human martial artists who accepted these missions, they could obtain some clues about the parts of the divine artifact. However, because it had been too long, the golden ranking lists even clearly hinted that the clues could not be confirmed. You have to verify their authenticity yourself. This was a little tricky. In his previous life, many human experts who did these missions had been tricked. In the end, they basically gave up on the only divine level reward on the divine artifact golden ranking list. Even if they worked hard, they might not gain anything. So why would they try? Therefore, Chu Feng had never considered them before, but this time, he suddenly vaguely remembered. It seemed that one of the clues regarding the Ghost King's Cloak on the divine power golden ranking list was a description of the undead charm. However, Chu Feng did not know the exact information. It was just that when he was browsing the martial artist forum in his previous life, he saw a foreign powerhouse mention it. The message seemed to be true, because that expert had almost succeeded. But in the end, he failed because of some unexpected circumstances. In that case, it meant that Chu Feng had a chance to obtain the second component of the Ghost King's Cloak in this life. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's eyes could not help but light up. Chapter 179 Audacious, Hunting Grade A. But at the next moment, Chu Feng suddenly wilted. For the time being, it seemed like he would not be able to return to Earth, and the golden ranking lists could not be communicated in the abyss, not even in the Blood Sea. Chu Feng had already tried. He could only suppress his excitement for the time being. Currently, the most important thing was to increase his strength, including his own strength and the strength of the undead team. After this transformation, Chu Feng felt that the overall strength of the undead team had even surpassed him. They had truly reached the level of an ordinary grade A. There were nearly 200 leader level undead comparable to spirit transformation. There were also thousands of A rank and B rank undead. They could even cooperate perfectly with each other, even if the gap between those below the grade A realm and those above was like a natural chasm. This group of undead could also tear a hole in it. Chu Feng felt that if he was surrounded by such a group, he would most likely not be able to escape. Although the grade As could fly, their speed was limited. With the speed of the skeleton leaders, especially the 8 or 9 peak leaders with the highest evolution levels, who were comparable to 9th stage spirit transformation experts, their eye sockets were burning with black and green flames. They were only a step away from spirit transformation and becoming a king of skeletons. Their speed and attack power could be said to be abnormal. They could completely hold back the grade As. Not even a grade A expert could escape. They could only deal with the siege of the endless undead creatures. The grade A was not a god. Their strength was limited. They would be exhausted to death. With such a powerful army, Chu Feng's confidence immediately rose. There was even an additional thought that he usually did not dare to think about. Can I take a little risk? Chu Feng muttered to himself. On the mountain peak, he looked at the rolling clouds in the distance. Chu Feng's eyes were extremely calm. A wild ambition suddenly burned in his heart, crazy to the extreme. He wanted to hunt a grade A. At this moment, small fights could no longer satisfy Chu Feng's appetite. At this moment, his troops were strong. He wanted to play big, a grade A. Since his rebirth, although Chu Feng had encountered many opportunities and his strength had increased rapidly, however, a grade A was still like a towering mountain that stood firmly in front of Chu Feng. It was insurmountable. Even though he had faced grade As several times, they were just some incarnations, not worth mentioning. An incarnation could not use the true methods of a grade A. Even now, he was said to be able to fight against ordinary grade As, but that was all. He might be able to match them for a period of time, but it would be impossible to defeat them, not to mention killing them. But now, Chu Feng felt that there was hope. The undead team gave him that confidence. His main body also had 3 clones. When they joined forces, they could be equivalent to the combat power of one main body, or even stronger. Plus the undead squad, at least 3 grade As, hunting a true grade A. It was enough. Slowly, Chu Feng's thoughts became clearer and clearer. There were even more crazy ideas. Taking a deep breath, to reach the goal in his heart, there was still a lot of preparation to be done. However, Chu Feng felt that if he could succeed in the end, everything would be worth it. He looked at the 3 clones and the undead team. He transmitted some orders with his mind. Then, the 3 clones led the mighty undead team and left. They were down the mountain. However, Chu Feng walked to the edge of the cliff and sat on the ground. In front of him was a rolling cloud wave. Under the illumination of the morning light, it was incompatible with the dead darkness of the undead world. It was like a paradise. Beside Chu Feng were the remaining 5 ordinary liches and 2 elite liches. They were pinned to the ground. Unable to move, these were all materials for Chu Feng to practice the enslavement contract. Meanwhile, the three clones led the undead team out to continue hunting. At the same time, they kept transporting undead captives here. They split up and developed on multiple fronts. Chu Feng would not let go of any chance to strengthen himself, because he had a daring plan in mind. If hunting a grade A was crazy enough, Chu Feng was pursuing the most extreme perfection. He had chosen another path that was more challenging. What he really wanted to do was enslave a grade A undead. It was neither a defeat nor a kill, but slavery. Use the enslavement contract to subdue it. This way, his divine will would obtain a huge increase, and he would also have a true grade A pet beast under his command. The significance of this was unparalleled. In order to achieve this goal, it would be worth it no matter what the price was. Therefore, Chu Feng decided to temporarily keep a low profile and focus on studying the enslavement contract until his enslavement ability had a chance to enslave a grade A. He only hoped for a chance. It could allow the enslavement contract to break through the soul defense of a grade A. This way, Chu Feng would have a chance to try again and again. The success rate was very low, but Chu Feng was willing to risk it. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. If his enslavement failed, he would gain a lot from killing a grade A undead. He heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Feng discarded all distracting thoughts. He focused on enslaving the liches. He started with the most ordinary lich. It was very difficult to enslave such a semi-intelligent creature. However, once he succeeded, his understanding of the enslavement contract would also improve greatly. Therefore, Chu Feng was not in a hurry. He forgot about everything and began to cultivate. Time passed quickly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. This was originally the territory of the liches, and the other undead did not dare to step in easily. Therefore, Chu Feng stayed here very comfortably. During this period, the undead team had returned many times to recuperate. It was filled with killing intent and had committed countless slaughters. Their strength was still increasing. At the same time, they brought back a steady stream of undead captives for Chu Feng. This cultivation lasted for 5 days. In these 5 days, Chu Feng devoted all his attention to the enslavement technique. No one knew how much Chu Feng had improved this time. It was only obvious that, facing an elite undead, Chu Feng only needed to gently form a seal with one hand to instantly enslave it. He was nonchalant, he was casual. On this evening, the three clones led the undead team back. Chu Feng had already stood up and was waiting. He whispered solemnly, "Rest for the night and let's kill a grade A tomorrow morning." What responded to Chu Feng was the unstoppable aura of the undead team. At the same time, they raised their bone knives. It was as if they were shouting silently. The night passed quickly. The undead team was led by Chu Feng. When the sky was still dark, they had already set off and headed deeper into the Dead Souls Canyon. Chu Feng had already found the target through his three clones. It was a small piece of land halfway up the Dead Souls Canyon. That was the territory of that grade A king. It was alone and didn't have any kins. The best hunting target, riding the wind and chasing the moon. He set off at the early morning. This time, he would go against the grade A. He would not return until he succeeded. Chapter 180 Hunting. Fierce battle with a grade A. Halfway up the Dead Souls Canyon, there were bumps everywhere. Each bump was comparable to a continent. The smallest was 5,000 kilometers in radius, while the largest was hundreds of thousands or even millions of kilometers in radius. Throw the earth on it, perhaps it would just be an azure pearl. This place was close to the core of Dead Souls Canyon. The eerie aura intensified. From time to time, a powerful undead figure flashed past. There were no weaklings who could live here. Only the kings of the undead could occupy a vast land as their territory. At this moment, Chu Feng led the undead team onto a continent. This place was dead and desolate. The bones of some unknown creatures remained everywhere. Perhaps they were undead creatures that accidentally stepped into this place but were crushed by that king. Chu Feng led the undead team towards the center of the continent. He had no intention of hiding himself. He couldn't even if he wanted to. Presumably, that grade A king would not be so cowardly as to escape. Grade A was insurmountable. This was an iron law in the eyes of all living beings. In its eyes, his group was probably just a group of larger ants. A group of slightly larger ants wanted to bite an elephant to death? What a joke! Roar! Halfway there, Chu Feng suddenly heard an angry roar coming from the mountains. He smiled faintly and whispered, "Did you notice me? It's not too late to escape." Unfortunately, the grade A undead already had a certain level of intelligence. How could it escape from such a low-level creature that dared to provoke it? In fact, Chu Feng sensed that the king was already rushing over angrily. He waved the team to a halt. Chu Feng pulled out the cleaved-edge saber and waited silently. This saved him the trouble of looking for it. The undead team was also on guard. As for the three clones, Chu Feng put them away. He planned to catch the other party off guard at the critical moment. Even without the command of the three clones, the undead team could already cooperate perfectly. This was the effect of training them through battles. Not long after, strong winds instantly blew around Chu Feng and the others, and sand covered the sky. A huge shadow fell from the sky. The moment it landed, the ground rumbled. Roar! The creature roared, deafening them. With a gentle sweep of its bony tail, all the dead wood and gravel within 100 meters were swept away. It was a grade A undead creature, Corpse Dragon King. It was 100 meters tall and 300 meters long. Its entire body was covered in bones that were tempered silver and emitted light. Chu Feng and the others were no different from ants in front of it. It was said that the Corpse Dragon King had the bloodline of the dragon race when it was alive. After it died, its soul did not decay and was refined into the body of the undead. It was invincible. Even among the grade A undead, this guy was not to be trifled with. However, Chu Feng still targeted it. Firstly, it was because this fellow might have inherited the arrogance of the dragon race. It was alone and did not even have a subordinate. Secondly, it was because of Chu Feng's own ambition. In Chu Feng's opinion, it was a pet beast chosen for him. What was the use of a weak grade A? When he faced the demon race's grade As, he didn't expect his pet beast to just cheer up for him. The Corpse Dragon King was not weak, and because of the essence of the dragon race, its potential was not bad. Therefore, it naturally became Chu Feng's first choice. The Corpse Dragon King was a great treasure for Chu Feng. But in the eyes of the Corpse Dragon King, these ants were challenging its dignity as a king. They had to be killed. Therefore, the moment they met, the Corpse Dragon King launched an attack. It spat out a mouthful of scorching dragon flames. Fight! Chu Feng burst out a roar. The undead team instantly got into formation with tacit understanding. Their bone knives exploded with dazzling light as they slashed forward. The violent airwave directly dispersed the dragon flames. At the same time, the main force instantly surrounded the Corpse Dragon King to prevent it from escaping. At this moment, the undead team displayed their powerful combat skills. Everything was done in an instant. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he drew his saber. A heaven-shaking dragon might suddenly erupted from the cleaved-edge saber. Roar! The loud roar shook the Corpse Dragon King opposite him. It felt an extremely high-level dragon might, that was the suppression of a higher life. Its movements could not help but slow down. Seeing this, Chu Feng understood that this was a good opportunity. He swung his saber and slashed. The third level of the 9-wave saber technique, Cloud Wave, he used his best saber technique right on the start. It was like a rolling cloud wave pressing down with an irresistible force. At the same time, Chu Feng did not hesitate to unleash his maximum speed. The blazing wings of the sky emitted a hazy glow, helping Chu Feng instantly step into the realm of light pursuit. Facing a true grade A undead, Chu Feng did not dare to be careless. He used his full strength. In the eyes of the Corpse Dragon King, Chu Feng seemed to be constantly flashing. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of its forehead. It was about to swing its claws to block him, but to his horror, its bone claws only caught a shadow. This was fake and danger. The Corpse Dragon King instinctively sensed a fatal threat behind him. However, it was already too late for it to react. Die! Behind him, Chu Feng slashed as if he were cutting a mountain apart. This was his all-out slash. Without reservation, he only hoped to severely injure the Corpse Dragon King. Boom! Crack! After a violent explosion, the bones behind the Corpse Dragon King's head turned into dust. Even its soul fire began to fluctuate violently. As if it was frightened, the Corpse Dragon King wailed. Not only were most of its bones shattered, even his soul fire had been affected. A sharp pain completely enraged it. It roared with rage. It planned to turn around and kill this annoying ant. But at this moment, the undead team had keenly grasped this key opportunity. The 185-liter level undead who were not afraid of death and pain rose up at the same time and charged towards the Corpse Dragon King. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they had to create favorable offensive conditions for their master. These guys did not know what death was. They only knew that their master's orders were everything. As expected, the Corpse Dragon King was directly restrained by the guys it thought were just ants. It couldn't even turn around. It roared wildly, but to no avail. Chu Feng naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. The cleaved edge saber was completely activated by him. The dragon soul, and it also increased Chu Feng's attack without holding back. He instantly slashed out countless times. Even space trembled. Countless blade lights slashed at the weak spot where the Corpse Dragon King had just been injured. Its bones, which were as hard as black iron, shattered. The Corpse Dragon King's weak soul fire was right in front of him. As long as he extinguished this flame, the Corpse Dragon King would definitely die. Chu Feng did not hesitate and directly slashed down. Therefore, he still went all out. At this moment of life and death, as Chu Feng had expected, the Corpse Dragon King could not help but burst out. It had burned its soul fire, or rather, the essence of its previous life. The damage to itself was enormous, however, it had no choice. If it did not risk its life, it would definitely die. It had never been closer to real death, spirit possession. At this moment, it was as if a huge dragon phantom had descended. The corpse dragon king's body was slowly solidifying. Life and death seemed to be reversed at this moment. The ancient ferocious dragon re-emerged. Chapter 181. Unruly? Beat it to death. The corpse dragon king's change was unexpected. Who would have thought that the dragon, who had just been a skeleton, would actually start to grow flesh and blood on its huge body? Although it was a little illusory, from this moment on, the aura of the corpse dragon king had changed. Instead of the deathly aura of the undead, there was now a trace of true life. Well, Chu Feng frowned. He could sense that the strength of the corpse dragon king in front of him seemed to have erupted again. As expected, none of these creatures who could cross into the greater realm were simple. At this moment, the corpse dragon king was like an angry tyrannosaurus. Its gradually solidifying body twisted crazily. Its giant claws suddenly grabbed a skeleton leader in front of him. It squeezed fiercely, a crack. The skeleton leader could not resist at all and was crushed into powder. Die. A bunch of little bugs. You all have to die. The corpse dragon king, who had an illusory body, actually uttered a few syllables with difficulty. While roaring, it trampled 2 more green zombies to death. Even the zombies' defense was useless against a grade A like the corpse dragon king. Another flick of the tail. It swept across a field of undead. The undead that were brushed by it were either dead or injured. In an instant, the undead team had suffered heavy losses. Even so, the undead team still held the corpse dragon king back. This prevented the corpse dragon king from turning around to hurt Chu Feng. This scene made Chu Feng's eyes bulge. These were all assets that he had painstakingly nurtured. He had poured in endless effort. FCK. Chu Feng's eyes were red as he roared, "Go to hell!" As he spoke, 3 identical figures suddenly appeared beside Chu Feng. The 4 figures raised their blades in unison. The 3 clones only condensed the shadow of the cleaved edge saber. But even so, when the 4 of them erupted at the same time, it was enough to stir up the world. Square cloud waves. Slash! Chu Feng shouted. For majestic saber lights instantly descended from the sky. The weather suddenly changed. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Even with the sturdiness of the undead world, it could not withstand Chu Feng's saber. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, blood splattered. The terrifying saber aura even made the corpse dragon king kneel down. Its front claws landed on the ground as it crawled. A large amount of illusory flesh and blood splattered, and its bones exploded. This time, even half of the corpse dragon king's head was cut off. It was extremely miserable. Roar! Roar! The corpse dragon king roared miserably. It felt utterly humiliated. It was seriously injured, but it did not intend to let its enemies have it easy. An illusory soul appeared on the corpse dragon king's body again. This time, it planned to self-destruct. It was a method of injuring the enemy by harming itself, even if it could not hurt the annoying little worm behind him. These low-level undead creatures in front of it would still die. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold. How could he not see through the corpse dragon king's plan? In that case, don't blame me for killing you. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, at this moment, the corpse dragon king would rather die than admit defeat. It had already completely exhausted Chu Feng's patience. I don't like your arrogance. Then he could only beat it to death. Whether you live or die depends on your sturdiness. As an undead creature, if the corpse dragon king died again, there would be no trace of it in the world. It would be completely gone. Chu Feng no longer cared if he could subdue the corpse dragon king. He was more concerned about keeping his undead team safe. This was the fruit of his hard work. Retreat. Chu Feng gave an order to the undead team. In an instant, the undead surrounding the corpse dragon king retreated quickly without hesitation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the corpse dragon king tried its best to stand up. Even the self-destruction soul hesitated. After all, no one wanted to pay such a huge price. However, to the corpse dragon king's surprise, the 3 clones that had just besieged him suddenly distanced from Chu Feng. They came to its side. The corpse dragon king was overjoyed. Wasn't this courting death? As long as it killed these 3 annoying clones, it would have a chance to escape. But before the corpse dragon king could think it through, Chu Feng's figure suddenly flashed in front of it with an inexplicable sneer on his lips. Explode? Why aren't you exploding anymore? Don't you like to self-destruct? Do you want me to help you? Roar! The corpse dragon king roared in confusion. However, it felt a faint sense of unease. Chu Feng quickly retreated, but his voice came faintly. The characteristics of immortality. It seems that the best way to make use of that is human bombs. The zombie king seemed to sense something, panicked. It tried to get away from the 3 clones, but it was too late now. Chu Feng ordered without hesitation, explode. In an instant, it was as if 3 dazzling and fiery suns had appeared in the world again. The 3 clones exploded, right in front of the corpse Dragon King. Every clone was equivalent to half of Chu Feng. Even the bloodlines in the clones truly possessed some of the characteristics of the 2 divine bloodlines. This was also the power of the ancient immortal bloodline. The clones derived from the main body. The self-destruction of the clones was equivalent to the self-destruction of half of Chu Feng. When the 3 clones exploded together, the power doubled. Intense heat waves swept out for thousands of kilometers, and endless waves set off a monstrous black storm. It was already late at night, but at this moment, the light from the explosion made it seem as if it was daytime. After an unknown period of time, the aftershock of the explosion gradually dissipated. Chu Feng arrived at the core of the explosion in a flash. The original flesh and blood of the corpse Dragon King had long disappeared. All that was left was a skeleton that had shrunk by more than half. It was blackened and emitted a charred smell. It was the extremely arrogant corpse Dragon King. However, it was in a miserable state. Most of its body was blown up by the terrifying explosion. Its soul fire was already as weak as a small flame, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. As expected of a powerful grade A, it was also in a state of spirit possession. The layer of illusory flesh blocked most of the impact for it. That was why it wasn't blown up, but it was already dying. When Chu Feng saw the scene in front of him, his eyes suddenly erupted with delight. He had thought that the corpse Dragon King would be directly blown up. He rushed over to absorb the vitality, but unexpectedly, it didn't die, and it was extremely weak. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity for him to enslave it? Otherwise, Chu Feng really had no confidence in enslaving a grade A. Even after 5 days of practice, he was at most confident of enslaving a leader-level undead. He was only trying his luck here. It had to be known that a grade A was already a completely different level of existence. It was not easy to enslave them at all. The heavens had taken pity on him and given him such an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng began to form hand seals. Chapter 182 Divine Spirit descends, illuminating the heavens. The corpse Dragon King's huge body had completely lost its vitality. If not for the small cluster of soul fire still burning, Chu Feng would have thought that it was a pile of bones. Taking a deep breath, he slowly formed a small seal in his palm. It ticked and spun. The corpse Dragon King's remaining consciousness clearly sensed the threat of this small seal. Its empty eyes revealed a look of fear. Its soul fire was hopping crazily, extremely resistant. However, it could not resist at all. It could only let Chu Feng ravage it. Chu Feng slowly injected the enslavement contract into the corpse Dragon King's soul fire. Right after he penetrated, he felt an extraordinary resistance. It was as if a small boat had sailed into a choppy wave. It floated uncertainly. It could be subverted at any moment. Even though the corpse Dragon King was extremely weak, its soul was still a grade A. It was far superior to ordinary undead. This was beyond Chu Feng's expectations. He knew that it might be difficult to enslave a grade A, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. Under Chu Feng's control, the enslavement seal carefully searched for the soul core. It trudged on. Fortunately, after a few days of crazy practice, Chu Feng's divine will had become much stronger, so he could manage to hold on. But that was not an option. The corpse Dragon King's soul was extremely resistant. As a result, every step forward in the corpse Dragon King's soul consumed a large amount of energy from the enslavement contract. Even if he was lucky enough to find the soul core, he wouldn't have enough energy to complete the contract at all. From this, it could be seen how powerful a grade A was. Even though it was dying, it was still tenacious. Of course, it was also because Chu Feng was going against the heavens. No one dared to believe that a mere C-rank human actually dared to enslave a grade A. It was already an impressive feat that his divine will was not directly crushed by the corpse Dragon King's soul sea. Chu Feng had no choice but to try his best. If it didn't work the first time, he would try the second and third time. However, Chu Feng's divine will was almost exhausted, but his attempts all ended in failure. Chu Feng let out a long breath. Was it really impossible to enslave a grade A without reaching grade A? There was indignation in his eyes. But there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to kill the corpse Dragon King and obtain some vitality. But at this moment, the originally dark undead realm suddenly shone brightly. Endless light spread out for millions of kilometers. Under the vast sky, everything was like daytime. It was as if a god had descended and illuminated the world. Compared to that, the self-destruction of Chu Feng's 3 clones just now seemed insignificant. Under the dazzling light, everything seemed to fall silent. Not a sound could be heard. Even the wind had stopped. It was as if the world had suddenly been paused. Chu Feng could only hear his heartbeat. A huge sense of fear enveloped him. What kind of terrifying power could cause such a scene? Unimaginable, so terrifying. At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly heard a shrill roar, earth-shattering. It was as if the entire undead world was in turmoil. By Wushan. You are the Grand Pure One Realm's great Crimson Heaven's divine lord. Over the countless years, we have been undead. Why do you still want to kill us? You destroyed our billions of years of cultivation. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The voice was filled with anger, but there was also a hint of lingering fear. Immediately after, another elegant and calm laughter sounded in all directions. I'm sorry, everyone. I have no choice. I've recently taught a young disciple. I think quite highly of him, but he's still too young. His divine will needs the aura of life to grow. I have to take on the responsibility of a teacher. Everyone, how about this? Don't resist anymore. I'll only kill one of you. The aura of life should be enough. Although I'm a little talkative, I still keep my word. Damn, I accidentally said too much again. Why can't I change my habit of talking too much? No wonder that little guy found me annoying. But later on, he seemed to be afraid that I would suddenly kill him and became very obedient. Ha ha. By Wushan. You're being outrageous. On the day the Great Emperor returns, if you dare to barge into the undead world and enslave the Great Emperor's subordinates, you will definitely suffer the Great Emperor's wrath. Oh. You mean the Great Undead Emperor? He's someone I can't afford to offend. Unfortunately, he's still a little inferior to my master. The refined voice paid no attention. You guys are so talkative too. Are you ready to offer your vitality? I really don't want to kill anymore. The voices thundered on. However, Chu Feng could no longer listen. He looked stunned. He muttered to himself, "This sound seems to be from senior number 3, right?" And it came from the deepest part of the Dead Souls Canyon. Could it be that the scene just now was caused by number 3, that little guy should be referring to me? So he knows everything. Chu Feng could not help coughing lightly. This feeling of being exposed was really embarrassing. Was he being too obvious? Chu Feng was thinking. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Some of the 5,000-kilometer-long continents beside him began to crack and collapse, as if there were a landslide. Chu Feng's face looked green. If this really happened, he would be fine. He would not die, but his undead team would be doomed. Fortunately, the territory chosen by the Corpse Dragon King was sturdy. It was only shaking, and there were no signs of shattering for the time being. The noise in the air grew louder. The next moment, 3 huge figures that blotted out the sky suddenly flew up from the depths of the Dead Souls Canyon. As soon as these 3 giant creatures appeared, the surrounding air froze. Chu Feng focused and looked carefully. He couldn't help but gasp. They were actually 3 giant dragon-shaped creatures that were more than 10,000 kilometers long. They had a horn on their head, and they were black as ink. They seemed unyielding. Their entire body emitted a dense undead aura, but it was very complete and full of vitality. Compared to these 3 creatures, the Corpse Dragon King under his feet was not much different from a reptile. Chu Feng was shocked by the power of these 3 creatures. Suddenly, a slightly lazy voice came from the depths of Dead Souls Canyon. "Hey, the 3 of you, don't run. It's boring if you run. Be good and come back quickly. Don't make me angry." His voice trailed off. A white-robed figure stepped into the sky, unrestrained and calm. In an instant, he was thousands of kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the 3 dragon-like creatures in the sky. Suddenly, the figure seemed to sense something. He turned around and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Why, little one, you're here too. What a coincidence." Before Chu Feng could reply, the figure spoke again. "Little fellow, wait for me for a moment. Let me deal with these little worms first. I said that I only planned to kill one of them, but they actually fled. I'm angry." Chapter 183. Enslave a Grade A. The first Grade A pet beast. Chu Feng looked at this unreasonable guy in a daze. "You're going to kill him, they're just running for life, and you're actually angry, how unreasonable." However, number 3 did not wait for Chu Feng to reply. With his hands behind his back and his white clothes fluttering, he easily caught up to the 3 terrifying dragon-shaped creatures in front of him. Then, number 3 did not do anything. His slender and fair right hand that was like a woman's gently tapped forward, a vast and invisible force seeped out of his body. In an instant, everything fell silent. His divine will was like an ocean, the space was solidified. Even the three terrifying dragon-like creatures could not move. They frantically tried to break free, but to no avail. I'll choose you. Who asked you to run the fastest just now? Number 3 spoke calmly. Big Brother. Second brother. Take revenge for me. Ah, the great calamity has yet to appear and the opportunity has yet to descend. It's a shame to die so soon. The dragon-type creature chosen by number 3 knew that it would not be able to escape. It roared wildly. It planned to self-destruct and fight for a chance of survival for Big Brother and Second Brother. An apocalyptic energy was gathering. How dare you resist when I told you to die? You've angered me. The smile on number 3's face gradually disappeared, and his voice became extremely cold. Suddenly, the sea-like divine will suddenly reversed at this moment, as if it had transformed into a terrifying killing intent that was everywhere. At this moment, number 3 was like a real god of death. A monstrous murderous aura surged. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Chu Feng still felt a chill all over his body. It was like a knife cutting through his heart. This senior number 3 was much stronger than that yellow-haired guy. Good lord, he thought that it was scary enough for the blondie to kill an abyssal demon lord. Unexpectedly, the strength displayed by number 3 completely crushed the blondies. No wonder everyone said that the blondie was trash. Chu Feng did not feel anything before. He thought that it was because the yellow-haired guy was too despicable and was not liked by everyone. Now, Chu Feng felt that perhaps among the 10 blood shadow warriors, the blondie's strength might really be trash. Chu Feng could not help but think of himself. If the blondie was trash, then what about him who wasn't even a grade A? No. I'm still young. If I had started cultivating from ancient times, I would definitely be stronger than them now. Chu Feng could not help but comfort himself, otherwise, he would really be frustrated. These people who usually joked around with him were actually also strong. How could he tolerate this? Just as Chu Feng was letting his mind run wild, suddenly, he sensed waves of fear coming from the corpse Dragon King's soul fire. That terrifying killing intent made even a grade A undead like it instinctively panic. The soul that had been struggling with all its might a moment ago was now strangely silent, like a frightened child curled up at the foot of the wall. It completely gave up resisting and did not dare to move. Chu Feng's eyes shone. What a chance! He would take advantage of this opportunity to use the enslavement contract to enter. He didn't have time to hesitate. Chu Feng used all his strength to condense an oversized enslavement contract. Without hesitation, he invaded the corpse Dragon King's soul again. It was now or never. Perhaps this was the only chance. What surprised Chu Feng was that this time, the corpse Dragon King's soul seemed to be unguarded and allowed Chu Feng to ravage it. The journey was smooth. Perhaps the corpse Dragon King had sensed the fear of his ancestors before it died, or perhaps it was because of number 3's monstrous killing intent. There was no decent resistance at all. Chu Feng easily branded the enslavement contract on the soul core of the corpse Dragon King. It worked. He had successfully enslaved a true grade A. At that moment, Chu Feng could clearly feel that the life and death of the corpse Dragon King was completely under his control. The next moment, Chu Feng felt a majestic high-level soul power surging over, nourishing his dry divine will. It was the return of the enslavement contract. However, this time, the soul power from enslaving a grade A was shockingly high quality. Not only did it instantly replenish Chu Feng's consumption, but it even took the initiative to increase his soul power. It was warm and comforting, as if he had returned to the time when he was a fetus. Chu Feng was unable to extricate himself. In just a short moment, Chu Feng felt that the strength of his soul had at least doubled. The strength of the divine will also increased. If he enslaved a leader-level undead again, it would probably be very easy. And this was not Chu Feng's greatest gain. He looked at the miserable corpse Dragon King in front of him. Chu Feng suddenly felt helpless. This guy had already been badly blown up by him, and now it was frightened by number 3. Its soul fire was almost extinguished. It was still seriously injured. Even if he had already subdued it, it would not be easy to restore its combat strength. It was possible that he would have to pay a high price. Just as Chu Feng was worried, there was a sudden explosion in the distance. Dust billowed. Number 3's curses followed. Bad luck. This guy really exploded a little. As the dust settled, Chu Feng saw that in front of number 3, shattered flesh and broken bones were everywhere. From the looks of it, that dragon-shaped creature was deader than dead. There was not even a trace of dust or blood on number 3's white robe. He was holding a large cluster of huge light balls with a diameter of 100 meters. he slowly walked towards Chu Feng. As he walked, he spoke again. Damn, I was careless. I actually let that guy explode a little. The other two little bugs also took the opportunity to escape. Forget it, I didn't want to kill them anyway. Fortunately, there's a lot of vitality. There should be enough for a while. As he spoke, the figure had already arrived in front of Chu Feng. He suddenly sensed a faint connection between Chu Feng and the corpse Dragon King. His eyes were full of surprise. Before Chu Feng could say anything, number 3 asked eagerly, "Did you enslave this corpse Dragon King?" Chu Feng was speechless. Of course, who else would it be if not him? Was there anyone else around? However, when he thought of how powerful this fellow was, Chu Feng still cowered and replied obediently. Yes. Your divine will can withstand it? It's barely enough. After enslaving this corpse Dragon King, it's already fully occupied. I'm afraid I can't enslave other undead anymore. Hiss. You rascal. Number 3 couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even he had never heard of a C-rank enslaving a grade A, even if Chu Feng had enslaved an S-rank creature when he was a grade A. He might not have been so shocked, because someone had indeed done it in ancient times. However, grade A did not seem to be high, but it was truly a whole different world. There was a huge difference in all aspects. Number 3 was having a breakdown. He had heard it from the blondie. Chu Feng's comprehension of saber techniques was astonishing, and his grasping of speed was also very fast. He also had 2 divine bloodlines. Now, even his divine will was so special, it was really difficult to explain. You little fellow. Where did you come from? At this moment, even a divine lord expert like number 3 was confused. Chapter 184 Chessboard, chess player, and chess piece. He shook his head. Number 3 didn't want to think about it. It could only be said that the person chosen by the heavenly Tao was indeed extraordinary. This kid might be hiding some shocking secrets. Fortunately, they were on the same side as this little fellow. When the cataclysm descended in the future, he believed that there would be a considerable chance of survival. He returned to his senses. Number 3 saw Chu Feng staring at the huge ball of light in his hand with a drooling expression. He couldn't help but grin. Could such a greedy little fellow grow into a peerless expert like his master in the future? He sighed and had to explain. Don't look anymore. It's all yours, but I'll have to slowly give it to you for your future cultivation. I can give you some now. I don't know where those 2 ghost dragons will hide after they escape this time. It'll be troublesome to get such a large ball of vitality next time. With that, number 3 directly separated a very small cluster of vitality from the ball of light and threw it to Chu Feng. Don't waste the vitality of these 6 units. I think your corpse Dragon King is about to die. Give it 2 units and it can completely recover from its soul injuries. As for its physical injuries, it will naturally recover after soaking in the sea of blood for a couple of days. It might even be able to give it some additional life force. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He was worried about how to heal the corpse Dragon King. Otherwise, what was the point of having a crippled grade A pet beast? It almost filled up his divine will space. He hurriedly accepted the vitality. He realized that number 3 had already split it up. Needless to say, the smaller cluster was for the corpse Dragon King. He threw it directly into the corpse Dragon King's soul fire. Chu Feng was a little troubled by the remaining vitality. His soul had just advanced once. If he forcefully advanced it again, Chu Feng was worried that his soul would become unstable. Stability was very important, especially when it involved the essence of life like the soul. Number 3 seemed to have seen through Chu Feng's worry and said directly, I suggest that it's best if you let the soul summoning boots absorb all this vitality and continue to nurture your undead army. The cultivation of the soul cannot be hastened. It's best to only use the aura of living beings from outside for healing purposes. Some short-sighted fellows might desperately try to improve their souls, but if this external power is fused into their souls, there will be great disadvantages in the future. Cultivating and improving yourself on your own is the right way. Or maybe with the feedback from the enslavement contract, which is also in line with the rules. In essence, the life of a creature enslaved by you already belongs to you alone. He listened to number 3's suggestion. Without hesitation, Chu Feng threw all the vitality to the soul summoning boots, from his spiritual power cultivation. It could be seen that Chu Feng was an extreme perfectionist. How could he give up his solid foundation for a moment of joy? He could feel the number on the soul summoning boots increasing. Finally, it stopped at 780,000 points. Chu Feng was speechless. He had worked hard for 7 to 8 days. but in the end, it was not as much as what number 3 had casually thrown him. When Chu Feng slaughtered the Lich clan, he had 380,000 points of vitality left. Number 3 gave him 6 units of vitality and gave the corpse Dragon King 2 units. In other words, 4 units of vitality meant 400,000 points of vitality. Only then did Chu Feng snap out of it, after cultivating hard in the Blood Sea that day. His soul was severely damaged. Number 3 used 8 units of vitality to repair it for him. In other words, he had already used 800,000 points previously. Chu Feng gasped. This shouldn't be happening. Even the Grade A Corpse Dragon King only needed 2 units. He was only a small C-rank martial artist. How could he have used so much? Where did all the vitality go? Chu Feng was puzzled. Could there be some secret in his mind? But he did not know. This was really rare. Forget it. Chu Feng had never bothered to figure out things that he did not understand. He turned to number 3. He was very envious of number 3's method of collecting vitality out of thin air. For Chu Feng, he could only indirectly absorb the dispersed vitality through the soul summoning boots. Furthermore, he could not use it for himself. It could only be used to manufacture soldiers. How could he be like number 3, who could casually collect all the vitality of the killed creatures? This method of collecting vitality. Unexpectedly, just as Chu Feng spoke, number 3 refused directly. Don't even think about it. The requirement for strength is too high. You can't learn it yet. I'll teach you when your strength catches up. Chu Feng curled his lip. He suddenly thought of something else and could not help but ask, by the way, Senior, I once heard from the yellow-haired. Senior number 10, that you guys can't be exposed yet. However, those 2 ancient existences escaped this time. Then Chu Feng remembered, last time, for secrecy, he and the Blondie had directly exterminated the ghost demon race. Number 3 just smiled. It's different. Last time, you went to the abyss with the yellow-haired guy. The ghost demons are creatures of this era. However, those 2 old fellows are the same as us. They have survived from the ancient times and have some restrictions like us. Before we reveal ourselves, they naturally don't dare to act rashly. We're waiting, and so are they. Don't you worry about that. After all, this is not our time anymore. Chu Feng nodded as if he understood. It felt like someone was playing a big game of chess. This was a huge chessboard that spanned through ages and swept through countless experts in the river of time. Who was the chess player and who was the chess piece? He couldn't tell just yet. However, it had nothing to do with Chu Feng. He was still too far inferior. If there was a chance in the future, he could just flip the chessboard. Why didn't you invite me to this chess game? Then let's not play anymore. Chu Feng was never someone who was at the mercy of others. If you don't let me get better, then I won't let you get better even if I have to sacrifice everything. Who was afraid of whom? At most, everyone would have nothing to play with. It was not unacceptable to die together. Chu Feng was quite optimistic. Now, his cultivation with number 3 had temporarily come to an end. What came next was some finishing touches. Chu Feng had to arrange some things in the undead world before returning to the Blood Sea. At the very least, he had to use all the vitality in the soul summoning boots. In this way, his undead army would welcome another great expansion. As for the 3 clones he self-destructed, he did not know if the cooldown time was up. Chu Feng had not had the time to study them carefully, therefore, he had to send number 3 back first. After number 3 left, Chu Feng gathered the undead team again. This time, what he wanted to do was to crazily expand the size of the undead team. Since he already had the quality, he would need quantity next. Chapter 185 New Target, Perfection of Water Element Domain Field. He looked at the dusty undead team in front of him. Chu Feng sighed faintly. It was still a little risky to surround a Grade A. If he had not self-destructed his 3 clones in the end, at least half of his undead team would have died. Even so, the undead team had lost many members. Not many of the leaders died, however, many elite undead had died. Chu Feng counted and found that hundreds of them died. They were basically killed by the corpse Dragon King when it erupted, besieging a Grade A at close range was indeed too dangerous for elite undead. Hundreds of them died at once. Chu Feng's heart ached. These were all the foundations he had accumulated bit by bit. Fortunately, he successfully enslaved the Grade A in the end. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss. In Chu Feng's plan, he had high hopes for this undead army. Now the foundation had been laid. The next step was to keep expanding the number of undead. Chu Feng planned to turn his nearly 800,000 points of vitality into skeleton soldiers and zombie soldiers without holding back. At the very least, it would not be a problem to raise an army of more than 50,000 undead. With 3,000 elites as the core, after the corpse Dragon King recovered his strength, Chu Feng planned to let it lead the undead team to continue killing, expanding, and improving in the undead world, while he increased his strength. He would cultivate an invincible army in the undead realm. When he returned to Earth in the future, this army of undead would play a vital role. Planning before acting was the key to Chu Feng's success. He would first let the soul summoning boots start making ordinary undead. Chu Feng summoned his 3 clones. After his clones self-destructed, Chu Feng immediately went to enslave the corpse Dragon King. After that, there was another battle between ancient experts. As a result, Chu Feng did not have the time to study his clones. Now there was finally time. Chu Feng discovered that the cooldown time for his clones had long passed. Now, they were standing in front of Chu Feng in one piece. They were no different from before. Chu Feng made some calculations. From the time his clones self-destructed to the battle of experts to the time he spoke nonsense with number 3, in total, it was only about 15 minutes. But even so, the clones had already recovered. This meant that the cooldown time of the 3 clones was definitely less than 15 minutes. Good, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This meant that his 3 clones could be used as a trump card in the future. They could be deployed to launch attacks, or simply self-destruct. As long as a battle was dragged out long enough, he could use the self-destruction of their clones to cause damage. The self-destruction of the 3 clones was not weaker than the full-strength attack of an ordinary grade A. In fact, it was even stronger. The trump card in Chu Feng's hand became much stronger. He let the undead team rest for the time being. Chu Feng picked up the shattered corpse Dragon King and rushed towards the Blood Sea. He had to let the corpse Dragon King recover first. 2 hours later, Chu Feng arrived at the spatial node between the Blood Sea and the undead world. At this moment, the node automatically formed a spatial passageway. Chu Feng knew that Elder Luo must have done it as Elder Luo had been maintaining the time barrier for him. He must have been paying attention to everything from the beginning to the end. Therefore, Chu Feng was not worried about not being able to return. Once he returned to the Blood Sea, Chu Feng acted without asking for permission. He first threw the corpse Dragon King hundreds of meters away into the depths of the Blood Sea. Then, he bowed politely to Elder Luo. "Hello, old Luo." Elder Luo's mouth twitched. He looked at Chu Feng and did not know what to say. "You're being too obvious with your little schemes. It's just a favor. Even if you ask, would I refuse?" He was afraid that he would not be able to take advantage. Luo sighed. Initially, he wanted to praise Chu Feng after seeing his performance in the undead world. At this moment, he could not be bothered to say it. He went straight to the point. "Your next instructor has been waiting for you here for 3 days. Here, number 9, the only female among the 10 blood warriors. Well, not someone to mess with. Do as you see fit." With that, Elder Luo left coolly. Only Chu Feng was left floating awkwardly above the sea of blood. This was too fast. He had just returned and had yet to catch his breath. How had it been arranged? And the instructor this time seemed to be very cold. Chu Feng looked at number 9 in front of him. She had a good figure. Her face was also beautiful. However, Chu Feng only felt a bone-chilling chill. Too cold, a cold-faced witch. Seeing Chu Feng look over, number 9 only said coldly. Her voice was very mature, but Chu Feng really did not dare to fantasize, freezing. "Next, I'll teach you the domain. I saw your performance in the water domain previously, and it's not bad. Coincidentally, I'm also best at the water domain. Now, use your strongest domain power to restrain me. Let me see if you're really as strong as that useless yellow-haired punk said. Don't just be a useless impotent man." Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. He was vaguely angry. "You can scold me all you want, but you can't question my potency. That's a bit insulting." He did not waste any time. He spoke equally coldly. "Senior number 9, be careful." After saying that, a surging power of water suddenly erupted from Chu Feng's body. It turned into a circle of light. That was Chu Feng's water element domain field on the greater mastery level. It had made great contributions to Chu Feng previously. It had even saved Chu Feng's life more than once. Therefore, Chu Feng was still very confident in this domain. However, the water element domain field had just taken shape. In the next moment, a simple ripple suddenly appeared in front of number 9. Wherever the ripples passed, the water domain was collapsed. Chu Feng's eyes widened. No way, was their difference that big? He was very sure that number 9 had only used her domain power. Moreover, it would not even exceed his water element domain field. But the result was too surprising. He couldn't resist at all. A sneer appeared on number 9's beautiful face. "Was that your best? If you want me to think highly of you, then continue cultivating. You're not qualified yet. My teaching method is very simple. For the next 3 days, you will stay in this sea of blood every day. With your understanding of the water element domain field, dive deep. The deeper, the better. The blood sea is extremely heavy, and it contains a special power that can nourish your domain at all times. It is beneficial to you. When you can dive 100,000 meters into the blood sea, come and find me. At that time, you will have the qualifications to make me look at you seriously. At that time, I will teach you a true top-notch domain technique. Your water element domain field is a little ordinary. However, I reckon that at your level, you can only think about it at least 3 days later. Chu Feng frowned. This woman's words were too infuriating. His current domain was a little weak, but who had not walked step by step from being weak? Chu Feng could not stand being completely rejected like this. He said calmly, "Then what will you do if I achieve my goal in 3 days?" Number 9 raised her eyebrows. "If you really can do it, I'll apologize." Chu Feng curled his lip. Why would he want an apology? He could not increase his strength with that. Seeing that Chu Feng was not interested, Number 9's lips suddenly curled up slightly. "What else do you want? Do you want me to marry you?" Chapter 186 Perfection. Water element domain field. When Chu Feng heard this, his eyes widened. He really did not expect this cold-faced witch to suddenly say such a thing. The contrast was too great. This question stumped Chu Feng. He coughed a few times. Ahem, well, an apology will be fine. I prefer someone younger. Before Chu Feng could finish speaking, he felt a cold gaze staring at him. His body suddenly could not move. An extremely great domain power surrounded him. It was as if it could crush him into meat paste in the next moment. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. This killing intent was too strong. Chu Feng hurriedly shut up. Damn, that was scary. She wanted to kill someone at the slightest disagreement. It was just a joke. And didn't you start it? Women, no matter how old they were none of them reasonable? Of course, Chu Feng would never dare to say that out. Number 9's face was as cold as ice. She turned around and left. Only then did Chu Feng's expression soften. Damn it, none of these blood shadow warriors were normal. There was a long pause. Only then did Chu Feng recover. He hurriedly ran to the center of the sea of blood. He plunged into it. It was better to cultivate obediently. In the future, no matter how this old woman teased him, he would never fall for it again. Chu Feng swore to himself. On the other side, at the edge of the beach, Luo and Number 9 stood side by side. Elder Luo was all smiles as he teased. Xiaojiu, didn't you joke first? Why didn't you turn angry? Number 9 glared at Elder Luo angrily. She couldn't be bothered with him. Elder Luo laughed and became more serious. You asked him to reach a depth of 100,000 meters in 3 days. Isn't that a bit much? If I remember correctly, even you couldn't do it back then, could you? Elder Luo. Number 9's cold and beautiful face suddenly froze. You can't undermine me like this. After a long time, she said calmly, if I don't stimulate him, how can I force out his potential? Second brother and the others all said that Chu Feng's talent is astonishing. Seeing is believing. I want to see if he's as monstrous as you say. If he can really reach it, so what if I apologize to him 3 days later? I'll be willing. With that, Number 9 tore through the air and left. Behind him, Elder Luo stroked his long white beard and grinned. Young lady, you're still being arrogant. However, you might have miscalculated this time. The cold-faced witch's apology seems to be very interesting. Those guys will probably be interested too. On the other side, Chu Feng plunged into the sea of blood. This was the first time he had ventured deep into the blood sea. He felt that his entire body was being squeezed until it was about to deform. Every drop of blood was incomparably heavy. This scene reminded Chu Feng of the scene in the Domain Golden ranking list, when he was taking the test for the water element domain field. It was also a deep dive, however. In the Domain Golden ranking list assessment, it was ordinary seawater. Diving 10,000 meters would be considered greater mastery, and diving 100,000 meters would be perfect. In comparison, although they were both 100,000 meters, the blood sea was definitely much more difficult. If Chu Feng could dive to a depth of 100,000 meters in the sea of blood, when he returned to Earth in the future, he would probably be able to easily obtain the water element domain field's perfect certification at that time. Chu Feng would have a chance to obtain the only divine level reward on the Domain Golden ranking list. That was a reward that no one had ever received in his previous life, and in this one, Chu Feng was very curious. As for whether he could achieve his goal, Chu Feng was not too worried. If it was the Chu Feng of his previous life, He might not dare to make bold declarations. In his previous life, he had used 10 years, but he had not been able to achieve the perfect water element domain field. However, ever since he was reborn, Chu Feng felt that his comprehension had undergone a qualitative change, especially after fusing with the heavenly Tao. This feeling was even more obvious. That was why he kept shocking those old fellows. He cleared his mind. Chu Feng began to cultivate wholeheartedly. His understanding of the water element domain field was not good enough at the beginning. Then he would dive every day, 10 times if one time didn't work. If 10 times didn't work, then 100 or 1,000 times, practice until he collapsed. Talent was one thing, but hard work was definitely an indispensable part. Chu Feng could clearly feel that every deep dive gave him a different feedback. This visible improvement intoxicated Chu Feng, and since he had been soaking in the sea of blood, his water element domain field seemed to have gained a heavy charm. It was much stronger than before. At the same time, although he never intended it, Chu Feng was surprised to discover that his physique was also passively strengthening. In the depths of the sea of blood, the pressure was also ridiculously great, forcefully quenching a large amount of blood into Chu Feng's limbs and bones. What a pleasant surprise! This way, Chu Feng was even more motivated. Day after day, he cultivated without thinking. During this period, the Corpse Dragon King's injuries completely recovered. Chu Feng brought the Corpse Dragon King back to the undead realm. He found the undead team. This time, he even left the 3 clones and the soul summoning boots behind. Chu Feng estimated that his first stage of cultivation was about to end. Only the battle formation had yet to be learned. However, that probably wouldn't require the 3 clones. It was more useful for them to stay in the undead world. This way, firstly, it would help him to constantly control the movements and status of the undead team. Secondly, Chu Feng was worried about such a group of brainless fellows acting alone. If they provoked some terrifying existence and caused the entire army to be wiped out, Chu Feng would have nowhere to cry. With the 3 clones leading them and the soul summoning boots constantly replenishing their troops, the undead team would definitely grow rapidly. 1. After arranging everything in the undead world, Chu Feng rushed back to the Blood Sea. He continued his cultivation. He did not dare to slack off at all. 3 days later, above the Sea of Blood, suddenly, a long dragon broke through the shackles of the Sea of Blood. A huge wave was set off. A slightly thin figure stood proudly above the waves. He roared without restraint. Chu Feng raised his head to the sky and vented his emotions. Satisfying. 3 days of no sleep, endless practice, and suffocating fear. Chu Feng had survived. Finally, the dawn of victory. He did it. In 3 days, he had dived 100,000 meters into the Blood Sea. While setting a record, he had also truly cultivated the water element domain field to perfection. Its power doubled. Most importantly, he finally had a chance to see the only divine level reward on the domain golden ranking list. The spiritual energy golden ranking list gave him 100 times his cultivation speed. The bloodline golden ranking list gave him a divine grade bloodline. The pet beast golden ranking list offered a super divine pet. The miscellaneous items golden ranking list allowed him to buy items at half price. Fortunately, the humans on Earth were still very poor. Otherwise, Chu Feng would have already started reselling and making a fortune. Even so, these 4 unique divine level rewards gave Chu Feng a huge harvest. It could even be said that most of his current achievements came from these only rewards. Now, the 5th divine level reward was right in front of him. How could Chu Feng not be excited? Just as Chu Feng was fantasizing about his wonderful future, the commotion he caused attracted the attention of a group of old fellows. Number 9's exquisite figure slowly appeared. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually did it? Chapter 187 Battle Formation Master, Battle Soul King. At this moment, 9 figures suddenly appeared on the beach. Other than number 1, who was nowhere to be seen, the other 9 Blood Shadow warriors had all run over. Not long after, Elder Luo slowly walked over. The blondie looked exceptionally happy. His face seemed to be a little red and swollen, and his eyes were dark. He had yet to recover from the last beating. It could be seen how vicious those people were. No wonder he hadn't seen this guy for so long. Then he saw the blondie look excitedly at number 9, Ninth sister. I heard that you made a bet with him that if this kid can dive 100,000 meters into the Sea of Blood in 3 days, you'll give yourself to him? When do you plan to fulfill your promise? Can you do a live broadcast? I've lived for so many years and am still single. I can learn from you. The blondie wasn't done yet. Boom, he was already frozen into a pile of ice. Then, he was kicked into the depths of the Sea of Blood by a long leg. Number 9's face was grim. She glanced at the others watching the commotion. Everyone turned to look into the distance. the blondie had a foul mouth. He never learned. At this moment, Chu Feng arrived at the beach. He was surprised that there were so many people at once. Suddenly, he saw number 9 flash in front of him. Taking a deep breath, her red lips parted. I'm sorry. I apologize for what I said before. There's a top-notch domain technique that I'm best at in this recording stone. Learn it. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me in the future. I'll leave first. With that, number 9 disappeared. It was almost as if she were fleeing. Is that all? TSK. Boring. What am I here to see? Beside him, a group of men were stunned. They had come to watch a drama expectantly. Who would have thought that the actress was so unprofessional that she actually had stage fright? Even if you don't give yourself to him, at least give him a kiss and a hug. Let's disperse. The crowd scattered. Chu Feng was left alone in the wind. He looked at the recording stone in his hand and was speechless. What the heck? At this moment, Chu Feng noticed there was actually one person who had not left. He was the flat-faced number 4. His calm eyes stared at the rise and fall of the waves. It gave Chu Feng the feeling that he was independent from the world, like an accomplished monk. Clearly, he had not come to watch the show. As if sensing Chu Feng's gaze, number 4 slowly turned around. He had an extremely ordinary appearance, but his eyes were as deep as the sea, and there was a faint smile on his lips. Chu Feng stared for a little longer. He actually felt like he was about to sink into it. He even had an urge to die for him. He was shocked. What kind of demonic technique was this? However, before Chu Feng could do anything, in the next moment, he felt the world spin and lost consciousness. At that moment, he seemed to hear number 4's voice whispering in his ear, "Your soul is strong and your divine will is moderately accomplished. However, your willpower is still lacking. It's not bad." In a daze, Chu Feng suddenly came back to his senses and broke out in cold sweat. He looked at the man in front of him in horror. At that moment, he felt as if he was no longer himself. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if his will had been extracted from his body. He was weak and could not control his body. Could this man kill anyone just by looking at them? That amazing? Chu Feng suddenly became interested in the so-called battle formation. Senior. Chu Feng bowed respectfully. Number 4 smiled and nodded. I'm the last instructor for your first stage of cultivation. I'm good at battle formations. Do you want to learn? Chu Feng hurriedly nodded. This thing did not feel as simple as its name seemed. The method to separate his will from his body was priceless. If he could learn it, wouldn't he be able to kill others by staring at them? Number 4 nodded unhurriedly, as if he'd been born that way. He was not competitive at all. This was also why he was ranked last even though he was strong. Then let me give you a brief introduction of what a battle formation is. As the name implies, a battle formation is just a formation used in battles. Just like spiritual power and divine will, it's a method to fight the enemy. However, the battle formation differs from them in that it is a joint of willpower. Those who can control this power are called battle formation masters. A joint of willpower? Battle formation masters? This was clearly the first time Chu Feng had heard such a statement. He could not help but ask. Number 4 did not mind. Instead, he continued speaking. Yes, battle formation masters are a magical profession. It's different from the path of spiritual power and divine will cultivation. Battle formation masters don't need to cultivate spiritual power or divine will. They can even be just ordinary people. Then what strength do they rely on? Willpower. Willpower? Chu Feng was puzzled. That's right. Willpower is a very magical power. Battle formation masters don't need spiritual power or divine will, but there's one thing that's indispensable, which is an elite army that's been through hundreds of battles. Or rather, the invincible power of will of this army that's been through hundreds of battles. The invincible god of war among mortals leads an invincible army of 1,000,000 soldiers. Even if this god of war and the soldiers are only ordinary people, as long as the god of war has unparalleled prestige in the army, the soldiers are willing to die for him when the war begins. With the help of the power of the battle formation, he can gather everyone's willpower. Then, he can kill a grade A. Or even an S rank. This is a battle array master. To put it simply, he uses a battle formation as the foundation and the will of living beings as the sword. He can cut through the world. Of course, the stronger you are, the greater willpower you will have. Perhaps there are exceptions, but they are extremely rare. Chu Feng was entranced and could not help but ask, then how do I cultivate? It sounded so mysterious. Willpower could actually become a killing weapon. Number 4 smiled faintly. The cultivation method is actually simple. You just have to temper your willpower. After reaching a certain level, your willpower will materialize, and then you can condense a battle soul. Only at this time can you be considered a battle formation master. But condensing a battle soul is difficult. Difficult. Even number 4, who is usually calm, could not help but say difficult 3 times with a bitter expression. The willpower is invisible and unpredictable. Ordinary people can't track it at all. The battle soul is the king, and the willpower is the general. Condensing a battle soul is no easier than the manifestation of divine will. You must know that the strength of a martial artist with the divine will manifestation is comparable to a high-level grade A. On the path of battle formations, battle souls are only the basics of battle formation masters. There's only one in a billion. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Back then, I used a full year to condense my battle soul and suffered countless hardships. I remember when Master called me stupid, but I know that it's because Master's standards were too high. In the ancient times, not many people could compare to me in terms of talent in battle formations. Number 4's eyes were filled with nostalgia, so I'm not asking anything of you. Just do your best. If you're ready, I'll send you somewhere. Where are we going? Chu Feng asked curiously. Number 4 slowly got up and looked at the sea of blood in the distance. His eyes filled with reminiscences, the place where I condensed my battle soul. A chaotic country, an eternal realm, and a world filled with lunatics. Chapter 188 Endless Chaos. Chu Feng was even more curious. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Number 4 smiled at the sight. That place, how should I put it? It's like a trash can in the universe. It will automatically absorb the emotions, distracting thoughts, and will have trillions of living beings every moment from everywhere. There are no real living beings there. There are only chaotic and disorderly bodies of will everywhere, or rather, they are just the manifestations of wills. They could be the combination of various biological forms or the chaotic wills of countless races. They are pure and disorderly existences. The meaning of their existence is to kill and devour each other. They look like a bunch of lunatics who kill anyone they see without warning or reason. Moreover, because they are a group of wills, their attack method is naturally willpower erosion. What you have to do is go and fight those lunatics. Their attacks are a form of tempering for you. Remember, if you kill those guys, the first thing you do is to erase the collective will. Only the purest power of will can be absorbed. I'll teach you the purification technique later. Do not absorb any willpower that contains the thoughts of other living beings, otherwise, you will also be affected and become the next lunatic. The process of willpower confrontation will be very painful, but you must not lose. If you lose, your willpower will be erased. Then you will really die. At this point, number 4 couldn't help but tremble. It could be seen how much that experience had traumatized him. He spent all his time with a group of lunatics. Ordinary people would probably have been driven crazy. There was a pause before number 4 continued. Later, I will extract your willpower and throw it into the kingdom of chaos. No matter how long it takes, I'll pull you out if you think you can hold on. Remember, don't force yourself there, otherwise, even I might not be able to save you in time, if it really doesn't work. Don't force yourself. I can teach you some array formations. Even without the control of a battle formation master, you can still unleash a portion of its power. The threshold of a battle formation master is too high. There was finally a hint of solemnity on number 4's calm face. Chu Feng was stunned. He had learned something today. He had lived for so many years in his previous life, but he didn't know as much as he did in this short month. However, the more he knew, the more interested Chu Feng was in this battle formation master. He only listened to number 4's simple description. Chu Feng understood that a battle formation master was definitely a rather powerful profession. Especially for Earthlings who were facing an abyssal invasion, a true battle formation master was even more important. When ordinary human armies faced a large number of demonic creatures, they might be very weak. However, once they were controlled by a battle formation master, that situation would be very different. Therefore, he had to become a battle formation master, nothing else, because humans needed him. Everything that Chu Feng was doing now, be it crazily increasing his strength, nurturing the undead army, or even urgently wanting to become a battle formation master, was only for one purpose: to resist the invasion of the abyss. Countless tragedies in his previous life. His parents' shrill cries for him to escape, Sienner's self-sacrifice to fight for a chance of his survival, his friend's tragic death. That indescribable sorrow and strong sense of powerlessness was something he never wanted to experience again, therefore, he needed to be stronger. Are you ready? Number 4 asked again. Chu Feng nodded without hesitation. Number 4 looked at Chu Feng in surprise. It was hard to imagine why a young man in his late teens would have such a tenacious gaze. What had he been through? Taking a deep breath, Number 4 wasn't going to dig any deeper. Everyone had their secrets. He had his own, didn't he? He smiled and looked at Chu Feng. In that case. His voice had yet to fade. Chu Feng saw Number 4 lightly slap his forehead. The next moment, suddenly, everything in front of him began to blur. In a daze, he heard Number 4's voice. It was as if the mysterious voice of the great Tao was imprinted in the depths of Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng understood that this was the purification method. Immediately after, even Number 4's figure was gradually moving away. Everything around him fell into darkness and silence. Vaguely, Chu Feng seemed to see his unconscious body fall weakly onto the beach. Is this my willpower leaving my body? This thought subconsciously flashed through Chu Feng's mind. It had been a magical experience. Then, Chu Feng felt as if his willpower had passed through a layer of milky white light. In the next moment, he arrived in a space filled with white light. There was nothing around, not even a voice existed. There was not even a difference between up, down, left, right. The rules seemed to have failed here. Only the omnipresent white light filled the entire space. Light was supposed to represent hope, but at this moment, Chu Feng had a feeling. Perhaps it was because things would go in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. This white space that exceeded the limit gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. It only felt absurd, very uncomfortable. After staying for a while, Chu Feng felt uncomfortable and disgusted. If he stayed in such a place for a long time, he felt that he might really go crazy. It was really hard to imagine that Number 4 had actually survived in such a place for a year. What a freak! Perhaps the formation of Number 4's personality was influenced by this space. Is this the kingdom of chaos? Chu Feng looked down at his current appearance. It was as if he had also turned into a ball of white light. Fortunately, he was still in the shape of a human. His facial features, limbs, and various important organs were still there. So what do I need to do next? Chu Feng was confused. Number 4 asked him to fight. But he felt that he could not even walk, let alone fight. He wanted to walk, but he realized that he could not control his body at all. He stood there for a long time to adapt. Only then did Chu Feng gradually figure it out. It was as if there was no need to walk here. With a thought, he could appear anywhere. Speed, movement technique, strength. Everything seemed to have lost its meaning. Here, Chu Feng did not even have the concept of time. Of course, according to Number 4, time was still passing here. It was just that he might not notice it. Chu Feng felt that this place was more like a dream space. It was like a dream he had when he was sleeping at night. Or a nightmare. Then what was he now? An intruder, an anomaly, or a dream stealer? Who cares? Chu Feng couldn't be bothered to think about. The most important thing now was to temper his willpower. Anyway, in this disorderly space, he could reach anywhere with a thought. Chu Feng began to wander aimlessly. He instantly appeared in an infinitely far place. It was unknown whether he was moving forward or backward. There was no point anyway. Just as Chu Feng was being tortured by that oppressive feeling, Chu Feng suddenly felt that there seemed to be a living creature moving rapidly not far away. A body of will? Chu Feng's interest was piqued. With a thought, he caught up with it instantly. The collective willpower had clearly sensed Chu Feng's existence. It did not stop at all. Rather, it even jumped up and down excitedly. It muttered to itself like a pervert. First, a rough growl. Hee, there's food again. I'm going to eat him. Then, the voice became seductive. But I want to be good friends with him. Then let's split him in half. I'll eat half and you can be good friends with the other half. I'm really smart, hee. Chapter 189 Demon Tide begins. Tribulation arises. Chu Feng looked at the four-legged, eight-eyed white monster in front of him. He was listening to the guy talking to himself. If he had a body now, he would probably have goosebumps. Chu Feng could also tell. This guy was a collection of wills. He didn't know what it had swallowed. In short, there was more than one individual's will in this monster. Before Chu Feng could observe for a while, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It was actually the white monster that had already bitten him. There was no way to avoid it. There was no such thing as speed in this space. There was no way to avoid an attack between two bodies of will. It was also very special. It was not one side attacking the other. It was a contest of willpower, confrontation, attrition. Whoever couldn't hold on would die. No escape. No draw. Whoever held on until the end was the winner. Winner takes all. Understanding this, Chu Feng's will became incomparably tenacious. He had too many unfinished business. How could he fall here? During the confrontation, Chu Feng felt as if his willpower was being devoured, but in the next moment, he felt that the devouring feeling was just an illusion. A voice seemed to be whispering in Chu Feng's heart, "Sleep, sleep." Once he slept, there would be no more worries in his dreams. There would be no pressure, no pain. Everything would be at its best. It felt as if he had been cuddled in his mother's arms as a child, warm, comfortable, sleepy. But in the next second, Chu Feng instantly woke up. No, where am I? What am I doing? I'm in the kingdom of chaos. I'm competing with a monster in willpower. How could I fall asleep? Chu Feng instantly broke out in cold sweat. That's terrible. Was this an illusion caused by the consumption of his willpower during the confrontation? Yet it felt so real. Just as Chu Feng was feeling fear, suddenly, the pain in his mind disappeared. He heard a faint scream. Then, Chu Feng opened his eyes. The four-legged, eight-eyed monster in front of him seemed to have lost its soul as it stood rooted to the ground in a daze. It had not even moved, but it had died strangely. Chu Feng was shocked. All of this was unbelievable. In a battle of wills, if you held on, then you'd be the winner. He remembered number 4's warning. Chu Feng did not impatiently absorb the monster's remaining willpower. Instead, he would first use the purification method to completely erase the remaining thoughts in the monster's body. These thoughts had long fused into every part of the monster's body. It was very difficult to completely clear them. The monster could just swallow the prey whole. However, Chu Feng did not dare to do so. He did not want to become such a monstrous lunatic. He could only carefully erase the monster's thoughts. Sometime later, in front of Chu Feng, there was only a small ball of irregular light the size of a thumb. It had shrunk countless times. However, Chu Feng was very satisfied. The ball of light seemed to have an inexplicable attraction. Chu Feng opened his mouth and swallowed it. His current body was actually equivalent to the manifestation of his will. Swallowing it directly was equivalent to absorbing it with his own will. Moreover, Chu Feng discovered that his body seemed to have grown a little bigger. After confirming that it was not his imagination, Chu Feng suddenly realized in that case, wouldn't he be able to determine the strength of his opponent's willpower based on the size of his opponent? If he encountered anyone huge, there was no need to guess how many wills it had swallowed. It must be extremely powerful. With his small arms and legs, he might not be able to win with his willpower. However, Chu Feng thought of another problem in this chaotic country. There was no way to avoid a confrontation between wills. If he was noticed by an extremely powerful body of will, wouldn't he definitely die? No wonder number 4 told him not to force himself. If he encountered an enemy that was much stronger than him, the right thing to do was to directly seek help from number 4. Other than that, the only thing he could do was to carefully avoid the places where those powerful auras appeared. It was a little like a big fish eating a small fish. The small fish kept devouring and evolving to increase their size so that it was easier to devour stronger fish. Understanding this, at this moment, Chu Feng's movements became even more organized. He kept wandering through the white space. He consciously picked his opponent. Chu Feng directly pounced on and killed those who were smaller or similar to him. After purifying them, he swallowed them. Chu Feng even dared to hunt those that were not more than twice his size. This was because Chu Feng discovered that, since these wills were not pure enough, their willpower was ridiculously weak. They could completely be regarded as a body of will with a few smaller bodies. The four-legged eight-eyed monster he encountered the first time was only a combination of two consciousnesses. It was already considered relatively pure. That was why it was so tricky to deal with. As for those huge monsters he sensed by accident, Chu Feng had long avoided them. He had no contact with them at all. His perception range seemed to be much stronger than these lunatics. He wondered if it was because of the purity of his will. It was not known how much time had elapsed. Chu Feng felt that the flow of time here seemed to be terrifyingly slow. One day, Chu Feng suddenly felt something. He instinctively looked in one direction. Although there was no difference in direction in this chaotic country, Chu Feng inexplicably identified that direction. His heart ached. It was as if something big had happened somewhere beyond this space. In an instant, Chu Feng reacted. His eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. It was Earth. Was the abyss invading? Chu Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Has the first abyssal demon tide begun? Calculating the time, it was indeed about time. At this moment, Chu Feng felt extremely depressed, but he could not do anything. His mind was filled with memories of the first abyssal demon tide in his previous life. Countless painful memories, the cries and screams that filled the sky kept echoing in Chu Feng's mind. The iron hooves of countless abyssal demons were everywhere. Humans were eaten like pigs and dogs. Infinite blood almost dyed the sea red. at this moment, how was Hua Xia, and what happened to his parents and family, and Xiener? Sister Hong said she would protect them. Did she do that? Would this abyssal demon tide be the same as in his previous life? Chu Feng was burning with anxiety. His will, which was already countless times stronger, began to fluctuate violently. Concern led to confusion. At this moment, he had no time to care about anything else. He didn't notice at all. At this moment, his strong will fluctuations began to spread endlessly in this chaotic space. The gigantic wills suddenly raised their huge bell-like eyes and looked in the same direction. They seemed to have sensed something. From an infinite distance away, they locked onto Chu Feng's location. Suddenly, a towering mountain-like figure moved in advance and instantly crossed endless space. In an instant, it arrived in front of Chu Feng. It stared at the little ant in front of him with interest. Such strong willpower was their favorite delicacy. As for Chu Feng, he still knew nothing about this. At this moment, Earth was in danger. Chu Feng was also in danger. Chapter 190 cannot survive without a bit of madness. One thought: currently, Chu Feng did not realize that an incomparably huge monster had appeared beside him. According to Chu Feng's own guess, the larger the monster, the stronger it was. This was definitely a terrifying existence. In terms of size, it was nearly 1,000 times larger than Chu Feng. The monster had thousands of faces and was 10,000 feet tall. Tens of thousands of eyes of different sizes and shapes opened and closed. It was extremely evil. Its entire body emitted countless crazy and chaotic wills. Who knew how many wills it had devoured? With just one look, he felt like he was about to sink into it. As soon as it appeared, even the other giant monsters who had come left silently. They obviously didn't want to get into a conflict with this guy. What a pure body of will. He, I like it. Ha ha ha. Come on, melt him into us. He. At this moment, the entire space was filled with all kinds of strange cries. It was daunting. Only then did Chu Feng notice something strange. His eyes snapped open. He was shocked. What did he see? The huge mountain-like monster was staring at him with covetous eyes, its saliva almost dripping to the soles of its feet. It was as if he had fallen into an icehouse. His mood instantly plummeted. Oh no, that was Chu Feng's first thought. In the chaotic space, there was no buffer in the battle between the wills. There was no way to dodge. If he sensed it in advance, he could avoid it. However, once the other party had decided on him, he had to fight, especially when this monster was almost touching him. The fear in Chu Feng's heart increased exponentially. Next thought, without hesitation, he called out to number 4, while number 4 had taught him the purification method. He had also explained how to call for help, but that would take some time. If he had discovered the traces of such a huge monster in advance, even if he could not escape in time, there would have been enough time to wait for number 4 to come to his rescue. However, Chu Feng only felt despair at the current situation. The giant monster's will shock came in waves. It gave Chu Feng a splitting headache. And this was only the fluctuations that this fellow subconsciously emitted. With hope, Chu Feng sent out a distress signal. At the same time, in the blood sea, number 4 suddenly raised his eyes. There was no time to think. His huge will instantly crossed countless layers of space and arrived in the kingdom of chaos. The next moment, a giant figure comparable to a planet condensed in the kingdom of chaos. It covered the sky and was incomparably majestic. Because it was too big, ripples appeared in the space around the figure. It was as if even this space could not withstand its terrifying weight. This was the manifestation of number 4's will. In comparison, even the mountain-sized monster that attacked Chu Feng seemed extremely small. But at this moment, number 4 was not in the mood to think about anything else. His usual casual attitude was swept away. His eyes erupted with a sharp light. He instantly locked onto one direction. That was where Chu Feng had sent the distress signal, in this irregular space. Number 4's eyes instantly traversed endless distance like lightning. He saw Chu Feng's current situation, not good. Why is there a high-level will body in the elementary area? Number 4 couldn't help but growl. He had clearly thrown Chu Feng's body of will into the elementary area. The bodies of will in other areas rarely went to this place, because the elementary area was very barren. The will bodies that lived in the elementary area were all very weak. To a high-level will body, it was not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Since it was not tempting, they naturally could not be bothered to go. Number 4 couldn't figure it out either. How could Chu Feng encounter such an existence? The situation was dangerous. Facing such an existence, it was already not easy for Chu Feng to send out a distress signal, but he still needed time to get there. In this chaotic space, it was not that traveling did not require time. It was just that it was so fast that weak existences thought that it was teleportation. By the time he arrived, Chu Feng might have already been invaded by the monster's will body. In that case, even he would be helpless. no one else could interfere with the confrontation between wills. Number 4 was anxious, but he could only rush over desperately. Supposedly, even if Chu Feng had encountered a king-level will body in the elementary area, he would be confident that he could save Chu Feng. However, who would have thought that Chu Feng, who had not even condensed a battle soul, would actually provoke a high-level will body? It was so unexpected. Number 4 was also helpless. On the other side, Chu Feng felt that the monster's will attack was getting stronger and stronger. The chaos and madness had already begun to affect Chu Feng. Clearly, the monster had attacked, but number 4 still could not make it. Chu Feng's last bit of consciousness was filled with bitterness. Even if his opponent was 5 or 10 times larger than him, he would still dare to risk his life to fight it, but it was more than 1,000 times bigger. This was a huge difference between heaven and earth. His will would probably be crushed in an instant, right? Then his mind would be assimilated by this monster and became part of it. Chu Feng was filled with unwillingness. Earth was being invaded by the abyss and facing a calamity. It was fine if he couldn't go back, but was he going to die here? The bold words he had made back then were still vivid in his mind: protect Huaxia, resist the invasion of the abyss, and defend the last fertile land of mankind. Could it not be realized? He was unwilling to die like this. He felt his thoughts becoming slower and slower. Chu Feng had already prepared for the worst, but he would not give up just like that. He stayed true to his heart and defended the last bit of clarity in his heart. He looked forward to a miracle. Just as the giant monster was about to invade Chu Feng's body of will, suddenly, a planet-sized figure descended. Number 4's eyes narrowed. He instantly realized that the invasion of the monster was irreversible. It was understandable. At the last moment, Number 4 flicked his fingers. A white light that was almost solid instantly entered Chu Feng's will, and almost at the same moment, the monster's will also completely invaded Chu Feng's will. The two bodies of will truly began to clash. Number 4 looked grim. Even though he had already located Chu Feng as quickly as possible, he was still too late. He could not completely save Chu Feng, fortunately. At the last moment, he injected a trace of will into Chu Feng's body of will. This source of will contained no thoughts and was of extremely high quality. Number 4 had forcefully cut it off from himself. I hope it's of some help. Number 4 wasn't too sure. After all, Chu Feng's enemy was a high-level body of will. His source of will could only help Chu Feng reduce the gap. In the end, Chu Feng would have to rely on himself to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Number 4 felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. If this little guy can turn the tables, it's not impossible for him to instantly condense a battle soul. A battle soul condensed from a high-level will body. Hiss. Even Master didn't have such an opportunity back then, right? Nobody survives without a little bit of madness. The winner becomes the king and the loser becomes the bandit. It's up to you whether to become a dragon or a worm. Chapter 191. Full alert in the entire realm. The kingdom of chaos filled with white light was as silent as ever. Nothing seemed to have changed. Number 4 silently guarded beside Chu Feng. He drove away some wandering aggregates of will. They waited for the final outcome. However, Chu Feng closed his eyes tightly. It was as if he had turned into a corpse. This was a huge crisis. If Chu Feng could avert danger, he could naturally transform into a butterfly and obtain huge benefits. However, if he did not survive, everything would be over. All his ambitions would be in vain. Even Number 4 would not be able to save Chu Feng. At that moment, Chu Feng felt the monster's mountain-like powerful will crushing over. He knew that he was definitely no match for it. Therefore, he only held his last bit of clarity. He was prepared for the worst. He tried to persist as long as possible. Exactly at that moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt a willpower that was completely different from the monster surging into his will. The power was special. In terms of amount, it might not be able to compare to the monster's will. But in terms of quality, it was far superior. It even gave Chu Feng a sacred feeling. The quality was extremely high. After this force joined, Chu Feng instantly felt that his will was filled with power. The gap between him and the monster seemed to be shrinking rapidly. It was not impossible to fight it. Was it Number 4? Chu Feng came to a realization. It should be some means of Number 4, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight such a monster head-on. He felt the giant monster roar and attack him. Chu Feng took a deep breath and began to move, defend his essence. He had to stabilize his foundation first. Then, he slowly took action. Step by step, he ate away at the monster's will. Endless hope instantly rose in his heart. Then let's fight to the death, fight for a chance of survival. I don't believe it. I'm the son of destiny. How could I not be able to do anything to a deformed monster like you? Time ticked by. Chu Feng's will fell into a deep battle. At the same time, on Earth, humanity encountered the greatest calamity in history. The abyss had invaded. From this moment on, it was as if a Pandora's box had been opened. Wave after wave, countless demons from the abyss wreaked havoc on Earth. They seemed to be infinite, they wanted to destroy all of humanity. It was supposed to be a breezy afternoon. To countless Earthlings, it was indeed an ordinary evening. It was rush hour when everybody was off work. On the road, the traffic moved in long, slow lines. From time to time, a few urgent horns could be heard. The response was a middle finger sticking out of the car window in the front. By the roadside, a couple was hugging and laughing. They were holding a cup of hot milk tea in their hands and enjoying the pleasure after work. The stall owner enthusiastically solicited business. Pedestrians hurried past, their faces either sad or happy or expressionless. There were all kinds of people, everyone lived their normal lives. But suddenly, a bolt of lightning exploded in the clear sky. Everyone looked up at the sky in confusion. The next moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. It was like an earthquake. The earth cracked, houses collapsed, people were unsteady on their feet, murmurs, laughter. They all turned into terrified screams at that moment. People were confused, they could only watch this apocalyptic scene. Panicked, almost simultaneously, all over the world, countless countries all raised the alarm. Rapid and ear-piercing alarms sounded all over the world. At that moment, a violent earthquake began worldwide. The sea was roaring, raising huge waves. Was the doomsday coming? In the capital, Huaxia Dragon Group headquarters, in the quaint little courtyard, Sister Hong and Yi Qingtian stood side by side. The solemn aura was spreading. Yi Qingtian's expression turned serious too. They're here. It's just not clear where the Abyssal Passage appeared. Sister Hong did not answer. She took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. East, 5,000 kilometers. I can sense it. Yi Qingtian said in surprise, the territory of the Great Harmony Country. Before Sister Hong could answer, the next moment, an old man in military uniform suddenly walked in. He cut to the chase. On November 3, 2052, an abyssal passage spanning thousands of kilometers appeared in the airspace of the Great Harmony Country. Countless abyssal demons surged out of the passageway, accompanied by a large number of high-level generals, and descended on the 4 islands of the Great Harmony Country. Their exact strength is unclear. Also, as of the time the message came, the Great Harmony Country has been completely controlled by the abyssal demons. The government system has been completely paralyzed, and countless citizens have died. The Great Harmony Country has fallen. Boss Ho has sent a battle order from the front line. He urgently ordered the 2 heavenly masters, Fang Jinghan and Yi Qingtian, to immediately rush to the front line to assist in the defense. Huaxia is on full alert. Activate Plan A, gather the strength of the entire country and defend our coastal defense line. No abyssal demons is allowed to take a step beyond. Sister Hong and Yi Qingtian were both shocked. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. They were extremely shocked. The war had just begun. Had a country already been destroyed, then how strong were the abyssal demons this time? The Great Harmony Country was also guarded by a heavenly master, yet he died instantly. Sister Hong was the first to react. Fang Jinghong accepts the order. Yi Qingtian also hurriedly said, Yi Qingtian accepts the order. With that, the 2 heavenly masters instantly soared into the sky and rushed towards the front line. During this period of time, Yi Qingtian had also successfully broken through to Grade A and became a heavenly master. With their speed, it would not take long for them to reach the coastal area. On the other side, in the airspace of the former Great Harmony Country, at this moment, demonic energy surged. Dozens of high-level demons with different figures floated in the air. The surging demonic aura covered the sky and formed huge dark clouds. Being able to float meant that these creatures were all demon kings above Grade A, but at this moment, these demon kings stood respectfully with their hands behind their backs, silently looking at the slightly thin black-armored youth in front of them. The black-armored youth had a humanoid body. Based on human aesthetics, he was an extremely handsome and somewhat evil man, but at this moment, this handsome man was holding the corpse of a human elder. A demonic voice filled the sky. A human heaven master? He's just an ant. As he spoke, he casually threw the corpse in his hand to the ground. Suddenly, he raised his sword and shouted, Fight for His Majesty. Behind him, all the demon kings cheered in unison, Fight for His Majesty. The roar spread in all directions. The countless low-level demonic creatures on the ground seemed to have received some kind of evil encouragement. Their eyes turned bloodshot. At the same time, they raised their heads and roared, Roar. The black-armored youth nodded in satisfaction, and a demonic smile appeared on his face. His voice was soft again. Children, kill and welcome my arrival with the blood of the human race. Humanity, this ant-like race, should die. Chapter 192 Nuclear Bombardment. Behind the black-armored youth, all the Abyssal Demon Kings roared excitedly. As your highness commands. After bowing to the black-armored man, these great demon kings turned into streams of light and rushed to the ground. There were humans running for their lives in endless panic. At this moment, there were screams of terror everywhere. They were unlucky. They happened to be under the space where the abyssal demon race had descended. They were not too strong. Naturally, the country collapsed instantly. The remaining citizens were hunted down and eaten by countless abyssal demons like pigs and dogs. The remaining ancient martial arts experts and spiritual power experts could barely protect themselves in the demon flood. They prayed that they would not be targeted by powerful demonic creatures. But at the next moment, a large group of demonic figures descended from the sky with a high-level pressure. A three-eyed demon king casually pressed down. It condensed into a huge palm. It came crashing down. These remaining resistance forces were destroyed with a flip of his hand. To this group of great demon kings, these resistance forces were just ants. Looking at the novel sights in front of him, a young demon king suddenly took a deep breath and exhaled softly, murmuring, "Phew! Is this Earth God's star? It's so beautiful. Even the air is so sweet." If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this young great demon king. Wasn't it his defeated opponent, Mara? And beside him, a black-robed man with a cold expression stood. It was Mara's master, Mo Qianfan. The two of them led the Earth demon race and followed Lin Yi, the abyssal royal prince, to Earth. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Earth God Star, one of the legendary twin stars. It was said that when the Earth Abyss star shattered back then, the remains formed the current abyss. And the Earth God Star was a complete divine star, according to the historical records of the abyss. When the Earth Abyss star shattered, a large amount of the essence was released. It seemed that all of it had been absorbed by the Earth God Star and was hidden on the planet. Therefore, the Earth God Star was a real treasure. As the first wave of the vanguard, they naturally had a chance to get there first. If he was lucky enough to obtain some legendary treasures, he would benefit from it for the rest of his life. It was not impossible to break through to the demon venerable realm. This was a fatal temptation to all great demon kings. At this moment, the three-eyed demon king's arms suddenly expanded and instantly grabbed a mother and daughter who were escaping. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth. He swallowed the prey whole. He chewed a few times. His face was full of joy as he muttered, "Oh, the souls of these humans are so delicious. There seems to be a trace of the essence of the star domain in their souls. As expected of a race favored by the Earth God Star. Essence of the star domain?" The other demon kings were pleasantly surprised, and their eyes lit up. Could such an incomparably precious item be hidden in the bodies of countless ordinary humans? Another two-headed demon king could not help but speak, "Everyone, it'll be our fault if we don't have a good taste of such a peerless delicacy. Please feel free. I'll take my leave first." As the two-headed demon king's voice fell, the other demon kings were also tempted. They turned into streams of light and scattered. A demon king that looked like a golden toad suddenly landed above a small town. He opened his mouth abruptly. A violent suction force erupted. The humans in the town who could not escape in time screamed in fear, but they could not control their bodies and were swallowed into the sky, swallowing tens of thousands of people in one gulp. The golden toad demon king smacked his lips. He truly enjoyed the food. After a while, there was disappointment in his eyes. He muttered, "That three-eyed idiot. These ordinary people indeed have a little bit of the essence of the star domain in their bodies, but it is negligible. If he wants to gather a drop of the essence of the star domain, he will probably have to devour hundreds of millions of humans, right? There are only 10 billion humans. How much essence can they gather? Moreover, His Highness seems to have some other plans. He only allows us to kill here." The golden toad demon king sighed and smacked his lips again. However, humans can't be more delicious as food. These great demon kings were extremely powerful, and the casualties they caused was no less than the demon army. At every moment, countless humans died. There was no place to escape to. Before long, there were very few humans left on the 4 islands. Even the survivors were struggling at death's door. The tragic scenes in the Great Harmony country were all captured by satellite television and transmitted all over the world. On the television screen, the abyssal demons slaughtered wantonly. Humans were killed like pigs and dogs. Countless humans witnessed this tragic massacre. Humans were being bitten, slaughtered, devoured. The looks of despair pierced countless humans. These demons didn't even let children off. It was only because the flesh of children was more tender and delicious. Children became their first target. this sudden scene completely shocked the hearts of all humans on Earth. Countless humans slowly turned from their initial shock and fear to endless anger. How infuriating, these alien races deserved to die. Just then, the same scene was being seen on satellite TVs around the world. Countless missile silos hidden in the deep mountains and forests began to operate. Long, angry flames soared into the sky. The steel dragons cruising the depths of the sea was also roaring. It tore through the huge waves and soared into the sky. At the same time, harsh warnings came from the satellite TV. All humans around the 4 islands, evacuate to the nearest national refuge immediately. All Earthlings, immediately find shelters and brace for the nuclear explosion. Nuclear weapons. Launch immediately. Target, abyssal demons, indiscriminate nuclear bombardment. Since the abyssal demons had mercilessly slaughtered the humans of the 4 islands, then there was no need for the humans to worry about anything. Countless human ultimate weapons comparable to Big Ivan were launched. Even if it would cause huge pollution to the Earth, they could not care less. At this moment of life and death, they only wanted to kill the demons, as many as possible. This was one of the strategic preparations that humans had made beforehand. Dazzling flames shot out, carrying the hope of all mankind. Time ticked by, they tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed. When they were clear to the naked eye, countless abyssal demons suddenly looked up at the sky in confusion. They did not understand what those black dots represented. However, the powerful great demon kings had a hint of fear in their eyes. That small black dots seemed to give them an indescribable sense of threat. It was as if even they would be in danger if they were hit head-on. This was a little scary. The human race had such a great weapon, but why couldn't they sense any killing intent? There were no spiritual energy fluctuations. As they hesitated, boom, a blinding white flash, a destructive energy fluctuation arose. At this moment, it was as if dozens of incomparably resplendent suns were slowly rising. Humans had sounded the first horn to resist the invasion of the abyss. Chapter 193, Seed of the Demon God Realm. At this moment, even sound seemed to have disappeared from the world, only the glow was eternal. Millions of abyssal troops were reduced to ashes in the white light. The surging impact wave was merciless. With rolling heat waves, it swept through all the enemies in front of him. It was not known how much time had elapsed. Only then did the demon kings feel a trace of hearing return. A deafening roar filled their ears. Boom. 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 They felt the extreme heat around them. The demon kings were stunned. Fear filled their eyes. It felt as if more than 10 great demon kings had self-destructed at the same time. The impact was destructive. If they were in the center of the explosion, they would have definitely died. What kind of terrifying skill was this? It didn't seem like a divine power. Humans, why do you have such a peculiar skill? Suddenly, a slightly gloomy voice sounded in the ears of dozens of demon kings. All demon king generals, gather here. It was the voice of the black-armored youth, Prince Lin Yi. None of the demon kings dared to be negligent. They hurriedly soared into the sky and arrived in front of Prince Lin Yi. At this moment, Prince Lin Yi's black armor was still intact, as if the huge explosion just now had not affected him at all. However, his expression darkened. This sudden bombardment was somewhat unexpected. Prince Lin Yi did not expect that the human race, who was like an ant in his eyes, actually had such a powerful weapon. He had been a little careless. He had just examined it. He reached a conclusion. This weapon did not pose much of a threat to Great As, although it was powerful enough. The Great As were too fast and sensitive to danger. Before the humans could aim, the Great As had already fled. However, it could crush those below the Greater Realm. Even a Spirit Transformation Realm Abyssal Commander would be instantly blasted into ashes. After the explosion just now, with a sweep of his divine will, Lin Yi knew his losses. There were no casualties among the great demon kings. However, the Abyssal army suffered heavy casualties. Tens of millions of abyssal demons were reduced to ashes. In addition, there were nearly 10 million low-level demonic creatures injured. It could be said to be a bad start. This invasion of Earth Godstar had involved hundreds of millions of abyss troops. This was only the beginning. They had not even seen the true foundation of the human race, but they had already suffered such a huge loss. If word got back, he would definitely be mocked by his siblings. This was something Lin Yi could not tolerate. His cold gaze swept across the frightened demon kings. Lin Yi's cold voice sounded, "A bunch of trash. The power of human attacks is not bad, but to you, as long as you're prepared and don't get blasted head-on, what threat is there? I can sense hundreds more human weapons coming from the sky nearby." Some demon kings' expressions changed slightly. After all, a random punch could kill an old master of martial arts. They could not guarantee that they would survive hundreds of nuclear explosions. Lin Yi glanced at him coldly and continued, "However, we naturally can't let the humans bombard us without doing anything. That will affect Father's plan. It's better to resolve it early. As he spoke, Xian Yi gently took out a small blue ball. In the small ball, the starlight was resplendent and hazy, as if there was a world inside. Looking at this small ball, a rare trace of greed appeared in Xian Yi's eyes. He couldn't help muttering, "The legendary seed of the demon god realm. It's a realm treasure personally refined by the Heaven Ascension God Lord before he left. As long as it's planted on the Earth God star, it can form an invincible defensive barrier. Within the realm, the abyssal demon race will be invincible. If it weren't for the fact that we are the vanguard and need to establish a foundation for Father, I believe I wouldn't be able to control such a treasure. However, I think Father was a little too careful. Such a treasure is actually wasted on the Earth God star in the Age of Doom. Did Father think that the billions of troops led by me are not enough to sweep through this ant-like race? Originally, it was already 90% certain that we would be able to take down Earth God star with more than 20 demon kings. However, Father was still worried and asked King Gong to personally take action to maintain the teleportation channel and send over 45 great demon kings. Before he left, he even gave him the seat of the demon god realm. Xian Yi felt that his father was too cautious. He shook his head. No one dared to disobey the demon emperor's decision, so he could only follow it. Coincidentally, the seat of the demon god realm came in handy now. Xian Yi exerted strength in his palm. There was a sharp click. The small blue ball shattered. Then, an intense blue light instantly enveloped the surroundings and began to spread. It stretched for 500 kilometers before stopping. At that moment, with Xian Yi as the center, a transparent blue light barrier enveloped a radius of 500 kilometers. It rippled like water. It was as if it would break when anyone touched it. But in the next second, hundreds of nuclear bombs tore through the air. The rumbling grew closer. Many demon kings were already prepared to escape. Xian Yi only sneered. Not to mention a weapon comparable to the self-destruction of an A rank. Even the self-destruction of an S rank demon venerable can't hurt the demon god realm at all. As if to confirm Xian Yi's words, the next moment, hundreds of nuclear warheads slammed into the azure membrane. A shocking sight took place. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion sounded. But when the thick fog dissipated, the azure film was not damaged at all. The bombardment of hundreds of nuclear warheads was like a breeze, not even causing any trembling. The demon kings were overjoyed and adulated him. "Your Highness is mighty. Your Highness is extraordinary." Xian Yi waved his hand coldly. He was not in the mood to listen to such flattery. "All right, get the army to prepare. Occupy the entire Earth God star first and slaughter all the resistance of the human race. Domesticate the other humans. I have use for them. As you command." The demon kings obeyed. According to the previous arrangements, they began to mobilize the demon army to various parts of the world. On the other side, the humans of the world were staring nervously at the satellite television. They hoped to see all the invading alien races being destroyed by the nuclear bombs. But in the next moment, they were disappointed. The first wave of nuclear explosions was very effective, causing countless alien races to die. But when those terrifying alien races reacted, they somehow managed to completely stop the bombardment of the nuclear bombs. The ultimate weapon of humanity had failed to work. The alien races began to divide their forces to invade the entire world. An air of despair began to spread. Who else could stop this terrifying horde of monsters? In the command center of Huaxia on the front line, Yi Qingtian and Sister Hong had just arrived. As soon as they entered, they saw a broad-shouldered figure standing silently by the window with his hands behind his back. His mighty body seemed to be able to support the entire world. "Boss." Sister Hong and Yi Qingtian called obediently. The man remained silent, but his gaze slowly drifted away. He felt the panic and uneasiness of the people on this land. A full minute passed. The man's eyes suddenly turned cold as he spoke softly. "Prepare for battle. They're coming." Chapter 194 Glorious Death on Battlefield. At this moment, battles of the century broke out all over the world. Some ancient martial arts forces that were unknown to ordinary people surfaced one after another, leading countless ordinary people to resist. On the western battlefield, the 5 light bringers of the Holy Church led an army of 1,000,000 soldiers and fought bloody battles. However, their opponents were 10 great demon kings. There were also tens of millions of low-level demonic creatures. Even the 5 heavenly master realm light bringers could only resist with difficulty. The enemy closed in. The western legions had suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to retreat and shrink their defensive circle. The situation was critical. On the battlefield in the north, the 4 commanders of the Order of Apocalypse led their holy knights and led 1,000,000 soldiers to resist. They had killed countless demons. However, their opponents were too powerful. The 4 commanders were too powerless, they were forced to retreat. On the southern battlefield, 3 hermits stepped forward and called on 1,000,000 troops to fight the invading demons, but the situation was the same. The abyssal demons were too abundant. Even if they fought separately, they could still ensure the absolute advantage of every battlefield. The various battlefields had suffered heavy losses, so they had no choice but to retreat strategically and preserve their strength. The result would be the fall of a large territory. Countless humans who could not evacuate in time were captured by the demons. It was not difficult to imagine the tragic fate of these humans. Once a war broke out, the most injured would always be the ordinary people. On the satellite television, the wartime channel was broadcasting the situation at the front line of the various battlefields in real time. The humans retreated. Countless human compatriots were cruelly devoured by the alien races. Looking at the countless miserable scenes in front of her, the female host was already sobbing. However, she still forced herself to continue broadcasting. Within 3 hours of the abyssal demons' attack, 60% of the world has been occupied by the abyssal demons, and about 52% of the human population has been captured. The defensive forces of the various battlefields have suffered heavy losses. Humanity is defeated. It was being broadcast live all over the world. Hearing this news, the atmosphere of despair began to spread wildly. Was humanity really going to die? Suddenly, at that moment, on the satellite television screen, an image was displayed. On the screen was an army green sea. The Huaxia people suddenly saw familiar skin colors and familiar faces on their satellite television. The camera even gave a close-up. Everyone could see it clearly. At the Huaxia front line, there were countless Huaxia soldiers dressed in military uniforms and holding guns in their hands. Their faces were filled with determination. Only then did people react. Yes, humans had not completely failed. The war on the eastern battlefield had yet to begin. Huaxia was still a pure land. This land had performed too many miracles in the past 100 years. From being poor and being besieged on all sides, to the creation of a new world, it stood at the top of the world today, a model of a great country. Everyone had an inexplicable anticipation for this soaring eastern dragon. Could they hold on? Humans all over the world could not help but look forward to it. At this moment, Huaxia had become the last hope of the world. Eastern battlefield front line, 3 figures stood in the air. They were the 3 founders of the Dragon Group. Behind them were millions of Huaxia soldiers. At that moment, all 3 turned as one: the somewhat ruffian Yi Qingtian, the cold-faced Fang Jinghong, and the middle-aged man standing in the middle, Ho Wudi, the legendary boss of the Huaxia Dragon Group. He had single-handedly intimidated the 3 sacred lands. Ho Wudi, Ho was his surname. Wudi, one, was just a nickname for him. No one knew his real name. Everyone only knew that this man was invincible. At the beginning of Huaxia's rise, ancient martial artists were rampant. They bullied the weak and were above the law, causing public resentment. If Huaxia wanted to develop, it needed a stable social environment. This man had single-handedly established the Dragon Group and suppressed the entire ancient martial arts world. He forced all the ancient martial artists to hide their names in the deep mountains. He restored stability in society. He was undoubtedly the stabilizing force of Huaxia. Ho Wudi glanced at the slightly young faces in front of him. A slightly embarrassed smile actually appeared on his stiff face. He spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Everyone, I'm Ho Wudi. I believe everyone knows me. The abyssal demons are about to attack. I summoned you from your parents, wives, and children. When your families are reunited, you have to fight on the battlefield. Do you blame me? Many people might die in this war. Are you afraid?" At this point, Ho Wudi suddenly chuckled. "If anyone is afraid, I'll give you one last chance. Take off your military uniform, put down the gun in your hand, and move to the rear with the commoners. It's human nature to be afraid of death. Everyone is afraid of death. I believe you all know the outcome of the other 3 battlefields. We lost, countless soldiers died. The power of the abyss is beyond imagination. This time, I don't have the confidence to let you guys return home safely, so I won't blame you. Those who want to leave, I'll give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, those who still wear Huaxia military uniforms will be executed if they defect." No one moved at those words. Everyone was silent. Suddenly, a loud laugh broke the silence. "Haha, Boss Ho, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you the one who's afraid?" A burly man in military uniform laughed mockingly. He did not care that Ho Wudi was his superior. His voice spread throughout the military camp. Immediately, countless people responded. "Huh, that's right. Boss Ho, you're looking down on us too much. Afraid of death? Of course, who the hell isn't afraid of death? But we don't have a choice. Behind us are our parents, lovers, and descendants. If we escape because we're afraid of death, what about them? We are afraid of death, but we are even more afraid that our loved ones and children would be eaten cruelly by this group of ugly alien races. This group of cannibals want to hurt my parents and family. I will never allow it. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll let King break its teeth first. We will never retreat from this battle. I'll die a glorious death on the battlefield. Those soldiers started crying as they laughed. They also knew that this might be their last time on the battlefield. But so what? Protecting the country and dying on the battlefield was the glory of a soldier. If you dare to invade us, we will definitely teach you a lesson. At this moment, everyone present felt their blood boiling. When Houwudi saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. With such soldiers, how could Huaxia not prosper? A sudden wild laugh. Ha, well said. Then let's fight. There are no cowards in Huaxia. Comrades, you're in charge of the worms on the ground. Those bastards in the sky are ours. Even if I have to risk my life today, I will not allow them to disturb you at all. Wait for me to behead the Demon King to liven things up. You think there's no one strong in Huaxia? Ridiculous. 1. Invincible. Chapter 195 Peak Grade A, Instant Kill. The scene on the Huaxia battlefield was all broadcast live on satellite television. They would fight to the death. The slightly childish roars made everyone in the other countries sweat. They were shocked to discover the Huaxia soldiers all had a deep-rooted belief. It was like an invincible army. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as you intend to invade my home and enslave my family, then beat it. Even if I die, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Not long after, on the television screen, endless abyssal demons suddenly appeared. It was as if a black cloud was pressing down on the city. Everyone in front of the television could not help but feel their hearts clench. However, the soldiers at the front line were all extremely excited. Kill them all and they could go home. A clarion horn sounded. A soaring killing intent instantly erupted. Kill. Fight. Undaunted, they were actually fighting head-on. Torrents of steel pressed forward in the front of the army. Countless high-tech weapons were bombarding to ensure the safety of the soldiers' lives. Even if a soldier was unfortunately injured, he would consume a healing medicine. His injuries immediately recovered. With the help of a large number of healing pills, the casualties of the Huaxia soldiers immediately decreased greatly. Some soldiers even threw out a large number of one-time use scrolls from time to time. Their power was monstrous and directly killed an area of abyssal demons. In the sky, Sister Hong was overjoyed. These were all exchanged with the 10 million points Chu Feng had given to the country. It was precisely because of this gift that Huaxia dared to not let the abyssal demons cross the border. Yi Qingtian also grinned. He murmured, "It's all thanks to Chu Feng this time. With his 10 million points and our firepower, no matter how many demonic creatures there are, they won't be able to rush over. This way, the battlefield on the ground will be stabilized. Next, it's up to us. As long as we can defeat the enemy demon kings, we'll win this battle." Speaking of which, the three of them suddenly looked up at the sky not far away. Black clouds rolled and demonic aura surged. Sister Hong smiled when she saw this. They really think highly of us. We're only 3 heavenly masters, but they actually sent 10 grade A demon kings. Damn, that many. Yi Qingtian was a little dumbfounded. After all, he had just broken through not long ago. Although he was boasting shamelessly just now, he was actually not very confident of himself. I'll deal with one at most. If there are too many, people will die. Sister Hong glanced at Yi Qingtian angrily, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "I'll take 4. It was 1 against 4. Even if Sister Hong was strong, her life would be in danger if she was not careful. Houwudi glanced at Sister Hong and suddenly smiled. "Don't force yourself. 1 against 3 and you'll be confident in keeping your life. As for the rest, leave them to me. 5 or 6 actually makes no difference." "Boss, awesome." Yi Qingtian could not help but shout. They were all Heaven Master Realm experts. He actually dared to fight 6 people alone. Just this courage alone was admirable. Sister Hong wanted to say something else. The black cloud suddenly came crashing down. Ha! There was a burst of sinister laughter. "Human. What an overconfident race. 1 against 6, who do you think you are?" The black fog gradually dissipated. A total of 10 demon kings of different sizes floated in the air. Their faces filled with disdain. Clearly, they had heard Houwudi's words. As great as, they were definitely not weaklings. They were naturally furious to be looked down on like this. Hee hee, if it weren't for His Highness's instructions to end the battle quickly, I, the Yellow Mountain King, would kill you all alone." A weasel-like demon expert sneered. In the abyss, after the spirits transformed, most of them joined the demons. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lived long. This time, the invasion of Earth involved many Grade AS spirits, and this time, the ones who launched an all-out attack on the humans were all Grade A spirits. There was not a real Grade A demon, Noisy. On the other side, the Yellow Mountain King was still chattering. However, Ho Wuti had already made his move. A blood-red spear appeared. With a sweep of the spear tip, it surrounded 6 demon kings. The rude Yellow Mountain King was among them. Die. Ho Wuti clearly did not want to waste his breath on these alien races. On the ground, the Huaxia soldiers were fighting the abyssal demons. If they ended the battle earlier, they would be able to save more Huaxia soldiers' lives. These demon kings could ignore the demonic creatures that were like cannon fodder in their eyes. But Ho Wuti could not, seeing that Boss had taken action. Sister Han and Yi Qingtian also found their opponents. But before they could attack, suddenly, a dark red light illuminated the sky. A huge spear shadow appeared. Endless blood-red light rose. A violent roar spread in all directions. In an instant, the world shook violently. At this moment, the entire night sky seemed to be dyed red. Yi Qingtian touched the drop of blood on his face in confusion. It was pungent. If it's not human blood, then this is. Before Yi Qingtian could react, suddenly, an inhuman scream sounded. "Ah! Help! Help me!" The next moment, the voice stopped abruptly. In the sky, a violent ball of fire suddenly erupted. He could vaguely see that there seemed to be some weasel limbs mixed in. SSS. As if he had thought of something, Yi Qingtian hurriedly looked in the direction of his boss. As expected, on Ho Wuti's spear was a huge broken-tailed weasel. Bright red blood flowed down the tip of the spear. The pungent smell was faintly nauseating, but at this moment, no one said anything. The scene before him was too shocking. The Yellow Mountain King, who had been showing off earlier, was actually killed by that man just like that. That was a Grade A who had undergone. What just happened? At the original position beside the Yellow Mountain King, a horned lizard's eyes were filled with fear. It only felt a scorching aura that was like a long dragon brush past it. Then Yellow Mountain was strung up. It was extremely afraid. If that man had stabbed at it just now, its outcome would definitely not be any better than that weasel. Peak Grade A. This human is at least a peak Grade A. The intelligence is wrong. Run! Run! The one-horned lizard roared crazily. To be able to kill a low-level Grade A so easily, even a high-level Grade A could not do it. Obviously, this was a Grade A who had reached the Yi peak. Such an existence was extremely rare among the demon kings who had invaded Earth this time, and those experts had all left with His Highness Xin Yi. There was no telling what they were doing. How could a group of low-level Grade As be a match for this man? How could the human race in the Age of Doom have such an expert? The demon kings led by the one-horned lizard were puzzled, but there was no time to think. That was because the blood-colored spear shadow was rapidly expanding in the pupils of the demon kings. A spear swept out in all directions. Chapter 196 Defending the Country. Join forces. Hurry! Don't let him take us down one by one. For a moment, the demon kings who were just showing off instantly panicked. They understood that if they did not join forces against a peak Grade A, they would definitely die. Only by joining forces could they have the strength to fight, but how could Ho Wuti give them this chance? His face was expressionless. His blood-red spear suddenly erupted. The spear was like a dragon. In an instant, countless spear shadows pierced out. It was as if they wanted to pierce through the sky. At that moment, the sky seemed to be raining spears. Countless spear shadows completely enveloped the one-horned lizard. He wanted to kill another Grade A before these demon kings could react. The one-horned lizard's eyes were filled with despair. No. Why did you choose me? It went crazy to survive. Its one horn exploded with brilliant light. Countless rays of light shot out in an attempt to stop Ho Wuti's spear. However, the spear shadows were too fast. It could not stop them at all. Pft, pft. After it was just brushed by a few spear shadows, a few huge bloody holes appeared on the one-horned lizard's body. Blood gushed out like a pillar. The powerful physique that the demons were proud of seemed so weak under Ho Wuti's spear. Green Snake King, Shark King, Golden Winged King, Demon Fox King. Help me! The one-horned lizard's expression changed drastically, and it cried out in fear. These 4 demon kings were the closest to it. If they could unleash their full strength to attack Ho Wuti, considering the all-out attack from 4 Grade As, even Ho Wuti would have to withdraw his spear to defend. That way, it could take the opportunity to escape. At that time, the 9 of them would join forces. Even if this human was a peak Grade A, they could still fight. There was even a high chance of winning. The one-horned lizard had planned everything perfectly. Unfortunately, he had misjudged his companions. Just as the one-horned lizard was enveloped by Howudi's spear shadows, the other 8 great demon kings actually made a move in unison: flee. They fled crazily without looking back, even the 4 demon kings who were surrounding Sister Hong and Yi Qingtian retreated at the same time. They turned into streams of light and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Help you? What a joke! It was not easy for them to cultivate to the greater realm. That was a peak grade A. If the 9 of them joined forces, even if they could defeat this human, there might be a few more casualties. They came to Earth God planet to make a fortune, not to sacrifice themselves. It was better to let others die. If you die, the 8 of us will live. It's a good deal. As for this human, His Highness would naturally send someone to kill him next time. None of our business. They didn't even have the time to care about the Abyssal army on the ground. Their lives were far more important. At that time, they would push the blame to the dead Yellow Mountain King. His Highness would probably not blame them. After all, the enemy was too strong. The great AS instantly made up their minds. They fled without hesitation. Only the one-horned lizard that was enveloped by the spear shadows was left. Ah! Bastard! All of you deserve to die. At this moment, the one-horned lizard was in despair. It knew very well what its so-called brothers were planning. It probably would have done the same. They could fight a smooth battle, but once they were at a disadvantage, they would escape faster than anyone else. But when it was its turn, it was filled with despair. Damn it! Humans, spare my life. I'm willing to help you. Howudi's expression was extremely indifferent. The spear in his hand stabbed down without hesitation. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. He did not have any means to restrain a grade A. If he had to constantly guard against this one-horned lizard, he might as well just kill it. If you want me to die, then don't think about having an easy time. Explode! Explode! Before it died, the one-horned lizard went completely crazy. With unwillingness in its eyes, its nearly 1,000-meter-long body began to expand violently. Boom! A huge ball of light thousands of meters tall exploded in the sky, like another dazzling sun rising. A violent wave swept across the entire place. A wave of soil rose from the ground. There was a long pause. The roaring subsided. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. Even the battle had stopped. The abyssal demons and the Huaxia soldiers all looked up at the sky. A man stood tall with a blood-colored spear in his hand. On the tip of the spear was a huge dead weasel. The hundreds of meters long corpse of the Yellow Mountain King still emitted a terrifying pressure. Even though it was already dead, it still made one's heart tremble. This scene shook everyone's hearts. In the next moment, Howudi suddenly raised the blood-red spear in his hand. Seeing this, Yi Qingtian shouted loudly, "He has killed 2 great AS and defeated 8 demon kings. He raised the might of Huaxia. He's the invincible Commander Ho." The Huaxia soldiers on the ground also reacted. They immediately erupted with joy. Millions roared in unison. The sound shook the lands. Commander is invincible. Almighty Huaxia. An indescribable morale boost. All the Huaxia soldiers went crazy. At this moment, Howudi's voice sounded from the sky. Any alien who steps into Huaxia will be killed without mercy. Comrades, follow me. Kill. Leave no one alive. Let these aliens know the price of offending Huaxia. A monstrous roar. Millions of people were in a killing frenzy. Kill all the alien races. After Howudi and the other 2 great AS joined the battlefield, the situation was even more one-sided. When some of the high-level abyssal demons saw that their kings had fled, they no longer had any intention of fighting. Let those low-level demons with low intelligence cover the retreat. They began to flee frantically. However, how could a group of leader-level demons who were only at the spirit transformation realm escape the pursuit of the 3 heavenly masters? They were all executed. They could not leave Huaxia at all. Huaxia had won this battle. Through satellite TV, vivid battle reports were sent to everyone around the world. The whole of Huaxia was in an uproar. We won. We won. Defend the enemy outside the country. So what if you're from the abyss? Huaxia is not afraid. Overseas, the eyes of countless refugees who had just been forced to evacuate from their homes were even more complicated. The Huaxia people. They actually did it. The soldiers were unyielding and would rather die than retreat. Even if they died, they would definitely drag someone down with them. The heavenly masters were extremely powerful. They killed a grade A in a head-on clash. On the other hand, other countries had been driven away like stray dogs. Countless of compatriots had died tragically, and a large portion of the territory had fallen. People were homeless and struggling to survive. If their country could also have such a steel army, would they have fallen so quickly? Someone couldn't help muttering. Although the difference was huge, the survivors from all over the world could not help but tear up. Huaxia's victory had greatly boosted human morale. This was a victory for the entire human race. The alien races were not invincible, there's still hope for them. The humans of the world joined forces and resisted under the leadership of Huaxia. Victory would belong to all of humanity. Chapter 197 Conspiracy. The world of this moment was rejoicing. The bright red flag flew high. Countless Huaxia soldiers clenched their right fists and cheered loudly. Everyone's faces were filled with ecstasy. 2 great AS were killed, more than 13 million low-level demonic creatures were wiped out. Their own casualties were less than 80,000, a battle loss ratio of 160 to 1, a great victory. Although there were still a large number of comrades who died, everyone knew war was not a game. Some people were injured, and some people died. All of these were unavoidable. As long as they could obtain the final victory, it would all be worth it. What they could do was to take care of the families of their deceased comrades. Listening to the cheers fill the air, Yi Qingtian looked at his boss in a daze and muttered, "Boss, when did you become so strong?" Peak Heaven Master Realm, even he didn't know. Ho Wudi glanced at Yi Qingtian and ignored him. This guy wasn't even a heavenly master before. What was the point of telling him? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yi Qingtian wanted to continue. Ho Wudi and Sister Hong were frowning. "What's wrong with the two of you?" "We won. Why are you looking so bad?" Sister Hong glared at Yi Qingtian angrily and could not help but say, "You really don't feel it?" "Feel what?" Yi Qingtian was baffled. Sister Hong took a deep breath. If she hadn't known this guy for a long time, she really wanted to slap Yi Qingtian to death. In the end, she had no choice but to explain. "Although we won this first war, it's not right." Where are the experts? Where did the experts of the Abyss go? Why were they a group of early-stage great AS? I don't believe that the Abyss only sent such trash this time. Where are their experts? I've already learned from the Holy Church of Light that the great demon kings that attacked the entire world this time are all low-level grade AS. There's not even a single high-level grade A. Moreover, most importantly, these grade AS are all spirits. There's not a single grade A demon. So, where did the others go? Ho Wudi said in a deep voice, "We can't relax just because of a small victory. We don't know what the Abyss is planning. We have to be extremely focused. We have all misjudged the power of the Abyss. The enemy sent out nearly 30 grade AS with just a wave of tentative attacks. Huaxia is still fine. With the 10 million points that Chu Feng has given us, which have been exchanged for a large number of resources, the casualties are acceptable. However, the other countries are in trouble. They are completely using human lives to resist. Even so, they still lost a large portion of their land." Yi Qingtian curled his lips. "We've already warned them not to underestimate the Abyss, but they refuse to listen. There's nothing we could do. Now that they've suffered a huge loss, they should be open to suggestion." Ho Wudi took a deep breath. "Gather the leaders of the other countries and prepare to form a human wartime alliance. No matter what happened in the past, humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis now. We have to unite and cooperate sincerely to survive this calamity." The humans were deeply aware of the impending storm. On the other side, above Earth's ocean, the center of the Bermuda Triangle, known as the Place of Death, today, it was suddenly enveloped by a thick gray cloud. One could vaguely see a group of huge figures among them. Suddenly, a shocking bang erupted in the sky without any warning. Immediately after, a huge wave suddenly surged on the sea. It was as if it was about to break through the clouds. In the next moment, a black armored figure suddenly broke through the huge waves and revealed himself. He looked both happy and angry. "Your Highness." The huge figures around him crowded forward. Mo Qianfan and Mara were among them. The black armored figure was the demon prince, Xin Yi. Xin Yi looked back at the depths of the ocean unwillingly and muttered, "It's confirmed. This is one of the Stargate treasures of Earth God Star." The surrounding graded demons revealed looks of joy. However, Xin Yi said in a low voice, "But I can't open it. I can't even move it a little. I don't think a bunch of demon venerables can do that. We're not strong enough. We have to play by the rules." "Does that mean there are other ways, Your Highness?" Among the demon kings, a black-robed demon king who was less than half a meter tall slowly asked. Clearly, in this group, his status was definitely not low, otherwise He wouldn't have dared to interrupt at this time. Xian Yi nodded. It requires star domain essence. A large amount of star domain essence. And it has to be the star domain essence of the Gemini star to have the confidence to open the Stargate treasures. But the Earth Abyss star has long been shattered, and the Earth God star has also fallen into a deep sleep. Its power is contained, and its essence is not obvious. Where can we find the essence of the star domain? The black-robed demon king was a little impatient. Xian Yi replied in a low voice, "There's one way, but it's too difficult." "What way?" "Human." "Human?" Many demon kings were puzzled. The black-robed demon king could not help but whisper. "There are indeed traces of the essence of the star domain in the bodies of humans, but there's too little of it. They can be completely ignored." "Are we going to slaughter all humans?" "That might be enough, however. Until now, the calamity has yet to appear, the master has yet to return, and the Earth God star has yet to recover. It's the worst solution to rashly slaughter the human race. The goal of our trip is to completely occupy the Earth God star and explore its secrets in order to seize the initiative in the upcoming event. It's even better to domesticate as many humans as possible. His Majesty has once deduced that these ant-like humans might be the key to breaking out of this situation in the future." "This is an order from His Majesty. I hope Your Highness will not make a mistake." Xian Yi shook his head. "Elder, you're overthinking. I know what's important." "Then." The black-robed demon king was even more puzzled. Only then did Xian Yi reveal his thoughts. "I believe everyone knows that all peerless geniuses are favored children of the race's fate. The humans are the same. The essence of the star domain in the bodies of ordinary humans is not worth mentioning. But what about the geniuses of the human race? What about the heaven masters of the human race? They were born on Earth God star and were naturally favored by Earth God star. The concentration of the star domain essence in their bodies would definitely far exceed that of ordinary humans. Otherwise, they would never have come this far on this infertile Earth God star. I discovered this when I killed the human heavenly master. Therefore, there's no need for us to slaughter all the humans. As long as we kill the powerhouses and the geniuses of the human race, it will be enough to collect a large amount of the essence of the star domain." The black-robed demon king's eyes lit up. This was an excellent idea. Moreover, it could completely stop the humans from resisting, killing two birds with one stone. But then, the black-robed old man frowned. "That's a good way. But the geniuses and powerhouses of the human race are not fools. They won't wait for us to kill them. It's too time-consuming to search for them one by one." Xian Yi looked at the surging waves confidently. There was a faint smile on his lips. "What if I tell them that the abyss can stop our invasion of the human race?" "Of course, there are conditions." Chapter 198 Extinction Plan. There was a faint smile on Xian Yi's lips. The surrounding demon kings trembled. Those who knew His Highness well already knew that His Highness might be plotting something again. Stop the invasion? The black-robed demon king frowned. This was contrary to their big goal. Even he did not know what Xian Yi wanted to do. Xian Yi smiled faintly. "Elder, don't be anxious. There's no need for us to be in a hurry to conquer the Earth God star. It's still early to the next weakening period of the primordial chaos dragon locking sky formation. Until then, we can slowly play with the humans. I just received news from the front line that the human race already has a peak grade A expert. This means that the human race's resistance is not weak. If we attack the human race with all our might now, although we can obtain the final victory, I'm afraid that the human race will launch suicide attacks, causing some situations that we don't want to see and affecting Father's plan. But what if we think differently? We'll propose a ceasefire and determine two battlefields on Earth God star. They'll be the Prodigy battlefield and the Peak battlefield. Grade As are forbidden from entering the Prodigy battlefield. We will forcefully require all human geniuses to enter and fight with our demon geniuses, regardless of life or death. On the Peak battlefield, the humans will be forced to send out at least one Grade A expert every 7 days to fight the Abyssal Demon Kings to the death. Also, only the winners can live. The human race's spiritual power has only recovered for a month, be it the strength of the strong or the number and quality of the geniuses. They are far inferior to the demon race. One-on-one, the demons will win. Through these two battlefields, we can slowly bleed the humans. In the end, even if the humans want to resist, they will only discover in despair that their geniuses are dead. The strong are all gone. What do they have to fight us? Cutting flesh with a blunt knife is more painful. Now that the humans are being hunted down by our demon army, this is equivalent to giving them a chance to breathe. They won't refuse. Cornered beast will still fight. Therefore, we have to give them some hope to prevent this group of disobedient low-level creatures from betting everything on something that I don't like. Given this, I don't mind giving the human race a little ridiculous fairness, Elder. I wonder if this plan of mine is feasible? After hearing Xian Ye's proposal, even the black-robed demon king could not help but gasp. A plan that cut to the chase, an extinction plan, ruthless, but the effect was obvious. In a few months, humans might not even have a capable martial artist left, the black-robed demon king said excitedly. Alright. Let's do that. In this way, we can definitely enslave the entire human race without any bloodshed. This was an open conspiracy. Even if the humans understood the true nature of the plan, they wouldn't refuse. Humans needed more time than demons did. The plan was made up. Everyone did not see Xian Yi move. He waved his hand gently. Suddenly, a huge virtual projection appeared on Earth. The projection was tens of thousands of meters tall, towering, and huge. It was Xian Yi. In the next moment, everyone in the world saw a black-armored young man with monstrous demonic aura. Look. What's that? Is he an alien? His aura is so evil. Eve, he's an abyssal demon king. But his aura is even more terrifying than the group of demon kings that invaded us previously. The humans all looked at the sky. They wondered what this alien young man planned to do. At this moment, Xian Ye's indifferent voice suddenly resounded throughout the world. Human, I am a direct descendant of the abyssal royal family. As the commander of the demon race's expeditionary army this time, I propose a choice to you. I believe everyone has seen the strength of our expeditionary army. As long as I'm willing, I can instantly occupy the entire Earth God star. However, our abyssal demon race has the virtue of cherishing life and is unwilling to kill. We also want to use this opportunity to train our demon race. Therefore, we specially established 2 battlefields on the 2 islands in the north for geniuses and the peak warriors. With the truce as a sign of sincerity, we will invite the prodigies and powerhouses of the human race to enter and have a fair battle with our demon race. Life and death. The prodigy battlefield forbids great AS to enter. There are no other restrictions. Run, 2 race, on the peak battlefield, your human race needs to send at least 1 Heaven Master Realm expert to fight against my Demon King every 7 days. This is my sincerity. The rest is up to you. I'll give you half a day to think. If you accept, then it's fine. If you don't, half a day later, our abyssal demon army will definitely come out in full strength and slaughter the human race. At this moment, beside Xian Yi, suddenly, more than 10 extremely powerful auras erupted at the same time. The surging demonic aura shook the world. It was much stronger than an ordinary grade A. Even though some humans were thousands of kilometers away, they still felt suffocated. A blatant threat. This was a warning to humans. I have the power to instantly destroy you. I'm giving you a chance of survival now. Don't be ungrateful. The next moment, the projection vanished. The terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and earth had also dissipated, as if it had never been there. But all the humans were a little confused at this moment. Was this the true power of the abyssal demons? What did this demon leader mean? A fair fight? Was he that kind? He clearly had the ability to instantly destroy the earth, so why did he have to do this? Nobody believed his claim that he was not a fan of killing and wanted to train his people. If they were unwilling to kill, why would they massacre a country as soon as they descended? If they were unwilling to kill, couldn't they just get lost? Do you think we'll go after you? These tricks could not be hidden from humans. Huaxia Dragon Group headquarters, the elites of humans were gathered here. Huaxia Dragon Group, Holy Church of Light, Knights of the Apocalypse, the Hermits, all the famous organizations in the world were invited. They were about to start discussing the matter of forming the Human Alliance. Everyone had seen the outcome of fighting alone. Apart from Huaxia, the other countries had been beaten up terribly. Now, the only way was to unite, otherwise, humans would not be able to compete with the Abyss at all. But the meeting was only halfway through. The next moment, there was a sudden roaring in the sky. It was Xian Ye's voice. He indifferently announced his decision to the entire human race. There was no room for negotiation. Just as he said, if he wanted to, he could easily take down the entire earth. What followed was the terrifying pressure of the demons. The meeting room immediately fell into a deep silence. No one who could attend this meeting was weak. As a result, they felt it even more deeply powerful. The demon race did not only have some low-level grade demon kings, their true strength was far from being displayed. An old man in a suit could not help but look at Ho Wudi. Did you feel it? Ho Wudi nodded expressionlessly. He knew what the old man was asking. He spoke in a low voice. Among the 18 auras that the demon race has just exposed, There are 12 high-level grade AS, 4 peak grade AS, and 2 more auras. I can't determine. Not including that royal prince, who is known as the direct descendant of the demons. There are also the 28 initial stage grade AS that were exposed earlier. Their power far exceeds ours. As soon as Ho Woody finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Chapter 199. A dilemma. An oppressive atmosphere filled the conference room. The power of the demons was beyond imagination. The old man in the suit spoke slowly. There are a total of 5 light bringers in the Holy Church, 4 knight commanders of the Order of Apocalypse, 3 hermit masters, and 3 in the dragon group. There are a total of 15 heaven masters. But there are a total of 46 grade AS from the abyssal demon race invading Earth. That's 3 times the difference. Most importantly, most of us heaven masters are only initial stage heaven masters, and the other party even has power that's beyond peak grade A. Once all-out war begins, our forces will immediately be stretched thin. Everyone has heard the choice that the demon race has placed in front of us. Actually, there's no choice. It's just the difference between dying immediately or slowly bleeding to death. The people gathered here were the last elites of humanity. They instantly saw through Xinya's thoughts, but so what if they saw through it? This was an open conspiracy. With the strength that the Abyss had displayed so far, to humans, it made no difference whether they accepted or not. If they really went to war, the humans would not be able to win. However, everyone was puzzled. Why did the abyssal demons have to do this? The greatest taboo in war was delay. If he could defeat his opponent in a flash, why did he have to go through unnecessary trouble? Was there something in it that humans did not know, forcing the demons to do this? Was it possible for humans to use this to obtain a slight chance of victory? This was why everyone was hesitating. Therefore, in my opinion, we should agree to the conditions of the demons first. No matter why they are willing to give us a chance to breathe, it will be more beneficial than harmful to us. The longer this drags on, the better. We have the golden ranking lists, and the strength of humans is rapidly increasing. We won't be afraid even if this drags on for 8 to 10 years, even if we have to suffer some grievances, even if some of us have to die for nothing. It's worth it. The old man in the suit spoke bluntly. I disagree. Suddenly, a man wrapped in silver battle armor stood up. The man was 2 meters tall. He was the commander of the Order of Apocalypse, and also a senior Heaven Master realm expert. At this moment, he suddenly objected fiercely. It's fine to send us old fellows to our deaths, but those aliens are clearly trying to exterminate our seeds. The battlefield of the prodigies? The graveyard of the prodigies, more like it. The current younger generation is generally only B rank, and a small number of geniuses could fight A rank, but looking at their opponents, the weakest of them are all A ranks. There are even a large number of spirit transformation experts. Isn't this sending them to their deaths, instead of watching our descendants die? Why don't we old fellows take a risk? Even if we die, I'll bite off a few pieces of their flesh. Ridiculous. We all want to fight. But the other party has more than 40 grade AS and many peak-level combatants. How can we fight them? Can we defeat them? When it comes to the survival of mankind, we must not act on impulse. We have to endure it for now so that we won't be worried in the future. You might be happy for a moment, but at that time, without the deterrence of us old fellows, humans will really become pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Then you will be the sinner of humans. The old man in the suit from the Holy Church of Light was also furious. They argued until their faces turned red. No one present blamed them, everyone knew. The two of them were only thinking about the future of humanity. One was adventurous and radical. He wanted a grand battle. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. However, the consequences were obvious. It was like an egg hitting a rock. It could only be crushed. From then on, the human race would completely lose the right to be independent. They would be enslaved. Moreover, this might be exactly what the abyssal demons wanted. After all, from the looks of it, their ultimate goal might be to wipe out the high-end human forces. Everyone could see these things clearly. The old man in the suit's method was more stable, but they were really indignant. If they chose to agree, that was to let them watch their comrades and compatriots die. It was said to be a fair fight, but everyone knew the enemy could easily find a few invincible demon kings of the same level. There were only a few human heavenly masters, and they lacked combat experience. It was extremely difficult to win. Moreover, the demons' ambitions were far more than that. What they wanted was to destroy all hope of humanity, kill all the geniuses of the next generation. Kill all hope of human revival in the cradle. This was the real reason why everyone was in a dilemma. Weren't they risking their lives here for the future of mankind? If all the younger generation died, what was the point of everything now? Everyone fell silent, a dilemma. Suddenly, the Knight Commander looked at Ho Woody and his eyes lit up. By the way, Brother Ho, I remember that there are 3 sacred lands and 10 great families in the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia. Let's not talk about the 10 great families for now. However, the 3 sacred lands have a long history and are very powerful. They should have many heaven masters, right? With them, we have a chance to fight the demons head-on. The more the Knight Commander spoke, the more he felt that there was hope. He could not help but ask, where are the people from the 3 sacred lands? Why isn't there anyone from the sacred lands at such an important meeting today? The moment he finished, everyone present looked at Ho Woody. Many people were indeed puzzled. In the previous battle in Huaxia, they did not see any heavenly masters from the 3 sacred lands helping. If not for Ho Woody's outstanding strength, Huaxia would have probably been in danger too. Logically speaking, the strength of the 3 sacred lands was unfathomable. It was possible for them to send a few heavenly masters to help. Hearing this, Ho Woody's expression suddenly darkened. A cold glint erupted in his eyes. Don't count on them. The 3 sacred lands? He. They're a bunch of idiots. They already sent someone to inform me that the mountain was about to close. They won't participate. If not for the fact that the situation is critical now, I would definitely destroy these fellows who are just watching from the sidelines. What? How can this be? When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. Don't they even understand this logic? Ho Woody's expression became even colder, and his voice was incomparably freezing. They think that they live deep in the mountains and rivers that are insurmountable. They also rely on the powerful array formations left behind by their ancestors for generations to protect themselves. So they don't care about anything. Alright, these idiots have left themselves a way out. They once said that if humanity was really in a life and death situation, they'd be willing to open their doors and protect a batch of human seeds while waiting for the arrival of the true Great Era. Great Era? What Great Era? Someone frowned. Ho Woody also shook his head. I don't know. These sacred lands that have been passed down for a long time know a lot of things. They might know something, so they dare to watch from the sidelines. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The old man in the suit lamented, we were born in this era and are already tightly bound to this era. If everyone in our era dies, even if a great era comes, it has nothing to do with us. Would they get any opportunity from this? You can't even see through this. You're unworthy of being called a sacred land. Chapter 200 Hot-blooded youth. The old man in the suit was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Ho Woody had said, if it weren't for the fact that the situation was really critical, he really wanted to kill his way into the sacred lands and properly greet those old fogies. The 3 sacred lands could stand by and do nothing, but they couldn't. Their descendants, relatives, and friends all lived in today's human society. Except for fighting to the death, they had no choice. Everyone's mood fell to rock bottom again. Ho Woody frowned and said in a deep voice, so guys, do we accept or not? They looked at each other. This was a crucial decision that concerned the survival of humanity. No one dared to say anything. Accepting meant the humans had yielded. It was selling the dignity of the human race in exchange for a temporary respite, but it would also save as much human strength as possible. In order to reverse the situation one day, if they refused, then they would prepare to fight to the death. They had to carry the hope of all humankind and fight to the death. They did not know what the demons were afraid of. Perhaps they needed humans themselves, so if they had to fight, then everyone would be a soldier. Until the last drop of human blood was shed, even if they lost in the end, they would never become the spoils of war of the alien races. It wouldn't be bad if they all died. However, the result was that the human race would forever be erased from history. This was a huge price to pay. Therefore, even the elites who had been at the highest level of humanity for a long time hesitated. They did not dare to make a decision. Just then, there was a sudden soft knock on the door. Ho Woody frowned slightly. This meeting was top secret. Without certain permission, no one could approach it. Who was knocking? However, Ho Woody said softly in the end, come in. A crunch, the door to the conference room opened. But no one came in. The group of old men inside looked curiously at the door. They were surprised to find that it was actually a group of young people. And they were all the most outstanding group of young people so far. they all knew each other, too. There were Huaxia geniuses and foreign ones: Joyce, Matthew, Hannah, Delia. The old man in the suit gasped in surprise: Xiener, Li Peng, Lia, Bai Ziyuan, Baquan, and Li Qingfeng. Why are you all here? Sister Hong frowned slightly. They did not want these geniuses to participate in this battle, therefore, they hid the last hope of this group of humans in the first level of the abyss. They thought that if humans were really defeated, at least there would still a seed of fire left. However, these little fellows did not seem to be very obedient. They actually ran back in unison. Naturally, the old guys were truly angry. Nie Qinglan, Xian Qingzi, aren't the 3 sacred lands closed off? Why are you here? How did you come? Yi Qingtian glanced at the 2 young people at the back and was surprised. These 2 were seated geniuses of their respective sacred lands. Nie Qinglan raised her head proudly, her nose in the air. They can close the door if they want. It's not like I don't have legs. Of course I walked here. Although Nie Qinglan had answered, it was no different from not answering. It was a waste of time. Xian Qingzi cupped his hands and said calmly, my homeland is in grave danger. Those who belong to the human race should try their best to save it. The sacred land was closed. It was not what I wanted. However, our words were insignificant and could not change anything. However, my blood is still hot. I'm unwilling to sit in the mountains. I could only say goodbye to my master and specially came down the mountain to help in the battle. I can only do what I can. Xian Qingzi smiled helplessly. There was also a hint of freedom. The young people's hot blood was vividly displayed at this moment. As soon as these words were spoken, even these old fellows who had lived for an unknown period of time could not help but be moved. They were deeply touched. Those old farts from the 3 sacred lands actually weren't even as smart as a few young people. Yi Qingtian revealed a gratified smile. Good people, bold. This was what a Huaxia youth should look like. At this moment, Lu Xiener suddenly took a step forward. After this period of training, her strength increased rapidly. She had already become the leader of the younger generation. Her beautiful face made her look even more capable. She first bowed respectfully to the elders. Then, she said without hesitation to seniors, we know that the demons have set up 2 battlefields with sinister intentions. It might be difficult for the seniors to choose. You think that if you accept, it would ruin the prestige of humans. You'd send us to death for nothing, but we don't think so. A hint of determination appeared on Lu Xiener's peerless face as she muttered softly, actually, seniors, you don't have to worry about us. To us, this is a calamity, but it is also a form of training. How could one smell plum blossom fragrance without experiencing the freezing coldness? We are not afraid of a battle of the same level. Not only that, we can also kill enemies above our level. If Chu Feng could do it back then, so can we. If you don't give us a chance to try, how? Can you know that we are inferior to the geniuses of the demon race? We human prodigies are not afraid of any challenge. We human prodigies shall raise the soul of the human race with the blood of the demon prodigies. We human prodigies are willing to fight. We dare to fight. Seniors, please fulfill our wish. Lu Xiener had just finished speaking. Behind her, angry roars sounded at the same time. We are willing to fight. We dare to fight. Seniors, please fulfill our wish. They're just a bunch of reptiles. We can definitely beat them back to their hometown. We humans are the masters of Earth. Defend our home. Kill. Kill them all. At this moment, dozens of slightly young faces all turned red from excitement. Everyone's eyes were filled with determination. The sonorous words echoed in the conference hall. It completely shocked the group of old fellows. There was a long silence. They exchanged glances with each other. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. After living for such a long time, they were actually dwarfed by a group of kids. They were getting old. For humans, this day was humiliating, but humans had no other choice. They could only turn this humiliation into motivation. Then let's fight. They only hoped to turn the world upside down in the near future. At the same time as the humans made this difficult decision, in the kingdom of chaos far away, Chu Feng's will was still fighting against that terrifying high-level consciousness. His body that was a ball of light trembled unconsciously. It was as if he was experiencing a great horror. Number 4 guarded him silently, but there was nothing he could do. It was a contest of wills. Others could not interfere. At this moment, in Chu Feng's illusory will space, his will was already in imminent danger. It huddled in the corner as if it was about to be swallowed up. After all, a high-level will body was still too powerful. That was a power that completely exceeded Chu Feng's current limit. After all, The power that number 4 had injected at the last moment was just rootless duckweed in sourceless water. It was already beyond expectations that he could last so long. It was also slowly being worn down. When this source of will completely disappeared, it was probably the moment of Chu Feng's defeat. This failure would mean complete destruction. At this moment, Chu Feng seemed to have fallen into an unprecedented desperate situation, helpless, unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. But at this extremely critical moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt something. His illusory eyes subconsciously looked into the distance.